A Half-Century of Conflict by Francis Parkman, Volume 2, Chapter 15. 1697 to 1741. France in the Far West. French explorers. Le Sueur on the St. Peters. Canadians on the Missouri. Juchereau de Saint Denis. Bernard de la Harpe on Red River. Adventures of Dutyne. Bourgmont visits the Comanches. The brothers Mallet in Colorado and New Mexico. Fabry de la Bruyere. Chapter 16. 1716 to 1761. Search for the Pacific. The Western Sea. Schemes for reaching it. Journey of Charlevoix. The Sioux Mission. Varennes de la Vérendrye. His enterprise. His disasters. Visits the Mandans. His sons. Their search for the Western Sea. Their adventures. The Snake Indians. A great war party. The Rocky Mountains. A panic. Return of the brothers. Their wrongs and their fate. Chapter 17. 1700 to 1750. The Chain of Posts. Opposing claims. Attitude of the rival nations. America a French continent. England a usurper. French demands. Magnanimous proposals. Warlike preparation. Niagara. Oswego. Crown Point. The passes of the West secured. Chapter 18. 1744, 1745. A mad scheme. War of the Austrian Succession. The French seize Canso and attack Annapolis. Plan of reprisal. William Vanghin. Governor Shirley. He advises an attack on Louisbourg. The Assembly refuses, but at last consents. Preparation. William Pepperell. George Whitefield. Parson Moody. The soldiers. The Provincial Navy. Commodore Warren. Shirley as an amateur soldier. The fleet sails. Chapter 19. 1745. Louisbourg besieged. Seth Pomeroy. The voyage. Canso. Unexpected succors. Delays. Louisbourg. The landing. The Grand Battery taken. French cannon turned on the town. Weakness of Dutchman. Sufferings of the besiegers. Their hardihood. Their irregular proceedings. Joseph Sherburne. Amateur gunnery. Camp frolics. Sectarian zeal. Perplexities of Pepperell. Chapter 20. 1745. Louisbourg taken. A rash resolution. The Island Battery. The Volunteers. The attack. The repulse. Capture of the Vigilant. A sortie. Skirmishes. Despondency of the French. English camp threatened. Pepperell and Warren. Warren's plan. Preparation for a general attack. Flag of truce. Capitulation. State of the fortress. Parson Moody. Soldiers dissatisfied. Disorders. Army and Navy. Rejoicings. England repays provincial outlays. Chapter 21. 1745 to 1747. Duc d'Anville. Louisbourg after the conquest. Mutiny. Pestilence. Stephen Williams. His diary. Scheme of conquering Canada. Newcastle's promises. Alarm in Canada. Promises broken. Plan against Crown Point. Startling news. D'Anville's fleet. Louisbourg to be avenged. Disasters of D'Anville. Storm. Pestilence. Famine. Death of D'Anville. Suicide of the Vice Admiral. Ruinous failure. Return voyage. Defeat of La Jonquière. Chapter 22. 1745 to 1747. Acadian conflicts. Efforts of France. Apathy of Newcastle. Dilemma of Acadians. Their character. Danger of the province. Plans of Shirley. Acadian priests. Political agitators. Nobles expedition. Ramesay at Beaubassin. Noble at Grand Prix. A winter march. Defeat and death of Noble. Grand Prix reoccupied by the English. Threats of Ramesay against the Acadians. The British ministry will not protect them. Chapter 23. 1740 to 1747. War and Politics. Governor and Assembly. Saratoga destroyed. William Johnson. Border ravages. Upper Ashuelot. French military movements. Number 4. Niverville's attack. Finis Stevens. The French repulsed. Chapter 24. 1745 to 1748. Fort Massachusetts. Frontier defense. Northfield and its minister. Military criticisms of Rev. Benjamin Doolittle. Regard de Vaudreuil. His great war party. He attacks Fort Massachusetts. Sergeant Hawks and his garrison. A gallant defense. Capitulation. Humanity of the French. Ravages. Return to Crown Point. Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. A. France claims all North America except the Spanish colonies. B. French views of the siege of Louisbourg. C. Shirley's relations with the Acadians. A half-century of conflict. Chapter 15. 1697 to 1741. France in the Far West. French explorers. Le Sueur on the St. Peters. Canadians on the Missouri. Juchereau de Saint-Denis. Bernard de la Harpe on Red River. Adventures of Dutain. Bourdmont visits the Comanches. The brothers Mallet in Colorado and New Mexico. Fabry de la Bruyere. The occupation by France of the lower Mississippi gave a strong impulse to the exploration of the West, by supplying a base for discovery, stimulating enterprise by the longing to find gold mines, open trade with New Mexico, and get a fast hold on the countries beyond the Mississippi in anticipation of Spain. And to these motives was soon added the hope of finding an overland way to the Pacific. It was the Canadians, with their indomitable spirit of adventure, who led the way in the path of discovery. As a bold and hardy pioneer of the wilderness, the Frenchman in America has rarely found his match. His civic virtues withered under the despotism of Versailles, and his mind and conscience were kept in leading strings by an absolute church. But the forest and the prairie offered him an unbridled liberty, which, lawless as it was, gave scope to his energies, till these savage wastes became the field of his most noteworthy achievements. Canada was divided between two opposing influences. On the one side were the monarchy and the hierarchy, with their principles of order, subordination, and obedience, substantially at one in purpose, since both wished to keep the colony within manageable bounds, domesticate it, and tame it to soberness, regularity, and obedience. On the other side was the spirit of liberty, or license, which was in the very air of this wilderness continent, reinforced in the chiefs of the colony by a spirit of adventure inherited from the Middle Ages, and by a spirit of trade born of present opportunities. For every official in Canada hoped to make a profit, if not a fortune, out of beaver skins. Kindred impulses, in ruder forms, possessed the humbler colonists, drove them into the forest, and made them hardy woodsmen and skillful bush fighters, though turbulent and lawless members of civilized society. Time, the decline of the fur trade, and the influence of the Canadian Church gradually diminished this erratic spirit, and at the same time impaired the qualities that were associated with it. The Canadian became a more stable colonist and a steadier farmer, but for forest journeyings and forest warfare he was scarcely his former self. At the middle of the 18th century we find complaints that the race of voyageurs is growing scarce. The taming process was most apparent in the central and lower parts of the colony, such as the Côte de Beaupré and the opposite shore of the St. Lawrence, where the hands of the government and of the church were strong, while at the head of the colony, that is, about Montreal and its neighborhood, which touched the primeval wilderness, an uncontrollable spirit of adventure still held its own. Here, at the beginning of the century, this spirit was as strong as it had ever been, and achieved a series of explorations and discoveries which revealed the plains of the far west long before an Anglo-Saxon foot had pressed their soil. The expedition of one Le Sueur to what is now the state of Minnesota may be taken as the starting point of these enterprises. Le Sueur had visited the country of the Sioux as early as 1683. He returned thither in 1689 with the famous voyageur Nicolas Perrot. Footnote: Journal historique de l'établissement de Français à la Louisiana, 43. 4 years later, Count Frontenac sent him to the Sioux country again. The declared purpose of the mission was to keep those fierce tribes at peace with their neighbors. but the governor's enemies declared that a contraband trade in beaver was the true object, and that Frontenac's secretary was to have half the profits. Footnote: Champigny Minister, November 4, 1693. Le Sueur returned after 2 years, bringing to Montreal a Sioux chief and his squaw, the first of the tribe ever seen there. He then went to France, and represented to the court that he had built a fort at Lake Pepin, on the upper Mississippi, that he was the only white man who knew the languages of that region, and that if the French did not speedily seize upon it, the English, who were already trading upon the Ohio, would be sure to do so. Thereupon he asked for the command of the upper Mississippi, with all its tributary waters, together with a monopoly of its fur trade for 10 years, and permission to work its mines, promising that if his petition were granted, he would secure the country to France without expense to the king. The commission was given him. He bought an outfit and sailed for Canada, but was captured by the English on the way. After the peace he returned to France and begged for a renewal of his commission. Leave was given him to work the copper and lead mines, but not to trade in beaver skins. He now formed a company to aid him in his enterprise, on which a cry rose in Canada that under pretense of working mines he meant to trade in beaver, which is very likely, since to bring lead and copper in bark canoes to Montreal from the Mississippi and Lake Superior would cost far more than the metal was worth. In consequence of this clamor his commission was revoked. Perhaps it was to compensate him for the outlays into which he had been drawn that the colonial minister presently authorized him to embark for Louisiana and pursue his enterprise with that infant colony, instead of Canada, as his base of operations. Thither, therefore, he went, and in April, 1700, set out for the Sioux country with 25 men, in a small vessel of the kind called a felucca, still used in the Mediterranean. Among the party was an adventurous youth named Pennicott, a ship carpenter by trade, who had come to Louisiana with Iberville 2 years before, and who has left us an account of his voyage with Le Sueur. Footnote: Relation de Pennicott. In my possession is a contemporary manuscript of this narrative, for which I am indebted to the kindness of General J. Meredith Reed. The party slowly made their way, with sail and oar, against the muddy current of the Mississippi, till they reached the Arkansas, where they found an English trader from Carolina. On the 10th of June, spent with rowing, and half-starved, they stopped to rest at a point 15 leagues above the mouth of the Ohio. They had staved off famine with the buds and leaves of trees, but now, by good luck, one of them killed a bear, and soon after, the Jesuit Limoges arrived from the neighboring mission of the Illinois, in a canoe well stored with provisions. Thus refreshed, they passed the mouth of the Missouri on the 13th of July, and soon after were met by 3 Canadians, who brought them a letter from the Jesuit Marist, warning them that the river was infested by war parties. In fact, they presently saw 7 canoes of Sioux warriors, bound against the Illinois, and not long after, 5 Canadians appeared, one of whom had been badly wounded in a recent encounter with a band of Outagamies, Sacs, and Winnebagos bound against the Sioux. To take one another's scalps had been for ages the absorbing business and favorite recreation of all these western tribes. At or near the expansion of the Mississippi called Lake Pepin, the voyagers found a fort called Fort Perot, after its builder. Footnote: Pennicott, Journal. Procès-verbal de la prise de possession du pays de Nadoueschics, etc., par Nicolas Perrot, 1689. Fort Perot seems to have been built in 1685, and to have stood near the outlet of the lake, probably on the west side. Perrot afterwards built another fort, called Fort St. Antoine, a little above, on the east bank. The position of these forts has been the subject of much discussion, and cannot be ascertained with precision. It appears by the prise de possession, cited above, that there was also, in 1689, a temporary French post near the mouth of the Wisconsin, and on an island near the upper end of the lake, another similar structure, built by Le Sueur himself on his last visit to the place. These forts were mere stockades, occupied from time to time by the roving fur traders as their occasions required. Towards the end of September, Le Sueur and his followers reached the mouth of the St. Peter, which they ascended to Blue Earth River. Pushing a league up this stream, they found a spot well suited to their purpose, and here they built a fort, of which there was great need, for they were soon after joined by 7 Canadian traders, plundered and stripped to the skin by the neighboring Sioux. Le Sueur named the new post Fort Alhuillier. It was a fence of pickets, enclosing cabins for the men. The neighboring plains were black with buffalo, of which the party killed 400, and cut them into quarters, which they placed to freeze on scaffolds within the enclosure. Here they spent the winter, subsisting on the frozen meat, without bread, vegetables, or salt, and according to Pennicott, thriving marvelously, though the surrounding wilderness was buried 5 feet deep in snow. Band after band of Sioux appeared, with their wolfish dogs and their sturdy and all-enduring squaws burdened with the heavy hide coverings of their teepees, or buffalo skin tents. They professed friendship and begged for arms. Those of one band had blackened their faces in mourning for a dead chief, and calling on Le Sueur to share their sorrow, they wept over him, and wiped their tears on his hair. Another party of warriors arrived with yet deeper cause of grief, being the remnant of a village half exterminated by their enemies. They, too, wept profusely over the French commander, and then sang a dismal song, with heads muffled in their buffalo robes. Footnote: This weeping over strangers was a custom with the Sioux of that time mentioned by many early writers. La Mothe Cadillac marvels that a people so brave and warlike should have such a fountain of tears always at command. Le Sueur took the needful precautions against his dangerous visitors, but got from them a large supply of beaver skins in exchange for his goods. When spring opened, he set out in search of mines, and found, not far above the fort, those beds of blue and green earth to which the stream owes its name. Of this his men dug out a large quantity, and selecting what seemed the best, stored it in their vessel as a precious commodity. With this and good store of beaver skins, Le Sueur now began his return voyage for Louisiana, leaving a Canadian named D'Irac and 12 men to keep the fort till he should come back to reclaim it, promising to send him a canoe-load of ammunition from the Illinois. But the canoe was wrecked, and D'Irac, discouraged, abandoned Fort Alhuillier, and followed his commander down the Mississippi. Footnote: In 1702 the geographer de Lisle made a remarkable MS. map entitled Carte de la Rivière du Mississippi, dressée sur les mémoires de M. Le Sueur. Le Sueur, with no authority from government, had opened relations of trade with the wild Sioux of the plains, whose westward range stretched to the Black Hills, and perhaps to the Rocky Mountains. He reached the settlements of Louisiana in safety, and sailed for France with 4,000 pounds of his worthless blue earth. Footnote: According to the geologist Featherstone, who examined the locality, this earth owes its color to a bluish-green silicate of iron. Repairing at once to Versailles, he begged for help to continue his enterprise. His petition seems to have been granted. After long delay, he sailed again for Louisiana, fell ill on the voyage, and died soon after landing. Footnote: Besides the long and circumstantial relation de Pennicott, an account of the earlier part of Le Sueur's voyage up the Mississippi is contained in the Memoir du Chevalier de Beaurain, which, with other papers relating to this explorer, including portions of his journal, will be found in Margry, 6. See also Journal historique de l'établissement de Français à la Louisiana, 38-71. Before 1700, the year when Le Sueur visited the St. Peter, little or nothing was known of the country west of the Mississippi, except from the report of Indians. The romances of La Hontan and Mathieu Seguin were justly set down as impostures by all but the most credulous. In this same year we find Le Moyne d'Iberville projecting journeys to the upper Missouri, in hopes of finding a river flowing to the Western Sea. In 1703, 20 Canadians tried to find their way from the Illinois to New Mexico, in hope of opening trade with the Spaniards and discovering mines. Footnote: Iberville A. 15 Fev. 1703 Margry, 6. 180. In 1704 we find it reported that more than 100 Canadians are scattered in small parties along the Mississippi and the Missouri. Footnote: Bienville au Minister, September 6, 1704. And in 1705 one Lorraine appeared at the Illinois, declaring that he had been high up the Missouri and had visited many tribes on its borders. Footnote: Beaurain, Journal historique. A few months later, 2 Canadians told Bienville a similar story. In 1708 Nicolas de La Salle proposed an expedition of 100 men to explore the same mysterious river, and in 1717 one Hubert laid before the Council of Marine a scheme for following the Missouri to its source, since, he says, not only may we find the mines worked by the Spaniards, but also discover the great river that is said to rise in the mountains where the Missouri has its source, and is believed to flow to the Western Sea. And he advises that 150 men be sent up the river in wooden canoes, since bark canoes would be dangerous, by reason of the multitude of snags. Footnote: Hubert, Memoire Envuo Conseil de la Marine. In 1714 Joshua de Saint Denis was sent by La Mothe Cadillac to explore western Louisiana, and pushed up Red River to a point 68 leagues, as he reckons, above Natchitoches. In the next year, journeying across country towards the Spanish settlements, with a view to trade, he was seized near the Rio Grande and carried to the city of Mexico. The Spaniards, jealous of French designs, now sent priests and soldiers to occupy several points in Texas. Joshua, however, was well treated, and permitted to marry a Spanish girl with whom he had fallen in love on the way. But when, in the autumn of 1716, he ventured another journey to the Mexican borders, still hoping to be allowed to trade, he and his goods were seized by order of the Mexican viceroy, and lest worse should befall him, he fled empty-handed, under cover of night. Footnote: Pennicott, Relation, Chaps. 17, 18. Le Page du Prats, Histoire de la Louisiane, I. 13-22. Various documents in Margry 6. 193-202. In March, 1719, Bernard de la Harpe left the feeble little French post at Natchitoches with 6 soldiers and a sergeant. Footnote: For an interesting contemporary map of the French establishment at Natchitoches, see Thomasy, Géologie pratique de la Louisiane. His errand was to explore the country, open trade if possible with the Spaniards, and establish another post high up Red River. He and his party soon came upon that vast entanglement of driftwood, or rather of uprooted forests, afterwards known as the Red River Raft, which choked the stream and forced them to make their way through the inundated jungle that bordered it. As they pushed or dragged their canoes through the swamp, they saw with disgust and alarm a good number of snakes, coiled about twigs and boughs on the right and left, or sometimes over their heads. These were probably the deadly water moccasin, which in warm weather is accustomed to crawl out of its favorite element and bask itself in the sun, precisely as described by La Harpe. Their nerves were further discomposed by the splashing and plunging of alligators lately wakened from their wintry torpor. Still, they pushed painfully on, till they reached navigable water again, and at the end of the month were, as they thought, 108 leagues above Natchitoches. In 4 days more they reached the Nassanites. These savages belonged to a group of stationary tribes, only one of which, the Caddos, survives to our day as a separate community. Their enemies, the Chickasaws, Osages, Arkansas, and even the distant Illinois, waged such deadly war against them that, according to La Harpe, the unfortunate Nassanites were in the way of extinction, their numbers having fallen, within 10 years, from 2,500 souls to 400. Footnote: Bernard de la Harpe, in Margry 6. 264. La Harpe stopped among them to refresh his men, and build a house of cypress wood as a beginning of the post he was ordered to establish. Then, having heard that a war with Spain had ruined his hopes of trade with New Mexico, he resolved to pursue his explorations. With him went 10 men, white, red, and black, with 22 horses bought from the Indians, for his journeyings were henceforth to be by land. The party moved in a northerly and westerly course, by hills, forests, and prairies, past 2 branches of the Wichita, and on the 3d of September came to a river which La Harpe calls the southwest branch of the Arkansas, but which, if his observation of latitude is correct, must have been the main stream, not far from the site of Fort Mann. Here he was met by 7 Indian chiefs, mounted on excellent horses saddled and bridled after the Spanish manner. They led him to where, along the plateau of the low, treeless hills that bordered the valley, he saw a string of Indian villages, extending for a league and belonging to 9 several bands, the names of which can no longer be recognized, and most of which are no doubt extinct. He says that they numbered in all 6,000 souls, and their dwellings were high, dome-shaped structures, built of clay mixed with reeds and straw, resting, doubtless, on a frame of bent poles. Footnote: Borain says that each of these bands spoke a language of its own. They had horses in abundance, descended from Spanish stock. Among them appear to have been the Wacos, or Huecos, and the Wichitas, two tribes better known as the Pawnee Pics. See Marcy, Exploration of Red River. With them were also some of the roving Indians of the plains, with their conical teepees of dressed buffalo skin. The arrival of the strangers was a great and amazing event for these savages, few of whom had ever seen a white man. On the day after their arrival, the whole multitude gathered to receive them and offer them the calumet, with a profusion of songs and speeches. Then warrior after warrior recounted his exploits and boasted of the scalps he had taken. From 8 in the morning till 2 hours after midnight, the din of drums, songs, harangues, and dances continued without relenting, with a prospect of 12 hours more, and La Harpe, in desperation, withdrew to rest himself on a buffalo robe, begging another Frenchman to take his place. His hosts left him in peace for a while. Then the chiefs came to find him, painted his face blue, as a tribute of respect, put a cap of eagle feathers on his head, and laid numerous gifts at his feet. When at last the ceremony ended, some of the performers were so hoarse from incessant singing that they could hardly speak. Footnote: Compare the account of La Harpe with that of the Chevalier de Borain. Both are in Margry 6. There is an abstract in Journal Historique. La Harpe was told by his hosts that the Spanish settlements could be reached by ascending their river, but to do this was at present impossible. He began his backward journey, fell desperately ill of a fever, and nearly died before reaching Natchitoches. Having recovered, he made an attempt, 2 years later, to explore the Arkansas in canoes, from its mouth, but accomplished little besides killing a good number of buffalo, bears, deer, and wild turkeys. He was confirmed, however, in the belief that the Comanches and the Spaniards of New Mexico might be reached by this route. In the year of La Harpe's first exploration, one Du Tien went up the Missouri to a point 6 leagues above Grand River, where stood the village of the Missouris. He wished to go farther, but they would not let him. He then returned to the Illinois, whence he set out on horseback with a few followers across what is now the state of Missouri, till he reached the village of the Osages, which stood on a hill high up the river Osage. At first he was well received, but when they found him disposed to push on to a town of their enemies, the Pawnees, 40 leagues distant, they angrily refused to let him go. His firmness and hardihood prevailed, and at last they gave him leave. A ride of a few days over rich prairies brought him to the Pawnees, who, coming as he did from the hated Osages, took him for an enemy and threatened to kill him. Twice they raised the tomahawk over his head, but when the intrepid traveler dared them to strike, they began to treat him as a friend. When, however, he told them that he meant to go 15 days' journey farther, to the Paducas, or Comanches, their deadly enemies, they fiercely forbade him, and after planting a French flag in their village, he returned as he had come, guiding his way by compass, and reaching the Illinois in November, after extreme hardships. Footnote: Relation de Bernard de la Harpe. Autre relation du même. Du Tien à Bienville. Margry 6. 309, 310, 313. Early in 1721, 200 mounted Spaniards, followed by a large body of Comanche warriors, came from New Mexico to attack the French at the Illinois, but were met and routed on the Missouri by tribes of that region. Footnote: Bienville au Conseil de Regents, 20 Juillet, 1721. In the next year, Bienville was told that they meant to return, punish those who had defeated them, and establish a post on the river Kansas, whereupon he ordered Boisbriant, commandant at the Illinois, to anticipate them by sending troops to build a French fort at or near the same place. But the West India Company had already sent one Bourgmont on a similar errand, the object being to trade with the Spaniards in time of peace, and stop their incursions in time of war. Footnote: Instructions au Sieur de Bourgmont, January 17, 1722, Margry 6. 389. It was hoped also that, in the interest of trade, peace might be made between the Comanches and the tribes of the Missouri. Footnote: The French had at this time gained a knowledge of the tribes of the Missouri as far up as the Arikaras, who were not, it seems, many days' journey below the Yellowstone, and who told them of prodigiously high mountains, evidently the Rocky Mountains, Memoire de la Renaudière, 1723. Bourgmont was a man of some education, and well acquainted with these tribes, among whom he had traded for years. In pursuance of his orders he built a fort, which he named Fort Orleans, and which stood on the Missouri not far above the mouth of Grand River. Having thus accomplished one part of his mission, he addressed himself to the other, and prepared to march for the Comanche villages. Leaving a sufficient garrison at the fort, he sent his ensign, Saint Ange, with a party of soldiers and Canadians, in wooden canoes, to the villages of the Kansas higher up the stream, and on the 3d of July set out by land to join him, with 109 Missouri Indians and 68 Osages in his train. A ride of 5 days brought him again to the banks of the Missouri, opposite a Kansas town. Saint Ange had not yet arrived, the angry and turbid current, joined to fevers among his men, having retarded his progress. Meanwhile Bourgmont drew from the Kansas a promise that their warriors should go with him to the Comanches. Saint Ange at last appeared, and at daybreak of the 24th the tents were struck and the pack horses loaded. At 6 o'clock the party drew up in battle array on a hill above the Indian town, and then, with drum beating and flag flying, began their march. "A fine prairie country," writes Bourgmont, "with hills and dales and clumps of trees to right and left. Sometimes the landscape quivered under the sultry sun, and sometimes thunder bellowed over their heads, and rain fell in floods on the steaming plains." Renaudière, engineer of the party, one day stood by the side of the path and watched the whole procession as it passed him. The white men were about 20 in all. He counted about 300 Indian warriors, with as many squaws, some 500 children, and a prodigious number of dogs, the largest and strongest of which dragged heavy loads. The squaws also served as beasts of burden, and, says the journal, "they will carry as much as a dog will drag." Horses were less abundant among these tribes than they afterwards became, so that their work fell largely upon the women. On the 6th day the party was within 3 leagues of the river Kansas, at a considerable distance above its mouth. Bourgmont had suffered from dysentery on the march, and an access of the malady made it impossible for him to go farther. It is easy to conceive the regret with which he saw himself compelled to return to Fort Orleans. The party retraced their steps, carrying their helpless commander on a litter. First, however, he sent one Gallard on a perilous errand. Taking with him 2 Comanche slaves bought for the purpose from the Kansas, Gallard was ordered to go to the Comanche villages with the message that Bourgmont had been on his way to make them a friendly visit, and though stopped by illness, hoped soon to try again, with better success. Early in September, Bourgmont, who had arrived safely at Fort Orleans, received news that the mission of Gallard had completely succeeded, on which, though not wholly recovered from his illness, he set out again on his errand of peace, accompanied by his young son, besides Renaudière, a surgeon, and 9 soldiers. On reaching the great village of the Kansas he found there 5 Comanche chiefs and warriors, whom Gallard had induced to come thither with him. 7 chiefs of the Otos presently appeared, in accordance with an invitation of Bourgmont, then 6 chiefs of the Iowas and the head chief of the Missouris. With these and the Kansas chiefs a solemn council was held around a fire before Bourgmont's tent. Speeches were made, the pipe of peace was smoked, and presents were distributed. On the 8th of October the march began, the 5 Comanches and the chiefs of several other tribes, including the Omahas, joining the cavalcade. Gallard and another Frenchman named Canel were sent in advance to announce their approach to the Comanches, while Bourgmont and his followers moved up the north side of the river Kansas till the 11th, when they forded it at a point 20 leagues from its mouth, and took a westward and southwestward course, sometimes threading the grassy valleys of little streams, sometimes crossing the dry upland prairie, covered with the short, tufted dull green herbage since known as buffalo grass. Wild turkeys clamored along every watercourse, deer were seen on all sides, buffalo were without number, sometimes in grazing droves, and sometimes dotting the endless plain as far as the eye could reach. Ruffian wolves, white and gray, eyed the travelers askance, keeping a safe distance by day, and howling about the camp all night. Of the antelope and the elk the journal makes no mention. Bourgmont chased a buffalo on horseback and shot him with a pistol, which is probably the first recorded example of that way of hunting. The stretches of high, rolling, treeless prairie grew more vast as the travelers advanced. On the 17th, they found an abandoned Comanche camp. On the next day, as they stopped to dine, and had just unsaddled their horses, they saw a distant smoke towards the west, on which they set the dry grass on fire as an answering signal. Half an hour later, a body of wild horsemen came towards them at full speed, and among them were their 2 couriers, Gallard and Cano, waving a French flag. The strangers were 80 Comanche warriors, with the grand chief of the tribe at their head. They dashed up to Bourgmont's bivouac and leaped from their horses, when a general shaking of hands ensued, after which white men in red seated themselves on the ground and smoked the pipe of peace. Then all rode together to the Comanche camp, 3 leagues distant. Footnote: This meeting took place a little north of the Arkansas, apparently where that river makes a northward bend, near the 22° degree of west longitude. The Comanche villages were several days' journey to the southwest. This tribe is always mentioned in the early French narratives as the Paducas, a name by which the Comanches are occasionally known to this day. See Whipple and Turner, Reports upon Indian Tribes, in Explorations and Surveys for the Pacific Railroad, Senate Doc. 1853-1854. Bourgmont pitched his tents at a pistol shot from the Comanche lodges, whence a crowd of warriors presently came to visit him. They spread buffalo robes on the ground, placed upon them the French commander, his officers, and his young son, then lifted each, with its honored load, and carried them all, with yells of joy and gratulation, to the lodge of the great chief, where there was a feast of ceremony lasting till nightfall. On the next day Bourgmont displayed to his hosts the marvelous store of gifts he had brought for them: guns, swords, hatchets, kettles, gunpowder, bullets, red cloth, blue cloth, hand mirrors, knives, shirts, awls, scissors, needles, hawks' bells, vermilion, beads, and other enviable commodities, of the like of which they had never dreamed. 200 savages gathered before the French tents, where Bourgmont, with the gifts spread on the ground before him, stood with a French flag in his hand, surrounded by his officers and the Indian chiefs of his party, and harangued the admiring auditors. He told them that he had come to bring them a message from the king, his master, who was the great chief of all the nations of the earth, and whose will it was that the Comanches should live in peace with his other children, the Missouris, Osages, Kansas, Otos, Omahas, and Pawnees, with whom they had long been at war, that the chiefs of these tribes were now present, ready to renounce their old enmities, that the Comanches should henceforth regard them as friends, share with them the blessing of alliance and trade with the French, and give to these last free passage through their country to trade with the Spaniards of New Mexico. Bourgmont then gave the French flag to the great chief, to be kept forever as a pledge of that day's compact. The chief took the flag, and promised in behalf of his people to keep peace inviolate with the Indian children of the king. Then, with unspeakable delight, he and his tribesmen took and divided the gifts. The next 2 days were spent in feasts and rejoicings. "Is it true that you are men?" asked the great chief. "I have heard wonders of the French, but I never could have believed what I see this day." Then, taking up a handful of earth, "The Spaniards are like this, but you are like the sun," and he offered Bourgmont, in case of need, the aid of his 2,000 Comanche warriors. The pleasing manners of his visitors, and their unparalleled generosity, had completely won his heart. As the object of the expedition was accomplished, or seemed to be so, the party set out on their return. A ride of 10 days brought them again to the Missouri. They descended in canoes to Fort Orleans, and sang Te Deum in honor of the peace. Footnote: Relation du voyage du Sieur de Bourgmont, Juin 1724, in Margry 6. 398. Le Page du Prats 3. 141. No farther discovery in this direction was made for the next 15 years. Though the French had explored the Missouri as far as the site of Fort Clark and the Mandan villages, they were possessed by the idea, due, perhaps, to Indian reports concerning the great tributary river, the Yellowstone, that in its upper course the main stream bent so far southward as to form a waterway to New Mexico, with which it was the constant desire of the authorities of Louisiana to open trade. A way thither was at last made known by 2 brothers named Mallet, who with 6 companions went up the Platte to its south fork, which they called River of the Paducas, a name given it on some maps down to the middle of this century. They followed the South Fork for some distance, and then, turning southward and southwestward, crossed the plains of Colorado. Here the dry dung of the buffalo was their only fuel, and it has continued to feed the campfire of the traveler in this treeless region within the memory of many now living. They crossed the upper Arkansas, and apparently the Cimarron, past Taos, and on the 22d of July reached Santa Fe, where they spent the winter. On the 1st of May 1740, they began their return journey, 3 of them crossing the plains to the Pawnee villages, and the rest descending the Arkansas to the Mississippi. Footnote: Journal du Voyage de Frères Mallet, present à même de Bienville et Salmon. This narrative is meager and confused, but serves to establish the main points. Copie du certificat don à Santa Fe et accept, Hewitt, Francais par le Général Hurtado, 24 Juillet, 1739, per Ribaud au Père de Beaubois, sans date. Bienville et Salmon au Minister, 30 Avril, 1741, in Margry 6. 455 to 468. The bold exploit of the brothers Mallet attracted great attention at New Orleans, and Bienville resolved to renew it, find if possible a nearer and better way to Santa Fe, determine the nature and extent of these mysterious western regions, and satisfy a lingering doubt whether they were not contiguous to China and Tartary. Footnote: Instructions dons par Jean-Baptiste de Bienville au Fabre de la Bruyère, 1 Juin, 1741. Bienville was behind his time in geographical knowledge. As early as 1724, Bernard de la Harpe knew that in ascending the Missouri or the Arkansas one was moving towards the Western Sea, that is, the Pacific, and might, perhaps, find some river flowing into it. Si routes qu'on peut tenir pour s'y rendre à la mer de l'Ouest, in Journal Historique, 387. A naval officer, Fabre de la Bruyère, was sent on this errand, with the brothers Mallet and a few soldiers and Canadians. He ascended the Canadian fork of the Arkansas, named by him the St. Andre, became entangled in the shallows and quicksands of that difficult river, fell into disputes with his men, and after protracted efforts, returned unsuccessful. Footnote: Extrait de lettre du Sieur Fabre. While French enterprise was unveiling the remote southwest, 2 indomitable Canadians were pushing still more noteworthy explorations into more northern regions of the continent. Chapter 16. 1716 to 1761. Search for the Pacific. The Western Sea. Schemes for reaching it. Journey of Charlevoix. The Sioux Mission. Varennes de la Vérendrye. His enterprise. His disasters. Visits the Mandans. His sons. Their search for the Western Sea. Their adventures. The Snake Indians. A great war party. The Rocky Mountains. A panic. Return of the brothers. Their wrongs and their fate. In the disastrous last years of Louis XIV, the court gave little thought to the New World, but under the regency of the Duke of Orleans interest in American affairs revived. Plans for reaching the Mer de l'Ouest, or Pacific Ocean, were laid before the regent in 1716. It was urged that the best hope was in sending an expedition across the continent, seeing that every attempt to find a westward passage by Hudson Bay had failed. As starting points and bases of supply for the expedition, it was proposed to establish 3 posts, one on the north shore of Lake Superior, at the mouth of the river Kaministiguia, another at Lac de Cristinos, now called Lake of the Woods, and the third at Lake Winnipeg, the last being what in American phrase is called the jumping-off place, or the point where the expedition was to leave behind the last trace of civilization. These posts were to cost the crown nothing, since by a device common in such cases, those who built and maintained them were to be paid by a monopoly of the fur trade in the adjacent countries. It was admitted, however, that the subsequent exploration must be at the charge of the government, and would require 50 good men, at 300 francs a year each, besides equipment and supplies. All things considered, it was reckoned that an overland way to the Pacific might be found for about 50,000 francs, or $10,000. Footnote: Memoire fait et arrest par le Conseil de Marine, 3 Fev. 1717. Memoire du Roi, 26 Juin, 1717. The regent approved the scheme so far as to order the preliminary step to be taken by establishing the 3 posts, and in this same year, Lieutenant La Nuit, of the colony troops, began the work by building a stockade at the mouth of the Kaministiguia. Little more was done in furtherance of the exploration till 3 years later, when the celebrated Jesuit, Charlevoix, was ordered by the Duke of Orleans to repair to America and gain all possible information concerning the Western Sea and the way to it. Footnote: Charlevoix au Comte de Morville, 1 Avril, 1723. In the next year he went to the Upper Lakes, and questioned missionaries, officers, voyagers, and Indians. The results were not satisfactory. The missionaries and the officers had nothing to tell, the voyagers and Indians knew no more than they, but invented confused and contradictory falsehoods to hide their ignorance. Charlevoix made note of everything, and reported to the Comte de Toulouse that the Pacific probably formed the western boundary of the country of the Sioux, and that some Indians told him that they had been to its shores and found white men there different from the French. Believing that these stories were not without foundation, Charlevoix reported 2 plans as likely to lead to the coveted discovery. One was to ascend the Missouri, the source of which is certainly not far from the sea, as all the Indians I have met have unanimously assured me, and the other was to establish a mission among the Sioux, from whom, after thoroughly learning their language, the missionaries could, as he thinks, gain all the desired information. Footnote: the valuable journal of Charlevoix's Western travels, written in the form of letters, was published in connection with his Histoire de la Nouvelle-France. After his visit to the lakes, he went to New Orleans, intending to return in the spring and continue his inquiries for the Western Sea. But being unable to do this, he went back to France at the end of 1722. The official report of his mission is contained in a letter to the Comte de Toulouse, January 20, 1723. The regent approved the plan of the mission, but the hostile disposition of the Sioux and the Outagamies prevented its execution for several years. In 1727 the scheme was revived, and the colonial minister at Versailles ordered the governor of Canada to send 2 missionaries to the Sioux. But the mission required money, and the king would not give it. Hence the usual expedient was adopted. A company was formed, and invested with a monopoly of the Sioux fur trade, on condition of building a fort, mission house, and chapel, and keeping an armed force to guard them. It was specially provided that none but pious and virtuous persons were to be allowed to join the company, in order, says the document, to attract the benediction of God upon them and their business. Footnote: Trait de la Compagnie des Sioux, 6 Juin, 1727. The prospects of the company were thought good, and the governor himself was one of the shareholders. While the mission was given the most conspicuous place in the enterprise, its objects were rather secular than spiritual: to attach the Sioux to the French interest by the double ties of religion and trade, and utilize their supposed knowledge to reach the Pacific. Footnote: On this scheme, Vaudreuil et Bigano minister, October 4, 1723, Longueuil et Bigano minister, October 31, 1725, Beauharnois et Dupuis minister, September 25, 1727. Father Gignaz was made the head of the mission, and Boucher de la Perrière the military chief. The party left Montreal in June, and journeying to the Mississippi by way of Michilimackinac, Green Bay, Fox River, and the Wisconsin, went up the great river to Lake Pepin, where the adventurous Nicolas Perrot had built 2 trading posts more than 40 years before. Even if his time-worn tenements were still standing, La Perrière had no thought of occupying them. On the north, or rather west, side of the lake his men found a point of land that seemed fit for their purpose, disembarked, cut down trees, and made a square stockade enclosing the necessary buildings. It was near the end of October before they were all well housed. A large band of Sioux presently appeared, and set up their teepees hard by. When the birthday of the governor came, the party celebrated it with a display of fireworks and vociferous shouts of Vive le Roi, Vive Charles de Beauharnois, while the Indians yelped in fright and amazement at the pyrotechnics, or stood pressing their hands upon their mouths in silent amazement. The French called their fort Fort Beauharnois, and invited the aid of Saint Michael the Archangel by naming the mission in his honor. All went well till April, when the water rose with the spring floods and filled fort, chapel, and houses to the depth of nearly 3 feet, ejecting the whole party, and forcing them to encamp on higher ground till the deluge subsided. Footnote: Gignas à Beauharnois, 28 Mai, 1728. Worse enemies than the floods soon found them out. These were the irrepressible Outagamies, who rose against the intruding French and incited the Sioux to join them. There was no profit for the company, and no safety for its agents. The stockholders became discouraged, and would not support the enterprise. The fort was abandoned, till in 1731 a new arrangement was made, followed by another attempt. Footnote: Beauharnois et Hawquart au Minister, October 25, 1729, Edam, October 12, 1731. For a time a prosperous trade was carried on, but, as commonly happened in such cases, the adventurers seem to have thought more of utilizing their monopoly than of fulfilling the terms on which they had received it. The wild Sioux of the plains, instead of being converted and turned into Frenchmen, proved such dangerous neighbors that in 1737 Lagarde de Saint-Pierre, who then commanded the post, found himself forced to abandon it. Footnote: Relation du Sieur de Saint-Pierre, October 14, 1737. The enterprise had failed in both its aims. The Western Sea was still a mystery, and the Sioux were not friends, but enemies. Lagarde de Saint-Pierre recommended that they should be destroyed, benevolent advice easy to give, and impossible to execute. Footnote: C.T. Officier, Saint-Pierre, Adjectuel Seroid Avantager de détruire cette nation. Memoire de Beauharnois, 1738. René Gaultier de Varennes, lieutenant in the regiment of Carrigan, married at Three Rivers, in 1667, the daughter of Pierre Boucher, governor of that place. The age of the bride, Demoiselle Marie Boucher, being 12 years, 6 months, and 18 days. Varennes succeeded his father-in-law as governor of Three Rivers, with a salary of 1,200 francs, to which he added the profits of a farm of 40 acres, and on these modest resources, reinforced by an illicit trade in furs, he made shift to sustain the dignity of his office. His wife became the mother of numerous offspring, among whom was Pierre, born in 1685, an active and hardy youth, who, like the rest of the poor but vigorous Canadian noblesse, seemed born for the forest and the fur trade. When, however, the War of the Spanish Succession broke out, the young man crossed the sea, obtained the commission of lieutenant, and was nearly killed at the Battle of Malplaquet, where he was shot through the body, received 6 saber cuts, and was left for dead on the field. He recovered, and returned to Canada, when, finding his services slighted, he again took to the woods. He had assumed the designation of La Vérendrye, and thenceforth his full name was Pierre Gaultier de Varennes de La Vérendrye. Footnote: M. Benjamin Sult has traced out the family history of the Varennes in the parish registers of Three Rivers and other trustworthy sources. See Revue Canadienne, X. 781, 849, 935. In 1728, he was in command of a small post on Lake Nipigon, north of Lake Superior. Here an Indian chief from the river Kaministiguia told him of a certain great lake which discharged itself by a river flowing westward. The Indian further declared that he had descended this river till he reached water that ebbed and flowed, and terrified by the strange phenomenon, had turned back, though not till he had heard of a great salt lake, bordered with many villages. Other Indians confirmed and improved the story. "These people," said La Vérendrye to the Jesuit Degunner, "are great liars, but now and then they tell the truth." Footnote: Relation du Père Degunner, Jesuite missionnaire des Sioux adressé à M. le Marquis de Beauharnois. It seemed to him likely that their stories of a western river flowing to a western sea were not totally groundless, and that the true way to the Pacific was not, as had been supposed, through the country of the Sioux, but farther northward, through that of the Cristinos and Assiniboines, or, in other words, through the region now called Manitoba. In this view he was sustained by his friend Degunner, who had just returned from the ill-starred Sioux mission. La Vérendrye, fired with the zeal of discovery, offered to search for the Western Sea if the king would give him 100 men and supply canoes, arms, and provisions. Footnote: Relation de Degunner, Beauharnois Minister, October 1, 1731. But, as was usual in such cases, the king would give nothing, and though the governor, Beauharnois, did all in his power to promote the enterprise, the burden and the risk were left to the adventurer himself. La Vérendrye was authorized to find a way to the Pacific at his own expense, in consideration of a monopoly of the fur trade in the regions north and west of Lake Superior. This vast and remote country was held by tribes who were doubtful friends of the French, and perpetual enemies of each other. The risks of the trade were as great as its possible profits, and to reap these, vast outlays must first be made, forts must be built, manned, provisioned, and stocked with goods brought through 2,000 miles of difficult and perilous wilderness. There were other dangers, more insidious, and perhaps greater. The exclusive privileges granted to La Vérendrye would inevitably rouse the intensest jealousy of the Canadian merchants, and they would spare no effort to ruin him. Intrigue and calumny would be busy in his absence. If, as was likely, his patron, Beauharnois, should be recalled, the new governor might be turned against him, his privileges might be suddenly revoked, the forts he had built passed over to his rivals, and all his outlays turned to their profit, as had happened to La Salle on the recall of his patron, Frontenac. On the other hand, the country was full of the choicest furs, which the Indians had hitherto carried to the English at Hudson Bay, but which the proposed trading posts would secure to the French. La Vérendrye's enemies pretended that he thought of nothing but beaver skins, and slighted the discovery which he had bound himself to undertake. But his conduct proves that he was true to his engagements, and that ambition to gain honorable distinction in the service of the king had a large place among the motives that impelled him. As his own resources were of the smallest, he took a number of associates on conditions most unfavorable to himself. Among them they raised money enough to begin the enterprise, and on the 8th of June 1731, La Vérendrye and 3 of his sons, together with his nephew, La Jemeraye, the Jesuit Massager, and a party of Canadians, set out from Montreal. It was late in August before they reached the great portage of Lake Superior, which led across the height of land separating the waters of that lake from those flowing to Lake Winnipeg. The way was long and difficult. The men, who had perhaps been tampered with, mutinied, and refused to go farther. Footnote: Mémoire du Sieur de la Vérendrye du sujet des établissements pour parvenir à la découverte de la mer de l'Ouest, in Margry, 6. 585. Some of them, with much ado, consented at last to proceed, and under the lead of La Jemeraye, made their way by an intricate and broken chain of lakes and streams to Rainy Lake, where they built a fort and called it Fort St. Pierre. La Vérendrye was forced to winter with the rest of the party at the river Kaministiguia, not far from the great portage. Here months were lost, during which a crew of useless mutineers had to be fed and paid, and it was not till the next June that he could get them again into motion towards Lake Winnipeg. This ominous beginning was followed by a train of disasters. His associates abandoned him, the merchants on whom he depended for supplies would not send them, and he found himself, in his own words, destitute of everything. His nephew La Jemeraye died. The Jesuit Orneau, bent on returning to Michilimackinac, set out with La Vérendrye's eldest son and a party of 20 Canadians. A few days later, they were all found on an island in the Lake of the Woods, murdered and mangled by the Sioux. Footnote: Beauharnois Minister, October 14, 1736. Relation du Massacre au Lac de Bois, en Juin, 1736. Journal de la Vérendrye, joint à la lettre de M. de Beauharnois du, October 1737. The Assiniboines and Cristinos, mortal foes of that fierce people, offered to join the French and avenge the butchery. But a war with the Sioux would have ruined La Vérendrye's plans of discovery, and exposed to torture and death the French traders in their country. Therefore he restrained himself and declined the proffered aid, at the risk of incurring the contempt of those who offered it. Beauharnois twice appealed to the court to give La Vérendrye some little aid, urging that he was at the end of his resources, and that a grant of 30,000 francs, or $6,000, would enable him to find a way to the Pacific. All help was refused, but La Vérendrye was told that he might let out his forts to other traders, and so raise means to pursue the discovery. In 1740 he went for the third time to Montreal, where, instead of aid, he found a lawsuit. In spite, he says, Of the derangement of my affairs, the envy and jealousy of various persons impelled them to write letters to the court insinuating that I thought of nothing but making my fortune. If more than 40,000 livres of debt which I have on my shoulders are an advantage, then I can flatter myself that I am very rich. In all my misfortunes I have the consolation of seeing that M. de Beauharnois enters into my views, recognizes the uprightness of my intentions, and does me justice in spite of opposition. Footnote: Mémoire du Sieur de la Vérendrye au sujet des établissements pour parvenir à la découverte de la mer de l'Ouest. Meanwhile, under all his difficulties, he had explored a vast region hitherto unknown, diverted a great and lucrative fur trade from the English at Hudson Bay, and secured possession of it by 6 fortified posts: Fort St. Pierre, on Rainy Lake; Fort St. Charles, on the Lake of the Woods; Fort Maurepas, at the mouth of the river Winnipeg; Fort Bourbon, on the eastern side of Lake Winnipeg; Fort La Reine, on the Assiniboine; Fort Dauphin, on Lake Manitoba. Besides these, he built another post, called Fort Rouge, on the site of the city of Winnipeg, and some time after, another, at the mouth of the river Pascoyac, or Saskatchewan, either of which, however, was long occupied. These various forts were only stockade works flanked with blockhouses, but the difficulty of building and maintaining them in this remote wilderness was incalculable. Footnote: Mémoire Unabridged de la carte que représente les établissements faits par le Sieur de la Vérendrye etc. Enfant, Marguerite, 6. 616. Carte de nouvelles découvertes dans l'Ouest du Canada dressée sur les mémoires de Mr. de la Vérendrye et Denis au dépôt de la Marine par M. de la Galissonière, 1750. Bellin, Remarques sur la carte de l'Amérique, 1755. Bougainville, Memoires sur l'état de la Nouvelle-France, 1757. Most of La Vérendrye's forts were standing during the 7 Years' War, and were known collectively as Postes de la Mer de l'Ouest. He had inquired on all sides for the Pacific. The Assiniboines could tell him nothing. Nor could any information be expected from them, since their relatives and mortal enemies, the Sioux, barred their way to the west. The Cristinos were equally ignorant, but they supplied the place of knowledge by invention, and drew maps, some of which seemed to have been made with no other intention than that of amusing themselves by imposing on the inquirer. They also declared that some of their number had gone down a river called White River, or River of the West, where they found a plant that shed drops like blood, and saw serpents of prodigious size. They said further that on the lower part of this river were walled towns, where dwelt white men who had knives, hatchets, and cloth, but no firearms. Footnote: Journal de la Vérendrye joint à la lettre de M. de Beauharnois du, October 1737. Both Assiniboines and Cristinos declared that there was a distant tribe on the Missouri, called Mandans, who knew the way to the Western Sea, and would guide him to it. Lured by this assurance, and feeling that he had sufficiently secured his position to enable him to begin his western exploration, La Vérendrye left Fort La Reine in October 1738, with 20 men, and pushed up the river Assiniboine until its rapids and shallows threatened his bark canoes with destruction. Then, with a band of Assiniboine Indians who had joined him, he struck across the prairie for the Mandans, his Indian companions hunting buffalo on the way. They approached the first Mandan village on the afternoon of the 3d of December, displaying a French flag and firing 3 volleys as a salute. The whole population poured out to see the marvelous visitors, who were conducted through the staring crowd to the lodge of the principal chief, a capacious structure so thronged with the naked and greasy savages that the Frenchmen were half smothered. What was worse, they lost the bag that held all their presents for the Mandans, which was snatched away in the confusion, and hidden in one of the caches, called cellars by La Vérendrye, of which the place was full. The chief seemed much discomposed at this mishap, and explained it by saying that there were many rascals in the village. The loss was serious, since without the presents nothing could be done. Nor was this all, for in the morning La Vérendrye missed his interpreter, and was told that he had fallen in love with an Assiniboine girl and gone off in pursuit of her. The French were now without any means of communicating with the Mandans, from whom, however, before the disappearance of the interpreter, they had already received a variety of questionable information, chiefly touching white men cased in iron who were said to live on the river below at the distance of a whole summer's journey. As they were impervious to arrows, so the story ran, it was necessary to shoot their horses, after which, being too heavy to run, they were easily caught. This was probably suggested by the armor of the Spaniards, who had more than once made incursions as far as the lower Missouri, but the narrators drew on their imagination for various additional particulars. The Mandans seem to have much declined in numbers during the century that followed this visit of La Vérendrye. He says that they had 6 villages on or near the Missouri, of which the one seen by him was the smallest, though he thinks that it contained 130 houses. Footnote: Journal de la Vérendrye, 1738-1739. This journal, which is ill-written and sometimes obscure, is printed in Brimner, Report on Canadian Archives, 1889. As each of these large structures held a number of families, the population must have been considerable. Yet when Prince Maximilian visited the Mandans in 1833, he found only 2 villages, containing jointly 240 warriors and a total population of about 1,000 souls. Without having seen the statements of La Vérendrye, he speaks of the population as greatly reduced by wars and the smallpox, a disease which a few years later nearly exterminated the tribe. Footnote: Le Prince Maximilien de Wiedenoivit, Voyage dans l'intérieur de l'Amérique du Nord 2. 371, 372, Paris, 1843. When Captains Lewis and Clark visited the Mandans in 1804, they found them in 2 villages, with about 350 warriors. They report that, about 40 years before, they lived in 9 villages, the ruins of which the explorers saw about 80 miles below the 2 villages then occupied by the tribe. The Mandans had moved up the river in consequence of the persecutions of the Sioux and the smallpox, which had made great havoc among them. Expedition of Lewis and Clark, I. 129, edition Philadelphia, 1814. These 9 villages seem to have been above Cannonball River, a tributary of the Missouri. La Vérendrye represents the 6 villages as surrounded with ditches and stockades, flanked by a sort of bastion, defenses which, he says, had nothing savage in their construction. In later times the fortifications were of a much ruder kind, though Maximilian represents them as having pointed salients to serve as bastions. La Vérendrye mentions some peculiar customs of the Mandans which answer exactly to those described by more recent observers. He had intended to winter with the tribe, but the loss of the presents and the interpreter made it useless to stay, and leaving 2 men in the village to learn the language, he began his return to Fort La Reine. I was very ill, he writes, but hoped to get better on the way. The reverse was the case, for it was the depth of winter. It would be impossible to suffer more than I did. It seemed that nothing but death could release us from such miseries. He reached Fort La Reine on the 11th of February, 1739. His iron constitution seems to have been severely shaken, but he had sons worthy of their father. The 2 men left among the Mandans appeared at Fort La Reine in September. They reported that they had been well treated, and that their hosts had parted from them with regret. They also declared that at the end of spring several Indian tribes, all well supplied with horses, had come, as was their yearly custom, to the Mandan villages to barter embroidered buffalo hides and other skins for corn and beans, that they had encamped, to the number of 200 lodges, on the farther side of the Missouri, and that among them was a band said to have come from a distant country towards the sunset, where there were white men who lived in houses built of bricks and stones. The 2 Frenchmen crossed over to the camp of these western strangers, among whom they found a chief who spoke, or professed to speak, the language of the mysterious white men, which to the 2 Frenchmen was unintelligible. Fortunately, he also spoke the language of the Mandans, of which the Frenchmen had learned a little during their stay, and hence were able to gather that the white men in question had beards, and that they prayed to the Master of Life in great houses, built for the purpose, holding books, the leaves of which were like husks of Indian corn, singing together and repeating Jesus, Marie. The chief gave many other particulars, which seemed to show that he had been in contact with Spaniards, probably those of California, for he described their houses as standing near the great lake, of which the water rises and falls and is not fit to drink. He invited the two Frenchmen to go with him to this strange country, saying that it could be reached before winter, though a wide circuit must be made, to avoid a fierce and dangerous tribe called Snake Indians, gens du Serpent. Footnote: Journal du Sieur de la Vérendrye, 1740, in Archives de la Marine. On hearing this story, La Vérendrye sent his eldest son, Pierre, to pursue the discovery with 2 men, ordering him to hire guides among the Mandans and make his way to the Western Sea. But no guides were to be found, and in the next summer the young man returned from his bootless errand. Footnote: Mémoire du Sieur de la Vérendrye, joint à Essai Lettres du October 31, 1744. Undaunted by this failure, Pierre set out again in the next spring, 1742, with his younger brother, the Chevalier de la Vérendrye. Accompanied only by 2 Canadians, they left Port La Reine on the 29th of April, and following, no doubt, the route of the Assiniboine and Mouse River, reached the chief village of the Mandans in about 3 weeks. Here they found themselves the welcome guests of this singularly interesting tribe, ruined by the smallpox nearly half a century ago, but preserved to memory by the skillful pencil of the artist Charles Bodmer, and the brush of the painter George Catlin, both of whom saw them at a time when they were little changed in habits and manners since the visit of the brothers La Vérendrye. Footnote: Prince Maximilian spent the winter of 1832-33 near the Mandan villages. His artist, with the instinct of genius, seized the characteristics of the wild life before him, and rendered them with admirable vigor and truth. Catlin spent a considerable time among the Mandans soon after the visit of Prince Maximilian, and had unusual opportunities of studying them. He was an indifferent painter, a shallow observer, and a garrulous and windy writer, yet his enthusiastic industry is beyond praise, and his pictures are invaluable as faithful reflections of aspects of Indian life which are gone forever. Footnote: Beauharnois calls the Mandans Blancs Barbus, and says that they have been hitherto unknown. Beauharnois, Minister, 1408-1739. The name Matans, or Mandans, is that given them by the Assiniboines. Thus, though the report of the 2 brothers is too concise and brief, we know what they saw when they entered the central area, or public square, of the village. Around stood the Mandan lodges, looking like round flattened hillocks of earth, 40 or 50 feet wide. On examination they proved to be framed of strong posts and poles, covered with a thick matting of intertwined willow branches, over which was laid a bed of well-compacted clay or earth 2 or 3 feet thick. This heavy roof was supported by strong interior posts. Footnote: The Minnetarees and other tribes of the Missouri built their lodges in a similar way. The open place which the dwellings enclosed served for games, dances, and the ghastly religious or magical ceremonies practiced by the tribe. Among the other structures was the sacred Medicine Lodge, distinguished by 3 or 4 tall poles planted before it, each surmounted by an effigy looking much like a scarecrow, and meant as an offering to the spirits. If the 2 travelers had been less sparing of words, they would doubtless have told us that as they entered the village square the flattened earthen domes that surrounded it were thronged with squaws and children, for this was always the case on occasions of public interest, and that they were forced to undergo a merciless series of feasts in the lodges of the chiefs. Here, seated by the sunken hearth in the middle, under the large hole in the roof that served both for window and chimney, they could study at their ease the domestic economy of their entertainers. Each lodge held a gens, or family connection, whose beds of raw buffalo hide, stretched on poles, were ranged around the circumference of the building, while by each stood a post on which hung shields, lances, bows, quivers, medicine bags, and masks formed of the skin of a buffalo's head, with the horns attached, to be used in the magic buffalo dance. Every day had its sports to relieve the monotony of savage existence: the game of the stick and the rolling ring, the archery practice of boys, horse racing on the neighboring prairie, and incessant games of chance. While every evening, in contrast to these gaieties, the long, dismal wail of women rose from the adjacent cemetery, where the dead of the village, sewn fast in buffalo hides, lay on scaffolds above the reach of wolves. The Mandans did not know the way to the Pacific, but they told the brothers that they expected a speedy visit from a tribe or band called Horse Indians, who could guide them thither. It is impossible to identify this people with any certainty. Footnote: The Cheyennes have a tradition that they were the first tribe of this region to have horses. This may perhaps justify a conjecture that the northern division of this brave and warlike people were the horse Indians of La Vérendrye, though an Indian tradition, unless backed by well-established facts, can never be accepted as substantial evidence. The two travelers waited for them in vain till after midsummer, and then, as the season was too far advanced for longer delay, they hired 2 Mandans to conduct them to their customary haunts. They set out on horseback, their scanty baggage and their stock of presents being no doubt carried by pack animals. Their general course was west-southwest, with the Black Hills at a distance on their left, and the upper Missouri on their right. The country was a rolling prairie, well covered for the most part with grass, and watered by small alkaline streams creeping towards the Missouri with an opaque, whitish current. Except along the watercourses, there was little or no wood. "I notice," says the Chevalier de la Vérendrye, "earths of different colors, blue, green, red, or black, white as chalk, or yellowish like ochre." This was probably in the bad lands of the Little Missouri, where these colored earths form a conspicuous feature in the bare and barren bluffs, carved into fantastic shapes by the storms. Footnote: a similar phenomenon occurs farther west on the face of the perpendicular bluffs that, in one place, border the valley of the river Rosebud. For 20 days the travelers saw no human being, so scanty was the population of these plains. Game, however, was abundant. Deer sprang from the tall, reedy grass of the river bottoms. Buffalo tramped by in ponderous columns, or dotted the swells of the distant prairie with their grazing thousands. Antelope approached, with the curiosity of their species, to gaze at the passing horsemen, then fled like the wind, and as they neared the broken uplands towards the Yellowstone, they saw troops of elk and flocks of mountain sheep. Sometimes, for miles together, the dry plain was studded thick with the earthen mounds that marked the burrows of the curious marmots, called prairie dogs, from their squeaking bark. Wolves, white and gray, howled about the camp at night, and their cousin, the coyote, seated in the dusk of evening upright on the grass, with nose turned to the sky, saluted them with a complication of yelpings, as if a score of petulant voices were pouring together from the throat of one small beast. On the 11th of August, after a march of about 3 weeks, the brothers reached a hill, or group of hills, apparently west of the Little Missouri, and perhaps a part of the Powder River Range. It was here that they hoped to find the horse Indians, but nobody was to be seen. Arming themselves with patience, they built a hut, made fires to attract by the smoke any Indians roaming near, and went every day to the tops of the hills to reconnoiter. At length, on the 14th of September, they descried a spire of smoke on the distant prairie. One of their Mandan guides had left them and gone back to his village. The other, with one of the Frenchmen, went towards the smoke, and found a camp of Indians, whom the journal calls Les Beaux Hommes, and who were probably Crows, or Absaroka, a tribe remarkable for stature and symmetry, who long claimed that region as their own. They treated the visitors well, and sent for the other Frenchmen to come to their lodges, where they were received with great rejoicing. The remaining Mandan, however, became frightened, for the Beaux Hommes were enemies of his tribe, and he soon followed his companion on his solitary march homeward. The brothers remained 21 days in the camp of the Beaux Hommes, much perplexed for want of an interpreter. The tribes of the plains have in common a system of signs by which they communicate with each other, and it is likely that the brothers had learned it from the Sioux or Assiniboines, with whom they had been in familiar intercourse. By this or some other means they made their hosts understand that they wished to find the horse Indians, and the Beaux Hommes, being soothed by presents, offered some of their young men as guides. They set out on the 9th of October, following a south-southwest course. Footnote: Journal du voyage fait par le Chevalier de la Vérendrye in 1742. The copy before me is from the original in the Dépôt des Cartes de la Marine. A duplicate, in the Archives d'Affaires étrangères, is printed by Margry. It gives the above date as November 9th instead of October 9th. The context shows the latter to be correct. In 2 days they met a band of Indians, called by them the Little Foxes, and on the 15th and 17th 2 villages of another unrecognizable horde, named Pioya. From La Vérendrye's time to our own, this name, villages, has always been given to the encampments of the wandering people of the plains. All these nomadic communities joined them, and they moved together southward, till they reached at last the lodges of the long-sought horse Indians. They found them in the extremity of distress and terror. Their camp resounded with howls and wailings, and not without cause, for the Snakes, or Shoshones, a formidable people living farther westward, had lately destroyed most of their tribe. The Snakes were the terror of that country. The brothers were told that the year before they had destroyed 17 villages, killing the warriors and old women, and carrying off the young women and children as slaves. None of the horse Indians had ever seen the Pacific, but they knew a people called gens de l'Arc, or Bow Indians, who, as they said, had traded not far from it. To the Bow Indians, therefore, the brothers resolved to go, and by dint of gifts and promises they persuaded their hosts to show them the way. After marching southwestward for several days, they saw the distant prairie covered with the pointed buffalo skin lodges of a great Indian camp. It was that of the Bow Indians, who may have been one of the bands of the Western Sioux, the predominant race in this region. Few or none of them could ever have seen a white man, and we may imagine their amazement at the arrival of the strangers, who, followed by staring crowds, were conducted to the lodge of the chief. "Thus far," says La Vérendrye, "we had been well received in all the villages we had passed, but this was nothing compared with the courteous manners of the great chief of the Bow Indians, who, unlike the others, was not self-interested in the least, and who took excellent care of everything belonging to us." The first inquiry of the travelers was for the Pacific, but neither the chief nor his tribesmen knew anything of it, except what they had heard from Snake prisoners taken in war. The Frenchmen were surprised at the extent of the camp, which consisted of many separate bands. The chief explained that they had been summoned from far and near for a grand war party against that common foe of all, the Snakes. Footnote: the enmity between the Sioux and the Snakes lasted to our own time. When the writer lived among the Western Sioux, one of their chiefs organized a war party against the Snakes, and numerous bands came to join the expedition from a distance in some cases of 300 miles. Quarrels broke out among them, and the scheme was ruined. In fact, the camp resounded with war songs and war dances. "Come with us," said their host. "We are going towards the mountains, where you can see the great water that you are looking for." At length the camp broke up. The squaws took down the lodges, and the march began over prairies dreary and brown with the withering touch of autumn. The spectacle was such as men still young have seen in these western lands, but which no man will see again. The vast plains swarmed with the moving multitude. The tribes of the Missouri and the Yellowstone had by this time abundance of horses, the best of which were used for war and hunting, and the others as beasts of burden. These last were equipped in a peculiar manner. Several of the long poles used to frame the teepees, or lodges, were secured by one end to each side of a rude saddle, while the other end trailed on the ground. Crossbars lashed to the poles just behind the horse kept them 3 or 4 feet apart, and formed a firm support, on which was laid, compactly folded, the buffalo skin covering of the lodge. On this, again, sat a mother with her young family, sometimes stowed for safety in a large open willow basket, with the occasional addition of some domestic pet, such as a tame raven, a puppy, or even a small bear cub. Other horses were laden in the same manner with wooden bowls, stone hammers, and other utensils, along with stores of dried buffalo meat packed in cases of rawhide whitened and painted. Many of the innumerable dogs, whose manners and appearance strongly suggested their relatives the wolves, to whom, however, they bore a mortal grudge, were equipped in a similar way, with shorter poles and lighter loads. Bands of naked boys, noisy and restless, roamed the prairie, practicing their bows and arrows on any small animal they might find. Gay young squaws, adorned on each cheek with a spot of ochre or red clay, and arrayed in tunics of fringed buckskin embroidered with porcupine quills, were mounted on ponies, astride like men, while lean and tattered hags, the drudges of the tribe, unkempt and hideous, scolded the lagging horses, or screeched at the disorderly dogs, with voices not unlike the yell of the great horned owl. Most of the warriors were on horseback, armed with round, white shields of bull-hide, feathered lances, war-clubs, bows, and quivers filled with stone-headed arrows, while a few of the elders, wrapped in robes of buffalo hide, stalked along in groups with a stately air, chatting, laughing, and exchanging unseemly jokes. Footnote: The above descriptive particulars are drawn from repeated observation of similar scenes at a time when the primitive condition of these tribes was essentially unchanged, though with the difference that the concourse of savages counted by hundreds, and not by thousands. We continued our march, says La Vérendrye, sometimes south-southwest, and now and then northwest, our numbers constantly increasing by villages of different tribes which joined us. The variations of their course were probably due to the difficulties of the country, which grew more rugged as they advanced, with broken hills, tracts of dingy green sage bushes, and bright, swift streams, edged with cottonwood and willow, hurrying northward to join the Yellowstone. At length, on the 1st of January, 1743, they saw what was probably the Bighorn Range of the Rocky Mountains, 120 miles east of the Yellowstone Park. A council of all the Allied bands was now called, and the Frenchmen were asked to take part in it. The questions discussed were how to dispose of the women and children, and how to attack the enemy. Having settled their plans, the chiefs begged their white friends not to abandon them, and the younger of the two, the Chevalier, consented to join the warriors, and aid them with advice, though not with arms. The tribes of the western plains rarely go on war parties in winter, and this great expedition must have been the result of unusual exasperation. The object was to surprise the Snakes in the security of their winter camp, and strike a deadly blow, which would have been impossible in summer. On the 8th of January the whole body stopped to encamp, choosing, no doubt, after the invariable winter custom of Western Indians, a place sheltered from wind, and supplied with water and fuel. Here the squaws and children were to remain, while most of the warriors advanced against the enemy. By pegging the lower edge of the lodge skin to the ground, and piling a ridge of stones and earth upon it to keep out the air, fastening with wooden skewers the flap of hide that covered the entrance, and keeping a constant fire, they could pass a winter endurable to Indians, though smoke, filth, vermin, bad air, the crowd, and the total absence of privacy, would make it a purgatory to any civilized white man. The Chevalier left his brother to watch over the baggage of the party, which was stored in the lodge of the great chief, while he himself, with his 2 Canadians, joined the advancing warriors. They were on horseback, marching with a certain order, and sending watchmen to reconnoiter the country from the tops of the hills. Footnote: at least this was done by a band of Sioux with whom the writer once traversed a part of the country ranged by these same Snakes, who had lately destroyed an entire Sioux village. Their movements were so slow that it was 12 days before they reached the foot of the mountains, which, says La Vérendrye, are for the most part well wooded, and seem very high. Footnote: the Bighorn Range, below the snow line, is in the main well timbered with pine, fir, oak, and juniper. He longed to climb their great snow-encumbered peaks, fancying that he might then see the Pacific, and never dreaming that more than 800 miles of mountains and forests still lay between him and his goal. Through the whole of the present century the villages of the Snakes were at a considerable distance west of the Bighorn Range, and some of them were even on the upper waters of the Pacific slope. It is likely that they were so in 1743, in which case the war party would not only have reached the Bighorn Mountains, but have pushed farther on to within sight of the great Wind River Range. Be this as it may, their scouts reached the chief winter camp of the Snakes, and found it abandoned, with lodges still standing, and many household possessions left behind. The enemy had discovered their approach, and fled. Instead of encouraging the Allies, this news filled them with terror, for they feared that the Snake warriors might make a circuit to the rear, and fall upon the camp where they had left their women and children. The great chief spent all his eloquence in vain, nobody would listen to him, and with characteristic fickleness they gave over the enterprise, and retreated in a panic. Our advance was made in good order, but not so our retreat, says the Chevalier's journal. Everybody fled his own way. Our horses, though good, were very tired, and got little to eat. The Chevalier was one day riding with his friend, the great chief, when, looking behind him, he missed his 2 French attendants. Hastening back in alarm, he found them far in the rear, quietly feeding their horses under the shelter of a clump of trees. He had scarcely joined them when he saw a party of 15 hostile Indians stealthily creeping forward, covered by their bull-hide shields. He and his men let them approach, and then gave them a few shots, on which they immediately ran off, firearms being to them an astounding novelty. The three Frenchmen now tried to rejoin the great chief and his band, but the task was not easy. The prairie, bare of snow and hard as flint, showed no trace of foot or hoof, and it was by rare good fortune that they succeeded, on the second day, not in overtaking the chief, but in reaching the camp where the women and children had been left. They found them all in safety. The snakes had not attacked them, and the panic of the warriors was needless. It was the 9th of February. They were scarcely housed when a blizzard set in, and on the night of the 10th the plains were buried in snow. The great chief had not appeared. With such of his warriors as he could persuade to follow him, he had made a wide circuit to find the trail of the lost Frenchmen, but, to his great distress, had completely failed. It was not till 5 days after the arrival of the Chevalier and his men that the chief reached the camp. More dead than alive. In the words of the journal, all his hardships were forgotten when he found his white friends safe, for he had given them up for lost. His sorrow turned to joy, and he could not give us attention and caresses enough. The camp broke up, and the allied bands dispersed. The great chief and his followers moved slowly through the snowdrifts towards the east-southeast, accompanied by the Frenchmen. Thus they kept until the 1st of March, when the two brothers, learning that they were approaching the winter village of a people called Gens de la Petite Cerise, or Chokecherry Indians, sent one of their men, with a guide, to visit them. The man returned in 10 days, bringing a message from the Chokecherry Indians, inviting the Frenchmen to their lodges. The great chief of the Bow Indians, who seems to have regarded his young friends with mingled affection, respect, and wonder, was grieved at the thought of losing them, but took comfort when they promised to visit him again, provided that he would make his abode near a certain river which they pointed out. To this he readily agreed, and then, with mutual regret, they parted. Footnote: the only two tribes of this region who were a match for the Snakes were the Sioux and the Blackfeet. It is clear that the Bow Indians could not have been Blackfeet, as in that case, after the war party broke up, they would have moved northward towards their own country, instead of east-southeast into the country of their enemies. Hence I incline to think the Bow Indians a band of Sioux, or Dakota, a people then, as since, predominant in that country. Footnote: the banks of the Missouri, in the part which La Vérendrye would have reached in following an east-southeast course, were occupied by numerous bands or subtribes of Sioux, such as the Minneconjou, Yankton, Onkpapa, Brule, and others, friends and relatives of the Bow Indians, supposing these to have been Sioux. The Frenchmen repaired to the village of the Chokecherry Indians, who, like the Bow Indians, were probably a band of Sioux. Footnote: the Sioux, Cheyennes, and other prairie tribes use the small astringent wild cherry for food. The squaws pound it, stones and all, and then dry it for winter use. Hard by their lodges, which stood near the Missouri, the brothers buried a plate of lead graven with the royal arms, and raised a pile of stones in honor of the Governor of Canada. They remained at this place till April, then, mounting their horses again, followed the Missouri upward to the village of the Mandans, which they reached on the 18th of May. After spending a week here, they joined a party of Assiniboines, journeyed with them towards Fort La Reine, and reached it on the 2d of July, to the great relief of their father, who was waiting in suspense, having heard nothing of them for more than a year. 62 years later, when the vast western regions then called Louisiana had just been ceded to the United States, Captains Lewis and Clark left the Mandan villages with 32 men, traced the Missouri to the mountains, penetrated the wastes beyond, and made their way to the Pacific. The first stages of that remarkable exploration were anticipated by the brothers La Vérendrye. They did not find the Pacific, but they discovered the Rocky Mountains, or at least the part of them to which the name properly belongs, for the southern continuation of the Great Range had long been known to the Spaniards. Their bold adventure was achieved, not at the charge of a government, but at their own cost and that of their father, not with a band of well-equipped men, but with only 2 followers. The fur trading privilege which was to have been their compensation had proved their ruin. They were still pursued without ceasing by the jealousy of rival traders and the ire of disappointed partners. Here in Canada more than anywhere else, the Chevalier wrote, some years after his return, envy is the passion à la mode, and there is no escaping it. Footnote: Le Chevalier de la Vérendrye au Ministre, September 30th, 1750. It was the story of La Salle repeated. Beauharnois, however, still stood by them, encouraged and defended them, and wrote in their favor to the colonial minister. Footnote: La Vérendrye Perrot Minister, November 1st. 1746, in Margry 6. 611. It was doubtless through his efforts that the elder La Vérendrye was at last promoted to a captaincy in the colony troops. Beauharnois was succeeded in the government by the sagacious and able Galissonier, and he too befriended the explorers. It seems to me, he wrote to the minister, that what you have been told touching the Sieur de La Vérendrye, to the effect that he has been more busy with his own interests than in making discoveries, is totally false, and moreover, that any officers employed in such work will always be compelled to give some of their attention to trade, so long as the king allows them no other means of subsistence. These discoveries are very costly, and more fatiguing and dangerous than open war. Footnote: La Galissonière au Minister, October 23, 1747. 2 years later, the elder La Vérendrye received the Cross of the Order of St. Louis, an honor much prized in Canada, but which he did not long enjoy, for he died at Montreal in the following December, when on the point of again setting out for the West. His intrepid sons survived, and they were not idle. One of them, the Chevalier, had before discovered the river Saskatchewan, and ascended it as far as the Forks. Footnote: Memoire Unabridged d'établissements et découvertes faites par le Sieur de la Vérendrye et ses enfants. His intention was to follow it to the mountains, build a fort there, and thence push westward in another search for the Pacific, but a disastrous event ruined all his hopes. La Galissonière returned to France, and the Marquis de la Jonquière succeeded him, with the notorious François Bigot as intendant. Both were greedy of money, the one to hoard, and the other to dissipate it. Clearly there was money to be got from the fur trade of Manitoba, for La Vérendrye had made every preparation and incurred every expense. It seemed that nothing remained but to reap where he had sown. His commission to find the Pacific, with the privileges connected with it, was refused to his sons, and conferred on a stranger. La Jonquière wrote to the minister, "I have charged M. de Saint Pierre with this business. He knows these countries better than any officer in all the colony." Footnote: La Jonquière au Minister, 27 Fev. 1750. On the contrary, he had never seen them. It is difficult not to believe that La Jonquière, Bigot, and Saint Pierre were partners in a speculation of which all three were to share the profits. The elder La Vérendrye, not long before his death, had sent a large quantity of goods to his trading forts. The brothers begged leave to return thither and save their property from destruction. They declared themselves happy to serve under the orders of Saint Pierre, and asked for the use of only a single fort of all those which their father had built at his own cost. The answer was a flat refusal. In short, they were shamefully robbed. The Chevalier writes, M. Le Marquis de la Jonquière, being pushed hard, and as I thought even touched, by my representations, told me at last that M. de Saint Pierre wanted nothing to do with me or my brothers. I am a ruined man, he continues. I am more than 2,000 livres in debt, and am still only a second ensign. My elder brother's grade is no better than mine. My younger brother is only a cadet. This is the fruit of all that my father, my brothers, and I have done. My other brother, whom the Sioux murdered some years ago, was not the most unfortunate among us. We must lose all that has cost us so much, unless M. de Saint Pierre should take juster views, and prevail on the Marquis de la Jonquière to share them. To be thus shut out from the West is to be most cruelly robbed of a sort of inheritance which we had all the pains of acquiring, and of which others will get all the profit. Footnote: Le Chevalier de la Vérendrye au Minister, September 30, 1750. His elder brother writes in a similar strain. We spent our youth and our property in building up establishments so advantageous to Canada, and after all, we were doomed to see a stranger gather the fruit we had taken such pains to plant. And he complains that their goods left in the trading posts were wasted, their provisions consumed, and the men in their pay used to do the work of others. Footnote: Memoire des Services de Pierre Gauthier de la Vérendrye Hélène, present à Mgr. Rouy, Minister et Secrétaire d'État. They got no redress. Saint Pierre, backed by the governor and the intendant, remained master of the position. The brothers sold a small piece of land, their last remaining property, to appease their most pressing creditors. Footnote: Lagarde de Saint Pierre, in spite of his treatment of the La Vérendrye brothers, had merit as an officer. It was he who received Washington at Fort Le Boeuf in 1754. He was killed in 1755, at the Battle of Lake George. See Montcalm and Wolfe, I. 303. Saint Pierre set out for Manitoba on the 5th of June 1750. Though he had lived more or less in the woods for 36 years, and though La Jonquière had told the minister that he knew the countries to which he was bound better than anybody else, it is clear from his own journal that he was now visiting them for the first time. They did not please him. "I was told," he says, "that the way would grow harder and more dangerous as we advanced, and I found, in fact, that one must risk life and property every moment." Finding himself and his men likely to starve, he sent some of them, under an ensign named Niverville, to the Saskatchewan. They could not reach it, and nearly perished on the way. "I myself was no more fortunate," says Saint Pierre. "Food was so scarce that I sent some of my people into the woods among the Indians, which did not save me from a fast so rigorous that it deranged my health and put it out of my power to do anything towards accomplishing my mission. Even if I had had strength enough, the war that broke out among the Indians would have made it impossible to proceed." Niverville, after a winter of misery, tried to fulfill an order which he had received from his commander. When the Indians guided the two brothers La Vérendrye to the Rocky Mountains, the course they took tended so far southward that the Chevalier greatly feared it might lead to Spanish settlements, and he gave it as his opinion that the next attempt to find the Pacific should be made farther towards the north. Saint Pierre had agreed with him, and had directed Niverville to build a fort on the Saskatchewan, 300 leagues above its mouth. Therefore, at the end of May, 1751, Niverville sent 10 men in 2 canoes on this errand, and they ascended the Saskatchewan to what Saint Pierre calls the Rock Mountain. Here they built a small stockade fort, and called it Fort La Jonquière. Niverville was to have followed them, but he fell ill, and lay helpless at the mouth of the river in such a condition that he could not even write to his commander. Saint Pierre set out in person from Fort La Reine for Fort La Jonquière, over ice and snow, for it was late in November. 2 Frenchmen from Niverville met him on the way, and reported that the Assiniboines had slaughtered an entire band of friendly Indians on whom Saint Pierre had relied to guide him. On hearing this, he gave up the enterprise, and returned to Fort La Reine. Here the Indians told him idle stories about white men and a fort in some remote place towards the west, but he observes, "Nobody could reach it without encountering an infinity of tribes more savage than it is possible to imagine." He spent most of the winter at Fort La Reine. Here, towards the end of February, 1752, he had with him only 5 men, having sent out the rest in search of food. Suddenly, as he sat in his chamber, he saw the fort full of armed Assiniboines, extremely noisy and insolent. He tried in vain to quiet them, and they presently broke into the guard-house and seized the arms. A massacre would have followed, had not Saint Pierre, who was far from wanting courage, resorted to an expedient which has more than once proved effective on such occasions. He knocked out the heads of 2 barrels of gunpowder, snatched a firebrand, and told the yelping crowd that he would blow up them and himself together. At this they all rushed and fried out of the gate, while Saint Pierre ran after them, and bolted it fast. There was great anxiety for the hunters, but they all came back in the evening, without having met the enemy. The men, however, were so terrified by the adventure that Saint Pierre was compelled to abandon the fort, after recommending it to the care of another band of Assiniboines, who had professed great friendship. 4 days after he was gone they burned it to the ground. He soon came to the conclusion that farther discovery was impossible, because the English of Hudson Bay had stirred up the western tribes to oppose it. Therefore he set out for the settlements, and reaching Quebec in the autumn of 1753, placed the journal of his futile enterprise in the hands of Duquesne, the new governor. Footnote: Journal sommaire du voyage de Jacques Lagarde de Saint Pierre, charge de la découverte de la mer de l'Ouest, British Museum. Canada was approaching her last agony. In the death struggle of the 7 Years' War, there was no time for schemes of Western discovery. The brothers La Vérendrye sank into poverty and neglect. A little before the war broke out, we find the eldest at the obscure Acadian post of Beauséjour, where he wrote to the colonial minister a statement of his services, which appears to have received no attention. After the fall of Canada, the Chevalier de La Vérendrye, he whose eyes first beheld the snowy peaks of the Rocky Mountains, perished in the wreck of the ship Auguste, on the coast of Cape Breton, in November 1761. Footnote: the above narrative rests mainly on contemporary documents, official in character, of which the originals are preserved in the archives of the French government. These papers have recently been printed by M. Pierre Margry, late custodian of the archives of the Marine and Colonies at Paris, in the 6th volume of his Découvertes et établissements de France dans l'Amérique septentrionale, a documentary collection of great value, published at the expense of the American government. It was M. Margry who first drew attention to the achievements of the family of La Vérendrye, by an article in the Moniteur in 1852. I owed to his kindness the opportunity of using the above-mentioned documents in advance of publication. I obtained copies from duplicate originals of some of the principal among them from the Dépôt de Cartes de la Marine, in 1872. These answer closely, with rare and trivial variations, to the same documents as printed from other sources by M. Margry. Some additional papers preserved in the archives of the Marine and Colonies have also been used. Footnote: my friends Hon. William C. Endicott, then Secretary of War, and Captain John G. Burke, 3rd Cavalry U.S.A., kindly placed in my hands a valuable collection of government maps and surveys of the country between the Missouri and the Rocky Mountains visited by the brothers La Vérendrye, and I have received from Captain Burke, and also from Mr. E. A. Snow, formerly of the 3rd Cavalry, much information concerning the same region, repeatedly traversed by them in peace and war. Chapter 17. 1700 to 1750. The Chain of Posts. Opposing claims. Attitude of the rival nations. America a French continent, England a usurper. French demands. Magnanimous proposals. Warlike preparation. Niagara. Oswego. Crown Point. The passes of the West secured. We have seen that the contest between France and England in America divided itself, after the Peace of Utrecht, into 3 parts: the Acadian contest, the contest for northern New England, and last, though greatest, the contest for the West. Nothing is more striking than the difference, or rather contrast, in the conduct and methods of the rival claimants to this wild but magnificent domain. Each was strong in its own qualities, and utterly wanting in the qualities that marked its opponent. On maps of British America in the earlier part of the 18th century, one sees the eastern shore, from Maine to Georgia, garnished with 10 or 12 colored patches, very different in shape and size, and defined, more or less distinctly, by dividing lines which, in some cases, are prolonged westward till they touch the Mississippi, or even cross it and stretch indefinitely towards the Pacific. These patches are the British provinces, and the westward prolongation of their boundary lines represents their several claims to vast interior tracts, founded on ancient grants, but not made good by occupation, or vindicated by any exertion of power. These English communities took little thought of the region beyond the Alleghanies. Each lived a life of its own, shut within its own limits, not dreaming of a future collective greatness to which the possession of the West would be a necessary condition. No conscious community of aims and interests held them together, nor was there any authority capable of uniting their forces and turning them to a common object. Some of the servants of the Crown had urged the necessity of joining them all under a strong central government, as the only means of making them loyal subjects and arresting the encroachments of France. But the scheme was plainly impracticable. Each province remained in jealous isolation, busied with its own work, growing in strength, in the capacity of self-rule and the spirit of independence, and stubbornly resisting all exercise of authority from without. If the English-speaking populations flowed westward, it was in obedience to natural laws, for the king did not aid the movement, the royal governors had no authority to do so, and the colonial assemblies were too much engrossed with immediate local interests. The power of these colonies was that of a rising flood slowly invading and conquering, by the unconscious force of its own growing volume, unless means be found to hold it back by dams and embankments within appointed limits. In the French colonies all was different. Here the representatives of the crown were men bred in an atmosphere of broad ambition and masterful and far-reaching enterprise. Achievement was demanded of them. They recognized the greatness of the prize, studied the strong and weak points of their rivals, and with a cautious forecast and a daring energy set themselves to the task of defeating them. If the English colonies were comparatively strong in numbers, their numbers could not be brought into action, while if the French forces were small, they were vigorously commanded, and always ready at a word. It was union confronting division, energy confronting apathy, military centralization opposed to industrial democracy, and for a time, the advantage was all on one side. The demands of the French were sufficiently comprehensive. They repented of their enforced concessions at the Treaty of Utrecht, and in spite of that compact, maintained that, with a few local and trivial exceptions, the whole North American continent, except Mexico, was theirs of right, while their opponents seemed neither to understand the situation, nor see the greatness of the stakes at issue. In 1720 Father Bobe, priest of the Congregation of Missions, drew up a paper in which he sets forth the claims of France with much distinctness, beginning with the declaration that England has usurped from France nearly everything that she possesses in America, and adding that the plenipotentiaries at Utrecht did not know what they were about when they made such concessions to the enemy, that, among other blunders, they gave Port Royal to England when it belonged to France, who should insist vigorously on its being given back to her. He maintains that the voyages of Verrazano and Ribaut made France owner of the whole continent, from Florida northward, that England was an interloper in planting colonies along the Atlantic coast, and will admit as much if she is honest, since all that country is certainly a part of New France. In this modest assumption of the point at issue, he ignores John Cabot and his son Sebastian, who discovered North America more than 25 years before the voyage of Verrazano, and more than 60 years before that of Ribaut. When the English, proceeds Father Bobe, have restored Port Royal to us, which they are bound to do, though we ceded it by the treaty, a French governor should be at once set over it, with a commission to command as far as Cape Cod, which would include Boston. We should also fortify ourselves, in a way to stop the English, who have long tried to seize on French America, of which they know the importance, and of which, he observes with much candor, they would make a better use than the French do. The Atlantic coast, as far as Florida, was usurped from the French, to whom it belonged then, and to whom it belongs now. Footnote: De manière qu'on puisse erder les Alois, que depuis longtemps tachant de s'empare de l'Amérique Françoise, dont ils connaissent l'importance et dont ils feroient un meilleur usage que celui que les François en font. England, as he thinks, is bound in honor to give back these countries to their true owner, and it is also the part of wisdom to do so, since by grasping at too much, one often loses all. But France, out of her love of peace, will cede to England the countries along the Atlantic, from the Kennebec in New France to the Jordan, footnote, on the river Jordan, so named by Vasquez de Ayllon, see Pioneers of France in the New World, pages 11, 39, revised edition, note. It was probably the broad river of South Carolina. In Carolina, on condition that England will restore to her all that she gave up by the Treaty of Utrecht. When this is done, France, always generous, will consent to accept as boundary a line drawn from the mouth of the Kennebec, passing thence midway between Schenectady and Lake Champlain and along the ridge of the Alleghanies to the River Jordan, the country between this line and the sea to belong to England, and the rest of the continent to France. If England does not accept this generous offer, she is to be told that the King will give to the Compagnie des Indes, Law's Mississippi Company, full authority to occupy all the countries which the English have usurped from France. And, pursues Father Bobe, it is certain that the fear of having to do with so powerful a company will bring the English to our terms. The company that was thus to strike the British heart with terror was the same which all the tonics and stimulants of the government could not save from predestined ruin. But, concludes this ingenious writer, whether England accepts our offers or not, France ought not only to take a high tone, parlor avec hauteur, but also to fortify diligently, and make good her right by force of arms. Footnote: Second Memoir concernant les limites de colonies present en 1720 par Bob, Prêtre de la Congregation de la Mission, Archives Nationales. 3 years later we have another document, this time of an official character, and still more radical in its demands. It admits that Port Royal and a part of the Nova Scotian peninsula, under the name of Acadia, were ceded to England by the treaty, and consents that she shall keep them, but requires her to restore the part of New France that she has wrongfully seized, namely, the whole Atlantic coast from the Kennebec to Florida, since France never gave England this country, which is hers by the discovery of Verrazano in 1524. Here, again, the voyages of the Cabots, in 1497 and 1498, are completely ignored. It will be seen, pursues this curious document, that our kings have always preserved sovereignty over the countries between the 30th and the 50th degrees of north latitude. A time will come when they will be in a position to assert their rights, and then it will be seen that the dominions of a king of France cannot be usurped with impunity. What we demand now is that the English make immediate restitution. No doubt, the paper goes on to say, they will pretend to have prescriptive rights, because they have settled the country and built towns and cities in it. But this plea is of no avail, because all that country is a part of New France, and because England rightfully owns nothing in America except what we, the French, gave her by the Treaty of Utrecht, which is merely Port Royal and Acadia. She is bound in honor to give back all the vast countries she has usurped. But, continues the paper, the king loves the English nation too much, and wishes too much to do her kindness, and is too generous to exact such a restitution. Therefore, provided that England will give us back Port Royal, Acadia, and everything else that France gave her by the Treaty of Utrecht, the king will forego his rights, and grant to England the whole Atlantic coast from the 32º degree of latitude to the Kennebec, to the extent inland of 20 French leagues, about 50 miles, on condition that she will solemnly bind herself never to overstep these limits or encroach in the least on French ground. Thus, through the beneficence of France, England, provided that she renounced all pretension to the rest of the continent, would become the rightful owner of an attenuated strip of land reaching southward from the Kennebec along the Atlantic seaboard. The document containing this magnanimous proposal was preserved in the Château St. Louis at Quebec till the middle of the 18th century, when, the boundary dispute having reached a crisis, and commissioners of the two powers having been appointed to settle it, a certified copy of the paper was sent to France for their instruction. Footnote: Demands de la France, 1723, Archives d'Affaires étrangères. Father Bob had advised that France should not trust solely to the justice of her claims, but should back right with might, and build forts on the Niagara, the Ohio, the Tennessee, and the Alabama, as well as at other commanding points, to shut out the English from the west. Of these positions, Niagara was the most important, for the possession of it would close the access to the upper lakes, and stop the western tribes on their way to trade at Albany. The Five Nations and the governor of New York were jealous of the French designs, which, however, were likely enough to succeed, through the prevailing apathy and divisions in the British colonies. If those not immediately concerned, writes a member of the New York Council, only stand gazing on while the wolf is murdering other parts of the flock, it will come to every one's turn at last. The warning was well founded, but it was not heeded. Again, it is the policy of the French to attack one colony at a time, and the others are so besotted as to sit still. Footnote: Colonel Heathcote to Governor Hunter, July 8, 1715. Ibid to Townsend, July 12, 1715. For gaining the consent of the Five Nations to the building of a French fort at Niagara, Vaudreuil trusted chiefly to his agent among the Senecas, the bold, skillful, and indefatigable Joncaire, who was naturalized among that tribe, the strongest of the Confederacy. Governor Hunter of New York sent Peter Schuyler and Philip Livingston to counteract his influence. The Five Nations, who, conscious of declining power, seemed ready at this time to be all things to all men, declared that they would prevent the French from building at Niagara, which, as they said, would shut them up as in a prison. Footnote: Journal of Schuyler and Livingston, 1720. Not long before, However, they had sent a deputation to Montreal to say that the English made objection to Joncaire's presence among them, but that they were masters of their land, and hoped that the French agent would come as often as he pleased, and they begged that the new King of France would take them under his protection. Footnote: Vaudreuil conciled the Marine, October 24, 1717. Accordingly, Vaudreuil sent them a present, with a message to the effect that they might plunder such English traders as should come among them. Footnote: Vaudreuil et Bigot conciled the Marine, October 26, 1719. Yet so jealous were the Iroquois of a French fort at Niagara that they sent 3 Seneca chiefs to see what was going on there. The chiefs found a few Frenchmen in a small blockhouse, or loopholed storehouse, which they had just built near Lewiston Heights. The 3 Senecas requested them to demolish it and go away, which the Frenchmen refused to do, on which the Senecas asked the English envoys, Schuyler and Livingston, to induce the governor of New York to destroy the obnoxious building. In short, the 5 nations wavered incessantly between their 2 European neighbors, and changed their minds every day. The skill and perseverance of the French emissaries so far prevailed at last that the Senecas consented to the building of a fort at the mouth of the Niagara, where de Nonville had built one in 1687, and thus that important pass was made tolerably secure. Meanwhile the English of New York, or rather Burnet, their governor, were not idle. Burnet was on ill terms with his assembly, which grudged him all help in serving the province whose interests it was supposed to represent. Burnet's plan was to build a fortified trading house at Oswego, on Lake Ontario, in the belief that the Western Indians, who greatly preferred English goods and English prices, would pass Niagara and bring their furs to the new post. He got leave from the 5 nations to execute his plan, bought canoes, hired men, and built a loopholed house of stone on the site of the present city of Oswego. As the assembly would give no money, Burnet furnished it himself, and though the object was one of the greatest importance to the province, he was never fully repaid. Footnote: I am ashamed to confess that he built the fort at his private expense, and that a balance of above £56 remains due to his estate to this very day. Smith, History of New York, 267, edition 1814. A small garrison for the new post was drawn from the 4 independent companies maintained in the province at the charge of the Crown. The establishment of Oswego greatly alarmed and incensed the French, and a council of war at Quebec resolved to send 2,000 men against it. But Vaudreuil's successor, the Marquis de Beauharnois, learning that the court was not prepared to provoke a war, contented himself with sending a summons to the commanding officer to abandon and demolish the place within a fortnight. Footnote: Memoire de Dupuy, 1728. Dupuy was intendant of Canada. The king approved the conduct of Beauharnois in not using force. Dépêche du Roi, 14 Mai, 1728. To this no attention was given, and as Burnet had foreseen, Oswego became the great center of Indian trade, while Niagara, in spite of its more favorable position, was comparatively slighted by the western tribes. The chief danger rose from the obstinate prejudice of the Assembly, which, in its disputes with the royal governor, would give him neither men nor money to defend the new post. The Canadian authorities, who saw in Oswego an intrusion on their domain and a constant injury and menace, could not attack it without bringing on a war, and therefore tried to persuade the 5 nations to destroy it, an attempt which completely failed. Footnote: When urged by the younger Longueuil to drive off the English from Oswego, the Indians replied, "Drive them off thyself. Chasses les toi-même." Longueuil fills a minister, October 19, 1728. They then established a trading post at Toronto, in the vain hope of stopping the northern tribes on their way to the more profitable English market, and they built 2 armed vessels at Fort Frontenac to control the navigation of Lake Ontario. Meanwhile, in another quarter the French made an advance far more threatening to the English colonies than Oswego was to their own. They had already built a stone fort at Chambly, which covered Montreal from any English attack by way of Lake Champlain. As that lake was the great highway between the rival colonies, the importance of gaining full mastery of it was evident. It was rumored in Canada that the English meant to seize and fortify the place called Scalp Point, Point à la Chevelure, by the French, and Crown Point by the English, where the lake suddenly contracts to the proportions of a river, so that a few cannon would stop the passage. As early as 1726, the French made an attempt to establish themselves on the east side of the lake opposite Crown Point, but were deterred by the opposition of Massachusetts. This eastern shore was, however, claimed not only by Massachusetts, but by her neighbor, New Hampshire, with whom she presently fell into a dispute about the ownership, and, as a writer of the time observes, while they were quarreling for the bone, the French ran away with it. Footnote: Mitchell, Contest in America, 22. At length, in 1731, the French took post on the western side of the lake, and began to entrench themselves at Crown Point, which was within the bounds claimed by New York, but that province, being then engrossed, not only by her chronic dispute with her governor, but by a quarrel with her next neighbor, New Jersey, slighted the danger from the common enemy, and left the French to work their will. It was Saint Luc de la Corne, Lieutenant du Roy at Montreal, who pointed out the necessity of fortifying this place. Footnote: La Corne au Minister, October 15, 1730, in order to anticipate the English, who, as he imagined, were about to do so, a danger which was probably not imminent, since the English colonies, as a whole, could not and would not unite for such a purpose, while the individual provinces were too much absorbed in their own internal affairs and their own jealousies and disputes. To make the attempt, La Corne's suggestion found favor at court, and the governor of Canada was ordered to occupy Crown Point. The Sieur de la Fresnier was sent thither with troops and workmen, and a fort was built, and named Fort Frederick. It contained a massive stone tower, mounted with cannon to command the lake, which is here but a musket shot wide. Thus was established an advanced post of France, a constant menace to New York and New England, both of which denounced it as an outrageous encroachment on British territory, but could not unite to rid themselves of it. Footnote: On the establishment of Crown Point, Beauharnois et Hawquart au Roi, October 10, 1731. Beauharnois et Hawquart au Minister, November 14. 1731. While making this bold push against their neighbors of the south, the French did not forget the west, and towards the middle of the century they had occupied points controlling all the chief waterways between Canada and Louisiana. Niagara held the passage from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie. Detroit closed the entrance to Lake Huron, and Michilimackinac guarded the point where Lake Huron is joined by Lakes Michigan and Superior, while the fort called La Bay, at the head of Green Bay, stopped the way to the Mississippi by Marquette's old route of Fox River and the Wisconsin. Another route to the Mississippi was controlled by a post on the Maumee to watch the carrying place between that river and the Wabash, and by another on the Wabash where Vincennes now stands. La Salle's route, by way of the Kankakee and the Illinois, was barred by a fort on the St. Joseph, and even if, in spite of these obstructions, an enemy should reach the Mississippi by any of its northern affluents, the cannon of Fort Chartres would prevent him from descending it. These various western forts, except Fort Chartres and Fort Niagara, which were afterwards rebuilt, the one in stone and the other in earth, were stockades of no strength against cannon. Slight as they were, their establishment was costly, and as the king, to whom Canada was a yearly loss, grudged every franc spent upon it, means were contrived to make them self-supporting. Each of them was a station of the fur trade, and the position of most of them had been determined more or less with a view to that traffic. Hence they had no slight commercial value. In some of them the Crown itself carried on trade through agents who usually secured a lion's share of the profits. Others were farmed out to merchants at a fixed sum. In others, again, the commanding officer was permitted to trade on condition of maintaining the post, paying the soldiers, and supporting a missionary, while in one case, at least, he was subjected to similar obligations, though not permitted to trade himself, but only to sell trading licenses to merchants. These methods of keeping up forts and garrisons were of course open to prodigious abuses, and roused endless jealousies and rivalries. France had now occupied the valley of the Mississippi, and joined with loose and uncertain links her two colonies of Canada and Louisiana. But the strength of her hold on these regions of unkempt savagery bore no proportion to the vastness of her claims, or the growing power of the rivals who were soon to contest them. Footnote: On the claim of France that all North America, except the Spanish colonies of Mexico and Florida, belonged to her, see Appendix A. Chapter 18. 1744-1745. A mad scheme. War of the Austrian Succession. The French seize Canzo and attack Annapolis. Plan of reprisal. William Vaughan. Governor Shirley. He advises an attack on Louisbourg. The Assembly refuses, but at last consents. Preparation. William Pepperell. George Whitefield. Parson Moody. The soldiers. The Provincial Navy. Commodore Warren. Shirley as an amateur soldier. The fleet sails. The Peace of Utrecht left unsettled the perilous questions of boundary between the rival powers in North America, and they grew more perilous every day. Yet the quarrel was not yet quite ripe, and though the French governor, Vaudreuil, and perhaps also his successor, Beauharnois, seemed willing to precipitate it, the courts of London and Versailles still hesitated to appeal to the sword. Now, as before, it was a European, and not an American, quarrel that was to set the world on fire. The War of the Austrian Succession broke out in 1744. When Frederick of Prussia seized Silesia and began that bloody conflict, it meant that packs of howling savages would again spread fire and carnage along the New England border. News of the declaration of war reached Louisbourg some weeks before it reached Boston, and the French military governor, de Quesnel, thought he saw an opportunity to strike an unexpected blow for the profit of France and his own great honor. One of the French inhabitants of Louisbourg has left us a short sketch of de Quesnel, whom he calls capricious, of an uncertain temper, inclined to drink, and when in his cups either reasonable nor civil. Footnote: Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg contenant en relation exacte et circonstancie de la prise de l'Isle Royale par les Anglais. He adds that the governor had offended nearly every officer in the garrison, and denounces him as the chief cause of our disasters. When de Quesnel heard of the declaration of war, his first thought was to strike some blow before the English were warned. The fishing station of Canzo was a tempting prize, being a near and an inconvenient neighbor, at the southern end of the Strait of Canzo, which separates the Acadian peninsula from the island of Cape Breton, or Isle Royale, of which Louisbourg was the place of strength. Nothing was easier than to seize Canzo, which had no defense but a wooden redoubt built by the fishermen, and occupied by about 80 Englishmen thinking no danger. Early in May, de Quesnel sent Captain de Vivier against it, with 600, or, as the English say, 900 soldiers and sailors, escorted by 2 small armed vessels. The English surrendered, on condition of being sent to Boston, and the miserable hamlet, with its wooden citadel, was burned to the ground. Thus far successful, the governor addressed himself to the capture of Annapolis, which meant the capture of all Acadia. De Vivier was again appointed to the command. His heart was in the work, for he was a descendant of La Tour, feudal claimant of Acadia in the preceding century. 4 officers and 90 regular troops were given him. Footnote: Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg, and from 300 to 400 Micmac and Maasai Indians joined him on the way. The Micmacs, under command, it is said, of their missionary, Le Loutre, had already tried to surprise the English fort, but had only succeeded in killing 2 unarmed stragglers in the adjacent garden. Footnote: Mascarene to the besiegers, July 3, 1744. De Quesnel had written to all the missionaries: D'engager les sauvages à faire quelque coup important sur le fort. Annapolis. De Quesnel à Beauharnois, 1 Juin, 1744. Annapolis, from the neglect and indifference of the British ministry, was still in such a state of dilapidation that its sandy ramparts were crumbling into the ditches, and the cows of the garrison walked over them at their pleasure. It was held by about 100 effective men under Major Mascarene, a French Protestant whose family had been driven into exile by the persecutions that followed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. Shirley, governor of Massachusetts, sent him a small reinforcement of militia, but as most of these came without arms, and as Mascarene had few or none to give them, they proved of doubtful value. De Vivier and his followers, white and red, appeared before the fort in August, made their camp behind the ridge of a hill that overlooked it, and marched towards the rampart. But being met by a discharge of cannon shot, they gave up all thoughts of an immediate assault, began a fusillade under cover of darkness, and kept the garrison on the alert all night. Duvivier had looked for help from the Acadians of the neighboring village, who were French in blood, faith, and inclination. They would not join him openly, fearing the consequences if his attack should fail, but they did what they could without committing themselves, and made 150 scaling ladders for the besiegers. Duvivier now returned to his first plan of an assault, which, if made with vigor, could hardly have failed. Before attempting it, he sent Mascarene a flag of truce to tell him that he hourly expected 2 powerful armed ships from Louisbourg, besides a reinforcement of 250 regulars, with cannon, mortars, and other enginery of war. At the same time he proposed favorable terms of capitulation, not to take effect till the French warships should have appeared. Mascarene refused all terms, saying that when he saw the French ships, he would consider what to do, and meanwhile would defend himself as he could. The expected ships were the Ardent and the Caribou, then at Louisbourg. A French writer says that when de Quesnel directed their captains to sail for Annapolis and aid in its capture, they refused, saying that they had no orders from the court. Footnote: Etter d'un habitant de Louisbourg. Duvivier protracted the parley with Mascarene, and waited in vain for the promised succor. At length the truce was broken off, and the garrison, who had profited by it to get rest and sleep, greeted the renewal of hostilities with 3 cheers. Now followed 3 weeks of desultory attacks. But there was no assault, though Duvivier had boasted that he had the means of making a successful one. He waited for the ships which did not come, and kept the Acadians at work in making ladders and fire arrows. At length, instead of aid from Louisbourg, 2 small vessels appeared from Boston, bringing Mascarene a reinforcement of 50 Indian Rangers. This discouraged the besiegers, and towards the end of September they suddenly decamped and vanished. The expedition was a failure, writes the habitant de Louisbourg. Though one might have bet everything on its success, so small was the force that the enemy had to resist us. This writer thinks that the seizure of Canseau and the attack of Annapolis were sources of dire calamity to the French. Perhaps, he says, the English would have let us alone if we had not first insulted them. It was the interest of the people of New England to live at peace with us, and they would no doubt have done so, if we had not taken it into our heads to waken them from their security. They expected that both parties would merely stand on the defensive, without taking part in this cruel war that has set Europe in a blaze. Whatever might otherwise have been the disposition of the Bastonnais, or New England people, the attacks on Canseau and Annapolis alarmed and exasperated them, and engendered in some heated brains a project of wild audacity. This was no less than the capture of Louisbourg, reputed the strongest fortress, French or British, in North America, with the possible exception of Quebec, which owed its chief strength to nature and not to art. Louisbourg was a standing menace to all the northern British colonies. It was the only French naval station on the continent, and was such a haunt of privateers that it was called the American Dunkirk. It commanded the chief entrance of Canada, and threatened to ruin the fisheries, which were nearly as vital to New England as was the fur trade to New France. The French government had spent 25 years in fortifying it, and the cost of its powerful defenses, constructed after the system of Vauban, was reckoned at 30 million livres. This was the fortress which William Vaughan of Damariscotta advised Governor Shirley to attack with 1,500 raw New England militia. Footnote: Smollett says that the proposal came from Robert Auchmuty, Judge of Admiralty in Massachusetts. Hutchinson, Douglas, Belknap, and other well-informed writers ascribed the scheme to Vaughan, while Pepperell says that it originated with Colonel John Bradstreet. In the Public Record Office there is a letter from Bradstreet, written in 1753, but without address, in which he declares that he not only planned the siege, but was the principal person in conducting it. Assertions which may pass for what they are worth, Bradstreet being much given to self-assertion. Vaughan was born at Portsmouth in 1703, and graduated at Harvard College 19 years later. His father, also a graduate of Harvard, was for a time lieutenant governor of New Hampshire. Soon after leaving college, the younger Vaughan, a youth of restless and impetuous activity, established a fishing station on the island of Matinicus, off the coast of Maine, and afterwards became the owner of most of the land on both sides of the little river Damariscotta, where he built a garrison house, or wooden fort, established a considerable settlement, and carried on an extensive trade in fish and timber. He passed for a man of ability and force, but was accused of a headstrong rashness, a self-confidence that hesitated at nothing, and a harebrained contempt of every obstacle in his way. Once, having fitted out a number of small vessels at Portsmouth for his fishing at Matinicus, he named a time for sailing. It was a gusty and boisterous March day, the sea was rough, and old sailors told him that such craft could not carry sail. Vaughan would not listen, but went on board and ordered his men to follow. One vessel was wrecked at the mouth of the river, the rest, after severe buffeting, came safe, with their owner, to Matinicus. Being interested in the fisheries, Vaughan was doubly hostile to Louisbourg, their worst enemy. He found a willing listener in the governor, William Shirley. Shirley was an English barrister who had come to Massachusetts in 1731 to practice his profession and seek his fortune. After filling various offices with credit, he was made governor of the province in 1741, and had discharged his duties with both tact and talent. He was able, sanguine, and a sincere well-wisher to the province, though gnawed by an insatiable hunger for distinction. He thought himself a born strategist, and was possessed by a propensity for contriving military operations, which finally cost him dear. Vaughan, who knew something of Louisbourg, told him that in winter the snowdrifts were often banked so high against the rampart that it could be mounted readily, if the assailants could but time their arrival at the right moment. This was not easy, as that rocky and tempestuous coast was often made inaccessible by fogs and surf. Shirley therefore preferred a plan of his own contriving. But nothing could be done without first persuading his assembly to consent. On the 9th of January the General Court of Massachusetts, a convention of grave city merchants and solemn rustics from the country villages, was astonished by a message from the governor to the effect that he had a communication to make, so critical that he wished the whole body to swear secrecy. The request was novel, but being then on good terms with Shirley, the representatives consented, and took the oath. Then, to their amazement, the governor invited them to undertake forthwith the reduction of Louisbourg. The idea of an attack on that redoubtable fortress was not new. Since the autumn, proposals had been heard to petition the British ministry to make the attempt, under a promise that the colonies would give their best aid. But that Massachusetts should venture it alone, or with such doubtful help as her neighbors might give, at her own charge and risk, though already insolvent, without the approval or consent of the ministry, and without experienced officers or trained soldiers, was a startling suggestion to the sober-minded legislators of the General Court. They listened, however, with respect to the governor's reasons, and appointed a committee of the two houses to consider them. The committee deliberated for several days, and then made a report adverse to the plan, as was also the vote of the court. Meanwhile, in spite of the oath, the secret had escaped. It is said that a country member, more pious than discreet, prayed so loud and fervently, at his lodgings, for light to guide him on the momentous question, that his words were overheard, and the mystery of the closed doors was revealed. The news flew through the town, and soon spread through all the province. After his defeat in the assembly, Shirley returned, vexed and disappointed, to his house in Roxbury. A few days later, James Gibson, a Boston merchant, says that he saw him walking slowly down King Street, with his head bowed down, as if in a deep study. He entered my counting room, pursues the merchant, and abruptly said, "Gibson, do you feel like giving up the expedition to Louisbourg?" Gibson replied that he wished the House would reconsider their vote. "You are the very man I want!" exclaimed the governor. Footnote: Gibson, Journal of the Siege of Louisbourg. They then drew up a petition for reconsideration, which Gibson signed, promising to get also the signatures of merchants, not only of Boston, but of Salem, Marblehead, and other towns along the coast. In this he was completely successful, as all New England merchants looked on Louisbourg as an arch-enemy. The petition was presented, and the question came again before the Assembly. There had been much intercourse between Boston and Louisbourg, which had largely depended on New England for provisions. Footnote: Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg. The captured militiamen of Canzo, who, after some delay, had been sent to Boston, according to the terms of surrender, had used their opportunities to the utmost, and could give Shirley much information concerning the fortress. It was reported that the garrison was mutinous, and that provisions were fallen short, so that the place could not hold out without supplies from France. These, however, could be cut off only by blockading the harbor with a stronger naval force than all the colonies together could supply. The Assembly had before reached the reasonable conclusion that the capture of Louisbourg was beyond the strength of Massachusetts, and that the only course was to ask the help of the mother country. Footnote: Report of Council, January 12, 1745. The reports of mutiny, it was urged, could not be depended on. Raw militia in the open field were no match for disciplined troops behind ramparts. The expense would be enormous, and the credit of the province, already sunk low, would collapse under it. We should fail, and instead of sympathy, get nothing but ridicule. Such were the arguments of the opposition, to which there was little to answer, except that if Massachusetts waited for help from England, Louisbourg would be reinforced and the golden opportunity lost. The impetuous and irrepressible Vaughan put forth all his energy. The plan was carried by a single vote. And even this result was said to be due to the accident of a member in opposition falling and breaking a leg as he was hastening to the House. The die was cast, and now doubt and hesitation vanished. All alike set themselves to push on the work. Shirley wrote to all the colonies, as far south as Pennsylvania, to ask for cooperation. All excused themselves except Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, and the whole burden fell on the 4 New England colonies. These, and Massachusetts above all, blazed with pious zeal, for as the enterprise was directed against Roman Catholics, it was supposed in a peculiar manner to commend itself to heaven. There were prayers without ceasing in churches and families, and all was ardor, energy, and confidence, while the other colonies looked on with distrust, dashed with derision. When Benjamin Franklin, in Philadelphia, heard what was afoot, he wrote to his brother in Boston, "Fortified towns are hard nuts to crack, and your teeth are not accustomed to it, but some seem to think that forts are as easy taken as snuff." Footnote: Sparks, Works of Franklin, 7:16. It has been said of Franklin that while he represented some of the New England qualities, he had no part in that enthusiasm of which our own time saw a crowning example when the cannon opened at Fort Sumter, and which pushes to its end without reckoning chances, counting costs, or heeding the scoffs of ill-wishers. The prevailing hope and faith were, it is true, born largely of ignorance, aided by the contagious zeal of those who first broached the project, for as usual in such cases, a few individuals supplied the initiate force of the enterprise. Vaughan the Indefatigable wrote express to Portsmouth with a letter from Shirley to Benning Wentworth, Governor of New Hampshire. That pompous and self-important personage admired the Massachusetts governor, who far surpassed him in talents and acquirements, and who at the same time knew how to soothe his vanity. Wentworth was ready to do his part, but his province had no money, and the king had ordered him to permit the issue of no more paper currency. The same prohibition had been laid upon Shirley, but he, with sagacious forecast, had persuaded his masters to relent so far as to permit the issue of £50,000 in what were called bills of credit to meet any pressing exigency of war. He told this to Wentworth, and succeeded in convincing him that his province might stretch her credit like Massachusetts, in case of similar military need. New Hampshire was thus enabled to raise a regiment of 500 men out of her scanty population, with the condition that 150 of them should be paid and fed by Massachusetts. Footnote: Correspondence of Shirley and Wentworth, in Belknap Papers, Provincial Papers of New Hampshire v. Shirley was less fortunate in Rhode Island. The governor of that little colony called Massachusetts our avowed enemy, always trying to defame us. Footnote: Governor Wanton to the agent of Rhode Island, December 20, 1745, in Colony Records of Rhode Island v. There was a grudge between the neighbors, due partly to notorious ill-treatment by the Massachusetts Puritans of Roger Williams, founder of Rhode Island, and partly to one of those boundary disputes which often produced ill blood among the colonies. The representatives of Rhode Island, forgetting past differences, voted to raise 150 men for the expedition, till, learning that the project was neither ordered nor approved by the home government, they prudently reconsidered their action. They voted, however, that the colony sloop, Tartar, carrying 14 cannon and 12 swivels, should be equipped and manned for the service, and that the governor should be instructed to find and commission a captain and a lieutenant to command her. Footnote: Colony Records of Rhode Island, v. February 1745. Connecticut promised 516 men and officers, on condition that Roger Walcott, their commander, should have the second rank in the expedition. Shirley accordingly commissioned him as Major General. As Massachusetts was to supply above 3,000 men, or more than 3/4 of the whole force, she had a natural right to name a commander-in-chief. It was not easy to choose one. The colony had been at peace for 20 years, and except some grizzled Indian fighters of the last war, and some survivors of the Carthagena expedition, nobody had seen service. Few knew well what a fortress was, and nobody knew how to attack one. Courage, energy, good sense, and popularity were the best qualities to be hoped for in the leader. Popularity was indispensable, for the soldiers were all to be volunteers, and they would not enlist under a commander whom they did not like. Shirley's choice was William Pepperell, a merchant of Kittery. Knowing that Benning Wentworth thought himself the man for the place, he made an effort to placate him, and wrote that he would gladly have given him the chief command, but for his gouty legs. Wentworth took fire at the suggestion, forgot his gout, and declared himself ready to serve his country and assume the burden of command. The position was awkward, and Shirley was forced to reply, "On communicating your offer to 2 or 3 gentlemen in whose judgment I most confide, I found them clearly of opinion that any alteration of the present command would be attended with great risk, both with respect to our assembly and the soldiers being entirely disgusted." Footnote: Shirley to Wentworth, February 16, 1745. The painter Smibert has left us a portrait of Pepperell, a good bourgeois face, not without dignity, though with no suggestion of the soldier. His spacious house at Kittery Point still stands, sound and firm, though curtailed in some of its proportions. Not far distant is another noted relic of colonial times, the not less spacious mansion built by the disappointed Wentworth at Little Harbor. I write these lines at a window of this curious old house, and before me spreads the scene familiar to Pepperell from childhood. Here the river Piscataqua widens to join the sea, holding in its gaping mouth the large island of Newcastle, with attendant groups of islets and island rocks, battered with the rack of ages, studded with dwarf savans, or half clad with patches of whortleberry bushes, sumac, and the shining wax myrtle, green in summer, red with the touch of October. The flood tide pours strong and full around them, only to ebb away and lay bare a desolation of rocks and stones buried in a shock of brown-drenched seaweed, broad tracts of glistening mud, sandbanks black with mussel-beds, and half-submerged meadows of eelgrass, with myriads of minute shellfish clinging to its long lank tresses. Beyond all these lies the main, or northern channel, more than deep enough, even when the tide is out, to float a line of battleship. On its farther bank stands the old house of the Pepperells, wearing even now an air of dingy respectability. Looking through its small, quaint window panes, one could see across the water the rude dwellings of fishermen along the shore of Newcastle, and the neglected earthwork called Fort William and Mary, that feebly guarded the river's mouth. In front, the Piscataqua, curving southward, widened to meet the Atlantic between rocky headlands and foaming reefs, and in dim distance the Isles of Shoals seemed floating on the pale gray sea. Behind the Pepperell house was a garden, probably more useful than ornamental, and at the foot of it were the owner's wharves, with storehouses for saltfish, naval stores, and imported goods for the country trade. Pepperell was the son of a Welshman, footnote, a native of Ravistock parish in Wales. Parsons' Life of Pepperell. Mrs. Adelaide Silly Waldron, a descendant of Pepperell, assures me, however, that his father, the emigrant, came, not from Wales, but from Devonshire, who migrated in early life to the Isles of Shoals, and thence to Kittery, where by trade, shipbuilding, and the fisheries, he made a fortune, most of which he left to his son William. The young Pepperell learned what little was taught at the village school, supplemented by a private tutor, whose instructions, however, did not perfect him in English grammar. In the eyes of his self-made father, education was valuable only so far as it could make a successful trader, and on this point he had reason to be satisfied, as his son passed for many years as the chief merchant in New England. He dealt in ships, timber, naval stores, fish, and miscellaneous goods brought from England, and he also greatly prospered by successful land purchases, becoming owner of the greater part of the growing towns of Saco and Scarborough. When scarcely 21, he was made Justice of the Peace, on which he ordered from London what his biographer calls a law library, consisting of a law dictionary, Danvers' Abridgment of the Common Law, the Complete Solicitor, and several other books. In law as in war, his best qualities were good sense and good will. About the time when he was made a justice, he was commissioned captain of militia, then major, then lieutenant colonel, and at last colonel, commanding all the militia of Maine. The town of Kittery chose him to represent her in the general court, Maine being then a part of Massachusetts. Finally, he was made a member of the Governor's Council, a post which he held for 32 years, during 18 of which he was president of the board. These civil dignities served him as educators better than tutor or village school, for they brought him into close contact with the chief men of the province, and in the Massachusetts of that time, so different from our own, the best education and breeding were found in the official class. At once a provincial magnate, and the great man of a small rustic village, his manners are said to have answered to both positions. Certainly they were such as to make him popular. But whatever he became as a man, he learned nothing to fit him to command an army and lay siege to Louisbourg. Perhaps he felt this, and thought, with the governor of Rhode Island, that the attempt to reduce that prodigiously strong town was too much for New England, which had not one officer of experience, nor even an engineer. Footnote: Governor Wanton to the agent of Rhode Island in London, December 20, 1745. Moreover, he was unwilling to leave his wife, children, and business. He was of a religious turn of mind, and partial to the clergy, who, on their part, held him in high favor. One of them, the famous preacher, George Whitefield, was a guest at his house when he heard that Shirley had appointed him to command the expedition against Louisbourg. Whitefield had been the leading spirit in the recent religious fermentation called the Great Awakening, which, though it produced bitter quarrels among the ministers, besides other undesirable results, was imagined by many to make for righteousness. So thought the Reverend Thomas Prince, who mourned over the subsiding delirium of his flock as a sign of backsliding. "The heavenly shower was over," he sadly exclaims. "From fighting the devil they must turn to fighting the French." Pepperrell, always inclined to the clergy, and now in great perplexity and doubt, asked his guest Whitefield whether or not he had better accept the command. Whitefield gave him cold comfort, told him that the enterprise was not very promising, and that if he undertook it, he must do so with a single eye, prepared for obloquy if he failed, and envy if he succeeded. Footnote: Parsons, Life of Pepperrell, 51. Henry Sherburne, commissary of the New Hampshire regiment, begged Whitefield to furnish a motto for the flag. The preacher, who, zealot as he was, seemed unwilling to mix himself with so madcap a business, hesitated at first, but at length consented, and suggested the words, Nil desperandum Christo Duce, which, being adopted, gave the enterprise the air of a crusade. It had, in fact, something of the character of one. The cause was imagined to be the cause of heaven, crowned with celestial benediction. It had the fervent support of the ministers, not only by prayers and sermons, but in one case, by counsels wholly temporal. A certain pastor, much esteemed for benevolence, proposed to Pepperrell, who had at last accepted the command, a plan, unknown to Vauban, for confounding the devices of the enemy. He advised that two trustworthy persons should cautiously walk together along the front of the French ramparts under cover of night, one of them carrying a mallet, with which he was to hammer the ground at short intervals. The French sentinels, it seems to have been supposed, on hearing this mysterious thumping, would be so bewildered as to give no alarm. While one of the two partners was thus employed, the other was to lay his ear to the ground, which, as the adviser thought, would return a hollow sound if the artful foe had dug a mine under it, and whenever such secret danger was detected, a mark was to be set on the spot, to warn off the soldiers. Footnote: Belknap, Hist. New Hampshire 2. 208. Equally zealous, after another fashion, was the Reverend Samuel Moody, popularly known as Father Moody, or Parson Moody, minister of York and senior chaplain of the expedition. Though about 70 years old, he was amazingly tough and sturdy. He still lives in the traditions of York as the spiritual despot of the settlement, and the uncompromising guardian of its manners and doctrine, predominating over it like a rough little village pope. The comparison would have kindled his burning wrath, for he abhorred the Holy Father as an embodied Antichrist. Many are the stories told of him by the descendants of those who lived under his rod, and sometimes felt its weight, for he was known to have corrected offending parishioners with his cane. Footnote: Tradition told me at York by Mr. N. Marshall, when some one of his flock, nettled by his strictures from the pulpit, walked in dudgeon towards the church door, Moody would shout after him, "Come back, you graceless sinner, come back!" Or if any ventured to the alehouse of a Saturday night, the strenuous pastor would go in after them, collar them, drag them out, and send them home with rousing admonition. Footnote: Lecture of Ralph Waldo Emerson, quoted by Cabot, Memoir of Emerson, I. 10. Few dared gainsay him, by reason both of his irritable temper and of the thick-skinned insensibility that encased him like armor of proof. And while his pachydermatous nature made him invulnerable as a rhinoceros, he had at the same time a rough and ready humor that supplied keen weapons for the warfare of words and made him a formidable antagonist. This commended him to the rude borderers, who also relished the sulphurous theology of their spiritual dictator, just as they liked the raw and fiery liquors that would have scorched more susceptible stomachs. What they did not like was the pitiless length of his prayers, which sometimes kept them a foot above 2 hours shivering in the polar cold of the unheated meeting-house, and which were followed by sermons of equal endurance, for the old man's lungs were of brass, and his nerves of hammered iron. Some of the sufferers ventured to remonstrate, but this only exasperated him, till one parishioner, more worldly wise than the rest, accompanied his modest petition for mercy with the gift of a barrel of cider, after which the parson's ministrations were perceptibly less exhausting than before. He had an irrepressible conscience and a highly aggressive sense of duty, which made him an intolerable meddler in the affairs of other people, and which, joined to an underlying kindness of heart, made him so indiscreet in his charities that his wife and children were often driven to vain protest against the excesses of his almsgiving. The old Puritan fanaticism was rampant in him, and when he sailed for Louisbourg, he took with him an axe, intended, as he said, to hew down the altars of Antichrist and demolish his idols. Footnote: Moody found sympathizers in his iconoclastic zeal. Deacon John Gray of Biddeford wrote to Pepperell, "Oh, that I could be with you and dear Parson Moody in that church, at Louisbourg, to destroy the images there set up, and hear the true gospel of our Lord and Savior there preached." Shirley's choice of a commander was perhaps the best that could have been made, for Pepperell joined to an unusual popularity, as little military incompetency as anybody else who could be had. Popularity, we have seen, was indispensable, and even company officers were appointed with an eye to it. Many of these were well-known men in rustic neighborhoods, who had raised companies in the hope of being commissioned to command them. Others were militia officers recruiting under orders of the governor. Thus, John Storer, major in the Maine militia, raised in a single day, it is said, a company of 61, the eldest being 60 years old, and the youngest 16. Footnote: Born, Hist, of Wells and Kennebunk, 371. They formed about a quarter of the fencible population of the town of Wells, one of the most exposed places on the border. Volunteers offered themselves readily everywhere, though the pay was meager, especially in Maine and Massachusetts, where in the new provincial currency it was 25 shillings a month, then equal to 14 shillings sterling, or less than 6 pence a day. Footnote: Gibson, Journal. Records of Rhode Island, v. Governor Wanton, of that province, says, with complacency, that the pay of Rhode Island was twice that of Massachusetts, the soldier furnishing his own clothing and bringing his own gun. A full third of the Massachusetts contingent, or more than 1,000 men, are reported to have come from the hardy population of Maine, whose entire fighting force, as shown by the muster rolls, was then but 2,855. Footnote: Parsons, Life of Pepperell, 54. Perhaps there was not one officer among them whose experience of war extended beyond a drill on muster day and the sham fight that closed the performance, when it generally happened that the rustic warriors were treated with rum at the charge of their captain, to put them in good humor, and so induce them to obey the word of command. As the 3 provinces contributing soldiers recognized no common authority nearer than the king, Pepperrell received 3 several commissions as lieutenant general, one from the governor of Massachusetts, and the others from the governors of Connecticut and New Hampshire, while Walcott, commander of the Connecticut forces, was commissioned as major general by both the governor of his own province and that of Massachusetts. When the levies were complete, it was found that Massachusetts had contributed about 3,300 men, Connecticut 516, and New Hampshire 304 in her own pay, besides 150 paid by her wealthier neighbor. Footnote: of the Massachusetts contingent, 300 men were raised and maintained at the charge of the merchant James Gibson. Rhode Island had lost faith and disbanded her 150 men, but afterwards raised them again, though too late to take part in the siege. Each of the 4 New England colonies had a little navy of its own, consisting of from 1 to 3 or 4 small armed vessels, and as privateering, which was sometimes a euphemism for piracy where Frenchmen and Spaniards were concerned, a favorite occupation, it was possible to extemporize an additional force in case of need. For a naval commander, Shirley chose Captain Edward Tyng, who had signalized himself in the past summer by capturing a French privateer of greater strength than his own. Shirley authorized him to buy for the province the best ship he could find, equip her for fighting, and take command of her. Tyng soon found a brig to his mind, on the stocks nearly ready for launching. She was rapidly fitted for her new destination, converted into a frigate, mounted with 24 guns, and named the Massachusetts. The rest of the naval force consisted of the ship Caesar, of 20 guns, a vessel called the Shirley, commanded by Captain Rouse, and also carrying 20 guns, another, of the kind called the Snow, carrying 16 guns, one sloop of 12 guns, and 2 of 8 guns each, the Boston Packet, of 16 guns, 2 sloops from Connecticut of 16 guns each, a privateer hired in Rhode Island, of 20 guns, the government sloop, Tartar, of the same colony, carrying 14 carriage guns and 12 swivels, and finally the sloop of 14 guns which formed the Navy of New Hampshire. Footnote: the list is given by Williamson 227. It was said, with apparent reason, that 1 or 2 heavy French ships of war, and a number of such was expected in the spring, would outmatch the whole colonial squadron, and, after mastering it, would hold all the transports at mercy, so that the troops on shore, having no means of return and no hope of succor, would be forced to surrender or starve. The danger was real and serious, and Shirley felt the necessity of help from a few British ships of war. Commodore Peter Warren was then with a small squadron at Antigua. Shirley sent an express boat to him with a letter stating the situation and asking his aid. Warren, who had married an American woman and who owned large tracts of land on the Mohawk, was known to be a warm friend to the provinces. It is clear that he would gladly have complied with Shirley's request, but when he laid the question before a council of officers, they were of one mind that without orders from the Admiralty he would not be justified in supporting an attempt made without the approval of the king. Footnote: Memoirs of the Principal Transactions of the Last War, 44. He therefore saw no choice but to decline. Shirley, fearing that his refusal would be too discouraging, kept it secret from all but Pepperrell and General Walcott, or, as others say, Brigadier Waldo. He had written to the Duke of Newcastle in the preceding autumn that Acadia and the fisheries were in great danger, and that ships of war were needed for their protection. On this, the Duke had written to Warren, ordering him to sail for Boston and concert measures with Shirley for the annoyance of the enemy, and His Majesty's service in North America. Footnote: Ibid 46. Letters of Shirley, Public Record Office. Newcastle's letter reached Warren only 2 or 3 days after he had sent back his refusal of Shirley's request. Thinking himself now sufficiently authorized to give the desired aid, he made all sail for Boston with his 3 ships, the Superbe Mermaid and Launceston, On the way he met a schooner from Boston, and learned from its officers that the expedition had already sailed, on which, detaining the master as a pilot, he changed his course and made directly for Quanzhou, the place of rendezvous of the expedition, and at the same time sent orders by the schooner that any king's ships that might arrive at Boston should immediately join him. Within 7 weeks after Shirley issued his proclamation for volunteers, the preparations were all made, and the unique armament was afloat. Transports, such as they were, could be had in abundance, for the harbors of Salem and Marblehead were full of fishing vessels thrown out of employment by the war. These were hired and insured by the province for the security of the owners. There was a great dearth of cannon. The few that could be had were too light, the heaviest being of 22-pound caliber. New York lent 10 18-pounders to the expedition, but the adventurers looked to the French for their chief supply. A detached work near Louisbourg, called the Grand, or Royal, Battery, was known to be armed with 30 heavy pieces, and these it was proposed to capture and turn against the town, which, as Hutchinson remarks, was like selling the skin of the bear before catching him. It was clear that the expedition must run for luck against risks of all kinds. Those whose hopes were highest based them on a belief in the special and direct interposition of Providence. Others were sanguine through ignorance and provincial self-conceit. As soon as the troops were embarked, Shirley wrote to the ministers of what was going on, telling them that, accidents apart, 4,000 New England men would land on Cape Breton in April, and that, even should they fail to capture Louisbourg, he would answer for it that they would lay the town in ruins, retake Quanzhou, do other good service to His Majesty, and then come safe home. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, March 24, 1745. The ministry was not wholly unprepared for this announcement, as Shirley had before reported to it the vote of his assembly consenting to the expedition. Shirley to Newcastle, February 1, 1745. On receiving this communication, the government resolved to aid the enterprise if there should yet be time, and accordingly ordered several ships of war to sail for Louisbourg. The sarcastic Dr. Douglas, then living at Boston, writes that the expedition had a lawyer for contriver, a merchant for general, and farmers, fishermen, and mechanics for soldiers. In fact, it had something of the character of broad farce, to which Shirley himself, with all his ability and general good sense, was a chief contributor. He wrote to the Duke of Newcastle that though the officers had no experience and the men no discipline, he would take care to provide against these defects, meaning that he would give exact directions how to take Louisbourg. Accordingly, he drew up copious instructions to that effect. These seem to have undergone a process of evolution, for several distinct drafts of them are preserved. Footnote: the first draft of Shirley's instructions for taking Louisbourg is in the large manuscript volume entitled Siege of Louisbourg, in the library of the Massachusetts Historical Society. The document is called Memo for the attacking of Louisbourg this spring by surprise. After giving minute instructions for every movement, it goes on to say that, as the surprise may possibly fail, it will be necessary to send 2 small mortars and 12 cannon carrying 9-pound balls, so as to bombard them and endeavor to make breaches in their walls and then to storm them. Shirley was soon to discover the absurdity of trying to breach the walls of Louisbourg with 9-pounders. The complete and final one is among the Pepperell papers, copied entire in the neat commercial hand of the general himself. Footnote: it is printed in the first volume of the collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society. Shirley was so well pleased with it that he sent it to the Duke of Newcastle enclosed in his letter of February 1, 1745, Public Record Office. It seems to assume that Providence would work a continued miracle, and on every occasion supply the expedition with weather precisely suited to its wants. It is thought, says this singular document, that Louisbourg may be surprised if they, the French, have no advice of your coming. To effect it you must time your arrival about 9 of the clock in the evening, taking care that the fleet be far enough in the offing to prevent their being seen from the town in the daytime. He then goes on to prescribe how the troops are to land, after dark, at a place called Flat Point Cove, in 4 divisions, 3 of which are to march to the back of certain hills 1.5 miles west of the town, where 2 of the 3 are to halt and keep a profound silence. The third continuing its march. under cover of the said hills, till it comes opposite the Grand Battery, which it will attack at a concerted signal, while one of the two divisions behind the hills assaults the west gate, and the other moves up to support the attack. While this is going on, the soldiers of the 4th Division are to march with all speed along the shore till they come to a certain part of the town wall, which they are to scale, then proceed, as fast as can be, to the citadel and secure the windows of the governor's apartments. After this follow page after page of complicated details which must have stricken the general with stupefaction. The rocks, surf, fogs, and gales of that tempestuous coast are all left out of the account, and so, too, is the nature of the country, which consists of deep marshes, rocky hills, and hollows choked with evergreen thickets. Yet a series of complex and mutually dependent operations, involving long marches through this rugged and pathless region, was to be accomplished, in the darkness of one April night, by raw soldiers who knew nothing of the country. This rare specimen of amateur soldiering is redeemed in some measure by a postscript in which the governor sets free the hands of the general, thus: "Notwithstanding the instructions you have received from me, I must leave you to act, upon unforeseen emergencies, according to your best discretion." On the 24th of March, the fleet, consisting of about 90 transports, escorted by the provincial cruisers, sailed from Nantucket roads, followed by prayers and benedictions, and also by toasts drunk with cheers, in bumpers of rum punch. Footnote: the following letter from John Payne of Boston to Colonel Robert Hale, of the Essex Regiment, while it gives no sign of the prevailing religious feeling, illustrates the ardor of the New England people towards their rash adventure. Boston, April 24, 1745. Sir, I hope this will find you at Louisbourg with a bowl of punch, a pipe, and A.P. KFC, DS in your hand, and whatever else you desire. I had forgot to mention a pretty French mademoiselle. We are very impatiently expecting to hear from you. Your friend Luke has lost several beaver hats already concerning the expedition. He is so very zealous about it that he has turned poor Boudier out of his house for saying he believed you would not take the place. Damn his blood, says Luke, let him be an Englishman, or a Frenchman, and not pretend to be an Englishman when he is a Frenchman in his heart. If drinking to your success would take Cape Breton, you must be in possession of it now, for it's a standing toast. I think the least thing you military gentlemen can do is to send us some arrack when you take ye place to celebrate your victory, and not to force us to do it in rum punch or Luke's bad wine or sour cider. To Colonel Robert Hale at, or near, Louisbourg. I am indebted for a copy of this curious letter to Robert Hale Bancroft, Esq., a descendant of Colonel Hale. Chapter 19. 1745. Louisbourg besieged. Seth Pomeroy. The voyage. Canso. Unexpected succors. Delays. Louisbourg. The landing. The Grand Battery taken. French cannon turned on the town. Weakness of Dutchman. Sufferings of the besiegers. Their hardihood. Their irregular proceedings. Joseph Sherburne. Amateur gunnery. Camp frolics. Sectarian zeal. Perplexities of Pepperell. On board one of the transports was Seth Pomeroy, gunsmith at Northampton, and now major of Willard's Massachusetts regiment. He had a turn for soldiering, and fought, 10 years later, in the Battle of Lake George. Again, 20 years later still, when Northampton was astir with rumors of war from Boston, he borrowed a neighbor's horse, rode 100 miles, reached Cambridge on the morning of the Battle of Bunker Hill, left his borrowed horse out of the way of harm, walked over Charlestown Neck, then swept by the fire of the ships of war, and reached the scene of action as the British were forming for the attack. When Israel Putnam, his comrade in the last war, saw from the rebel breastwork the old man striding, gun in hand, up the hill, he shouted, "By God, Pomeroy, you hear? A cannon shot would waken you out of your grave!" But Pomeroy, with other landsmen, crowded in the small and malodorous fishing vessels that were made to serve as transports, was now in the gripe of the most unheroic of maladies. A terrible northeast storm had fallen upon them, and, he says, we lay rolling in the seas, with our sails furled, among prodigious waves. Sick day and night, writes the miserable gunsmith. So bad that I have not words to set it forth. Footnote: Diary of Major Seth Pomeroy. I owe the copy before me to the kindness of his descendant, Theodore Pomeroy, Esq. The gale increased and the fleet was scattered, there being, as a Massachusetts private soldier writes in his diary, a very fierce storm of snow, some rain, and very dangerous weather to be so nigh ye shore as we was. But we escaped the rocks, and that was all. Footnote: Diary of a Massachusetts soldier in Captain Richardson's company. Papers of Dr. Belknap. On Friday, April 5th, Pomeroy's vessel entered the harbor of Canso, about 50 miles from Louisbourg. Here was the English fishing hamlet, the seizure of which by the French had first provoked the expedition. The place now quietly changed hands again. 68 of the transports lay here at anchor, and the rest came dropping in from day to day, sorely buffeted, but all safe. On Sunday there was a great concourse to hear Parson Moody preach an open-air sermon from the text, "Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power," concerning which occasion the soldier diarist observes, "Several sorts of busnesses was going on, some a exercising, some a hearing preaching." The attention of Parson Moody's listeners was, in fact, distracted by shouts of command and the awkward drill of squads of homespun soldiers on the adjacent pasture. Captain Amycutter, with 2 companies, was ordered to remain at Canso and defend it from farther vicissitudes, to which end a blockhouse was also built, and mounted with 8 small cannon. Some of the armed vessels had been sent to cruise off Louisbourg, which they did to good purpose, and presently brought in 6 French prizes, with supplies for the fortress. On the other hand, they brought the ominous news that Louisbourg and the adjoining bay were so blocked with ice that landing was impossible. This was a serious misfortune, involving long delay, and perhaps ruin to the expedition, as the expected ships of war might arrive meanwhile from France. Indeed, they had already begun to appear. On Thursday, the 18th, heavy cannonading was heard far out at sea, and again on Friday. "The cannon," says Pomeroy, "fired at a great rate till about 2 of the clock. It was the provincial cruisers attacking a French frigate, the Renommée, of 36 guns. As their united force was too much for her, she kept up a running fight, outsailed them, and escaped after a chase of more than 30 hours, being, as Pomeroy quaintly observes, a smart ship. She carried dispatches to the governor of Louisbourg, and being unable to deliver them, sailed back for France to report what she had seen. On Monday, the 22d, a clear, cold, windy day, a large ship, under British colors, sailed into the harbor, and proved to be the frigate Eltham, escort to the annual mass fleet from New England. On orders from Commander Warren she had left her charge in waiting, and sailed for Canso to join the expedition, bringing the unexpected and welcome news that Warren himself would soon follow. On the next day, to the delight of all, he appeared in the ship Superbe, of 60 guns, accompanied by the Launceston and the Mermaid, of 40 guns each. Here was force enough to oppose any ships likely to come to the aid of Louisbourg, and Warren, after communicating with Pepperell, sailed to blockade the port, along with the provincial cruisers, which, by order of Shirley, were placed under his command. The transports lay at Canso nearly 3 weeks, waiting for the ice to break up. The time was passed in drilling the raw soldiers and forming them into divisions of 400 and 600 each, according to the directions of Shirley. At length, on Friday, the 27th, they heard that Gabarus Bay was free from ice, and on the morning of the 29th, with the first fair wind, they sailed out of Canso harbor, expecting to reach Louisbourg at 9 in the evening, as prescribed in the governor's receipt for taking Louisbourg, while the enemy were asleep. Footnote: the words quoted are used by General Walcott in his journal. But a lull in the wind defeated this plan, and after sailing all day, they found themselves becalmed towards night. It was not till the next morning that they could see the town, no very imposing spectacle, for the buildings, with a few exceptions, were small, and the massive ramparts that belted them round rose to no conspicuous height. Louisbourg stood on a tongue of land which lay between its harbor and the sea, and the end of which was prolonged eastward by reefs and shoals that partly barred the entrance to the port, leaving a navigable passage not half a mile wide. This passage was commanded by a powerful battery called the Island Battery, being upon a small rocky island at the west side of the channel, and was also secured by another detached work called the Grand, or Royal Battery, which stood on the shore of the harbor, opposite the entrance, and more than a mile from the town. Thus a hostile squadron trying to force its way in would receive a flank fire from the one battery, and a front fire from the other. The strongest line of defense of the fortress was drawn across the base of the tongue of land from the harbor on one side to the sea on the other, a distance of about 1,200 yards. The ditch was 80 feet wide and from 30 to 36 feet deep, and the rampart, of earth faced with masonry, was about 60 feet thick. The glacis sloped down to a vast marsh, which formed one of the best defenses of the place. The fortress, without counting its outworks, had embrasures for 148 cannon, but the number in position was much less, and is variously stated. Pomeroy says that at the end of the siege a little above 90 were found, with a great number of swivels. Others say 76. Footnote: Brown, Cape Breton, 183. Parsons, Life of Pepperell, 103. An anonymous letter, dated Louisbourg, July 4, 1745, says that 85 cannon and 6 mortars have been found in the town. In the Grand and Island batteries there were 60 heavy pieces more. Against this formidable armament the assailants had brought 34 cannon and mortars, of much inferior weight, to be used in bombarding the fortress, should they chance to fail of carrying it by surprise, while the enemy were asleep. Footnote: Memoirs of the Principal Transactions of the Last War, 40. Apparently they distrusted the efficacy of their siege train, though it was far stronger than Shirley had at first thought sufficient, for they brought with them good store of balls of 42 pounds, to be used in French cannon of that caliber which they expected to capture, their own largest pieces being but 22-pounders. According to the habitant de Louisbourg, the garrison consisted of 560 regular troops, of whom several companies were Swiss, besides some 1,300 or 1,400 militia, inhabitants partly of the town, and partly of neighboring settlements. Footnote: En fit venir 5 ou 6 cents milicians aux habitants de environs, c.k. avec ceux de la ville, pouvaient former 13 à 14 cents hommes. Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg. This writer says that 300 or 400 more might have been had from Nigonish and its neighborhood, if they had been summoned in time. The number of militia just after the siege is set by English reports at 1,310. Parsons, 103. The regulars were in bad condition. About the preceding Christmas they had broken into mutiny, being discontented with their rations and exasperated with getting no extra pay for work on the fortifications. The affair was so serious that though order was restored, some of the officers lost all confidence in the soldiers, and this distrust proved most unfortunate during the siege. The governor, Chevalier Duchamben, successor of Duquesnel, who had died in the autumn, was not a man to grapple with a crisis, being deficient in decision of character, if not in capacity. He expected an attack. We were informed of the preparations from the first, says the habitant de Louisbourg. Some Indians, who had been to Boston, carried to Canada the news of what was going on there, but it was not believed, and excited no alarm. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, June 17, 1745, citing letters captured on board a ship from Quebec. It was not so at Louisbourg, where, says the French writer just quoted, we lost precious moments in useless deliberations and resolutions no sooner made than broken. Nothing to the purpose was done, so that we were as much taken by surprise as if the enemy had pounced upon us unawares. It was about the 25th of March, footnote, March 14th, Old Style, when the garrison first saw the provincial cruisers hovering off the mouth of the harbor. They continued to do so at intervals till daybreak of the 30th of April, when the whole fleet of transports appeared standing towards Flat Point, which projects into Gabarus Bay, 3 miles west of the town. Footnote: Gabarus Bay, sometimes called Chapeau Rouge Bay, is a spacious outer harbor, immediately adjoining Louisbourg. On this, Duchamben sent Morpain, captain of a privateer, or corsair, to oppose the landing. He had with him 80 men, and was to be joined by 40 more, already on the watch near the supposed point of disembarkation. Footnote: Bigot au Minister, 1/8/1745. At the same time cannon were fired and alarm bells rung in Louisbourg, to call in the militia of the neighborhood. Pepperrell managed the critical work of landing with creditable skill. The rocks and the surf were more dangerous than the enemy. Several boats, filled with men, rowed towards Flat Point, but on a signal from the flagship, Shirley rowed back again, Morpain flattering himself that his appearance had frightened them off. Being joined by several other boats, the united party, 100 men in all, pulled for another landing place called Freshwater Cove, or Anse de la Cormerandière, 2 miles farther up Gabarus Bay. Morpain and his party ran to meet them, but the boats were first in the race, and as soon as the New England men got ashore, they rushed upon the French, killed 6 of them, captured as many more, including an officer named Bellarderie, and put the rest to flight, with the loss, on their own side, of 2 men slightly wounded. Footnote: Pepperrell to Shirley, May 12, 1745. Shirley to Newcastle, October 28, 1745. Journal of the Siege, attested by Pepperrell and 4 other chief officers, London, 1746. Further resistance to the landing was impossible, for a swarm of boats pushed against the rough and stony beach, the men dashing through the surf, till before night about 2,000 were on shore. Footnote: Bigot says 6,000, or 2,000 more than the whole New England force, which was constantly overestimated by the French. The rest, or about 2,000 more, landed at their leisure on the next day. On the 2d of May, Vaughan led 400 men to the hills near the town, and saluted it with 3 cheers, somewhat to the discomposure of the French, though they described the unwelcome visitors as a disorderly crowd. Vaughan's next proceeding pleased them still less. He marched behind the hills, in rear of the Grand Battery, to the northeast arm of the harbor, where there were extensive magazines of naval stores. These his men set on fire, and the pitch, tar, and other combustibles made a prodigious smoke. He was returning, in the morning, with a small party of followers behind the hills, when coming opposite the Grand Battery, and observing it from the ridge, he saw neither flag on the flagstaff, nor smoke from the barrack chimneys. One of his party was a Cape Cod Indian. Vaughan bribed him with a flask of brandy which he had in his pocket, though, as the clerical historian takes pains to assure us, he never used it himself, and the Indian, pretending to be drunk, or, as some say, mad, staggered towards the battery to reconnoiter. Footnote: Belknap, too, all was quiet. He clambered in at an embrasure, and found the place empty. The rest of the party followed, and one of them, William Tufts, of Medford, a boy of 18, climbed the flagstaff, holding in his teeth his red coat, which he made fast at the top, as a substitute for the British flag, a proceeding that drew upon him a volley of unsuccessful cannon shot from the town batteries. Footnote: John Langdon Sibley in N.E. Hist. and Gen. Register, 25. 377. The Boston Gazette of June 3, 1771, has a notice of Tufts's recent death, with an exaggerated account of his exploit, and an appeal for aid to his destitute family. Vaughan then sent this hasty note to Pepperrell: May it please your honor to be informed that by the grace of God and the courage of 13 men, I entered the Royal Battery about 9 o'clock, and am waiting for a reinforcement and a flag. Soon after, 4 boats, filled with men, approached from the town to reoccupy the battery, no doubt in order to save the munitions and stores, and complete the destruction of the cannon. Vaughan and his 13 men, standing on the open beach, under the fire of the town and the island battery, plied the boats with musketry, and kept them from landing, till Lieutenant Colonel Bradstreet appeared with a reinforcement, on which the French pulled back to Louisbourg. Footnote: Vaughan's party seems to have consisted in all of 16 men, 3 of whom took no part in this affair. The English supposed that the French in the battery, when the clouds of smoke drifted over them from the burning storehouses, thought that they were to be attacked in force, and abandoned their post in a panic. This was not the case. A detachment of the enemy, writes the Habitant de Louisbourg, advanced to the neighborhood of the Royal Battery. This was Vaughan's 400 on their way to burn the storehouses. At once we were all seized with fright, pursues this candid writer, and on the instant it was proposed to abandon this magnificent battery, which would have been our best defense if one had known how to use it. Various councils were held, in a tumultuous way. It would be hard to tell the reasons for such a strange proceeding. Not one shot had yet been fired at the battery, which the enemy could not take, except by making regular approaches, as if against the town itself, and by besieging it, so to speak, in form. Some persons remonstrated, but in vain, and so a battery of 30 cannon, which had cost the king immense sums, was abandoned before it was attacked. Duchamben says that soon after the English landed, he got a letter from Thierry, the captain in command of the Royal Battery, advising that the cannon should be spiked and the works blown up. It was then, according to the governor, that the council was called, and a unanimous vote passed to follow Thierry's advice, on the ground that the defenses of the battery were in bad condition, and that the 400 men posted there could not stand against 3,000 or 4,000. Footnote: Duchambeau Minister, September 2, 1745. This is the governor's official report. 400 men is perhaps a copyist's error, the actual number in the battery being not above 200. The engineer, Verrier, opposed the blowing up of the works, and they were therefore left untouched. Thierry and his garrison came off in boats, after spiking the cannon in a hasty way, without stopping to knock off the trunnions or burn the carriages. They threw their loose gunpowder into the well, but left behind a good number of cannon cartridges, 280 large bombshells, and other ordnance stores, invaluable both to the enemy and to themselves. Brigadier Waldo was sent to occupy the battery with his regiment, and Major Seth Pomeroy, the gunsmith, with 20 soldier mechanics, was set at drilling out the spike touch holes of the cannon. These were 28 42-pounders, and 2 18-pounders. Several were ready for use the next morning, and immediately opened on the town, which, writes a soldier in his diary, damaged the houses and made the women cry. The enemy, says the habitant de Louisbourg, saluted us with our own cannon, and made a terrific fire, smashing everything within range. Footnote: Waldo to Shirley, May 12, 1745. Some of the French writers say 28 36-pounders, while all the English call them 42s, which they must have been, as the 42-pound shot brought from Boston fitted them. Footnote: Mr. Theodore Roosevelt draws my attention to the fact that cannon were differently rated in the French and English navies of the 17th century, and that a French 36 carried a ball as large as an English 42, or even a little larger. The English occupation of the Grand Battery may be called the decisive event of the siege. There seems no doubt that the French could have averted the disaster long enough to make it of little help to the invaders. The waterfront of the battery was impregnable. The rear defenses consisted of a loopholed wall of masonry, with a ditch 10 feet deep and 12 feet wide, and also a covered way and glacis, which General Walcott describes as unfinished. In this he mistook. They were not unfinished, but had been partly demolished, with a view to reconstruction. The rear wall was flanked by 2 towers, which, says Duchamben, were demolished, but General Walcott declares that swivels were still mounted on them. Footnote: Journal of Major General Walcott, and he adds that 200 men might hold the battery against 5,000 without cannon. The English landed their cannon near Flat Point, and before they could be turned against the Grand Battery, they must be dragged 4 miles over hills and rocks, through spongy marshes and jungles of matted evergreens. This would have required a week or more. The alternative was an escalade, in which the undisciplined assailants would no doubt have met a bloody rebuff. Thus this Grand Battery, which, says Walcott, is in fact a fort, might at least have been held long enough to save the munitions and stores, and effectually disable the cannon, which supplied the English with the only artillery they had, competent to the work before them. The hasty abandonment of this important post was not Duchamben's only blunder, but it was the worst of them all. On the night after their landing, the New England men slept in the woods, wet or dry, with or without blankets, as the case might be, and in the morning set themselves to encamping with as much order as they were capable of. A brook ran down from the hills and entered the sea 2 miles or more from the town. The ground on each side, though rough, was high and dry, and here most of the regiments made their quarters, Willards, Moultons, and Moores on the east side, and Burrs and Pepperells on the west. Those on the east, in some cases, saw fit to extend themselves towards Louisbourg as far as the edge of the intervening marsh, but were soon forced back to a safer position by the cannon balls of the fortress, which came bowling amongst them. This marsh was that green, flat sponge of mud and moss that stretched from this point to the glacis of Louisbourg. There was great want of tents, for material to make them was scarce in New England. Old sails were often used instead, being stretched over poles, perhaps after the fashion of a Sioux teepee. When these could not be had, the men built huts of sods, with roofs of spruce boughs overlapping like a thatch, for at that early season bark would not peel from the trees. The landing of guns, munitions, and stores was a formidable task, consuming many days and destroying many boats, as happened again when Amherst landed his cannon at this same place. Large flat boats, brought from Boston, were used for the purpose, and the loads were carried ashore on the heads of the men, wading through ice-cold surf to the waist, after which, having no change of clothing, they slept on the ground through the chill and foggy nights, reckless of future rheumatisms. Footnote: the author of The Importance and Advantage of Cape Breton says, "When the hardships they were exposed to come to be considered, the behavior of these men will hardly gain credit. They went ashore wet, had no dry clothes to cover them, were exposed in this condition to cold, foggy nights, and yet cheerfully underwent these difficulties for the sake of executing a project they had voluntarily undertaken." A worse task was before them. The cannon were to be dragged over the marsh to Green Hill, a spur of the line of rough heights that half encircled the town and harbor. Here the first battery was to be planted, and from this point other guns were to be dragged onward to more advanced stations, a distance in all of more than 2 miles, thought by the French to be impassable. So, in fact, it seemed, for at the first attempt, the wheels of the cannon sank to the hubs in mud and moss, then the carriage, and finally the piece itself slowly disappeared. Lieutenant Colonel Meserve, of the New Hampshire Regiment, a shipbuilder by trade, presently overcame the difficulty. By his directions sledges of timber were made, 16 feet long and 5 feet wide. A cannon was placed on each of these, and it was then dragged over the marsh by a team of 200 men, harnessed with rope traces and breast straps, and wading to the knees. Horses or oxen would have foundered in the mire. The way had often to be changed, as the mossy surface was soon churned into a hopeless slough along the line of march. The work could be done only at night or in thick fog, the men being completely exposed to the cannon of the town. 13 years after, when General Amherst besieged Louisbourg again, he dragged his cannon to the same hill over the same marsh, but having at his command, instead of 4,000 militiamen, 11,000 British regulars, with all appliances and means to boot, he made a road, with prodigious labor, through the mire, and protected it from the French shot by an epaulement, or lateral earthwork. Footnote: see Montcalm and Wolfe, Chapter 19. Pepperrell writes in ardent words of the cheerfulness of his men. Under almost incredible hardships, shoes and clothing failed, till many were in tatters and many barefooted. Footnote: Pepperrell to Newcastle, June 28, 1745. Yet they toiled on with unconquerable spirit, and within 4 days had planted a battery of 6 guns on Green Hill, which was about a mile from the King's Bastion of Louisbourg. In another week they had dragged 4 22-pound cannon and 10 cohorns, gravely called cowhorns, by the bucolic Pomeroy, 600 or 700 yards farther, and planted them within easy range of the citadel. 2 of the cannon burst, and were replaced by 4 more and a large mortar, which burst in its turn, and Shirley was begged to send another. Meanwhile a battery, chiefly of cohorns, had been planted on a hillock 440 yards from the west gate, where it greatly annoyed the French, and on the next night an advanced battery was placed just opposite the same gate, and scarcely 250 yards from it. This west gate, the principal gate of Louisbourg, opened upon the tract of high, firm ground that lay on the left of the besiegers, between the marsh and the harbor, an arm of which here extended westward beyond the town, into what was called the Barachois, a salt pond formed by a projecting spit of sand. On the side of the Barachois farthest from the town was a hillock on which stood the house of an habitant named Martisson. Here, on the 20th of May, a 5th battery was planted, consisting of 2 of the French 42-pounders taken in the Grand Battery, to which 3 others were afterwards added. Each of these heavy pieces was dragged to its destination by a team of 300 men over rough and rocky ground swept by the French artillery. This fifth battery, called the Northwest, or Titcomb's, proved most destructive to the fortress. Footnote: Journal of the Siege, appended to Shirley's report to Newcastle. Duchambeau Minister, September 2, 1745. Lettre d'un habitant, Pomeroy, etc. All these operations were accomplished with the utmost ardor and energy, but with a scorn of rule and precedent that astonished and bewildered the French. The raw New England men went their own way, laughed at trenches and zigzags, and persisted in trusting their lives to the night and the fog. Several writers say that the English engineer Bastide tried to teach them discretion. But this could hardly be, for Bastide, whose station was Annapolis, did not reach Louisbourg till the 5th of June, when the batteries were finished and the siege was nearly ended. A recent French writer makes the curious assertion that it was one of the ministers, or army chaplains, who took upon him the vain task of instruction in the art of war on this occasion. Footnote: Ferland, Cours d'Histoire du Canada 2. 477. L'ennemi nous attaquait point dans les formes, et ne pratiquait point aucun retranchement pour s'y couvrir. Habitant de Louisbourg. This ignorant and self-satisfied recklessness might have cost the besiegers dear if the French, instead of being perplexed and startled at the novelty of their proceedings, had taken advantage of it. But Duchambeau and some of his officers, remembering the mutiny of the past winter, feared to make sorties, lest the soldiers might desert or take part with the enemy. The danger of this appears to have been small. Warren speaks with wonder in his letters of the rarity of desertions, of which there appear to have been but 3 during the siege, one being that of a half-idiot, from whom no information could be got. A bolder commander would not have stood idle while his own cannon were planted by the enemy to batter down his walls, and whatever the risks of a sortie, the risks of not making one were greater. Both troops and militia eagerly demanded it, and I believe it would have succeeded, writes the Intendant Bigot. Footnote: Bigot au Minister, 1/8/1745. The attempt was actually made more than once in a half-hearted way, notably on the 8th of May, when the French attacked the most advanced battery, and were repulsed, with little loss on either side. The Habitant de Louisbourg says, "The enemy did not attack us with any regularity, and made no entrenchments to cover themselves." This last is not exact. Not being wholly demented, they made entrenchments, such as they were, at least at the advanced battery. Footnote: Diary of Joseph Sherburne, captain at the advanced battery, as they would otherwise have been swept out of existence, being under the concentrated fire of several French batteries, 2 of which were within the range of a musket shot. The scarcity of good gunners was one of the chief difficulties of the besiegers. As privateering, and piracy also, against Frenchmen and Spaniards was a favorite pursuit in New England, there were men in Pepperell's army who knew how to handle cannon, but their number was insufficient, and the general sent a note to Warren, begging that he would lend him a few experienced gunners to teach their trade to the raw hands at the batteries. 3 or 4 were sent, and they found apt pupils. Pepperell placed the advanced battery in charge of Captain Joseph, footnote: he signs his name Jos. Sherburne, but in a list of the officers of the New Hampshire regiment it appears in full as Joseph Sherburne, telling him to enlist as many gunners as he could. On the next day Sherburne reported that he had found 6, one of whom seems to have been sent by Warren. With these and a number of raw men he repaired to his perilous station, where "I found," he says, "a very poor entrenchment. Our best shelter from the French fire, which was very hot, was hogsheads filled with earth." He and his men made the West Gate their chief mark, but before they could get a fair sight of it, they were forced to shoot down the fish flakes, or stages for drying cod, that obstructed the view. Some of their party were soon killed, Captain Pierce by a cannonball, Thomas Ashe by a bomb, and others by musketry. In the night they improved their defenses, and mounted on them 3 more guns, one of 18-pound caliber, and the others of 42, French pieces dragged from the Grand Battery, 1.75 miles round the Barachois. The cannon could be loaded only under a constant fire of musketry, which the enemy briskly returned. The French practice was excellent. A soldier who in bravado mounted the rampart, and stood there for a moment, was shot dead with 5 bullets. The men on both sides called to each other in scraps of bad French or broken English, while the French drank ironical healths to the New England men, and gave them bantering invitations to breakfast. Sherburne continues his diary. Sunday morning. Began our fire with as much fury as possible, and the French returned it as warmly from the citadel, west gate, and northeast battery with cannon, mortars, and continual showers of musket balls, but by 11 o'clock we had beat them all from their guns. He goes on to say that at noon his men were forced to stop firing from want of powder, that he went with his gunners to get some, and that while they were gone, somebody, said to be Mr. Vaughan, brought a supply, on which the men loaded the 42-pounders in a bungling way, and fired them. One was dismounted, and the other burst. A barrel and a half-barrel of powder blew up, killed 2 men, and injured 2 more. Again. Wednesday. Hot fire on both sides, till the French were beat from all their guns. May 29th went to 2-gun, Titcomb's, battery to give the gunners some directions, then returned to my own station, where I spent the rest of the day with pleasure, seeing our shot tumble down their walls and flag-staff. The following is the Intendant Bigot's account of the effect of the New England fire. The enemy established their batteries to such effect that they soon destroyed the greater part of the town, broke the right flank of the King's Bastion, ruined the Dauphin battery with its spur, and made a breach at the Port Dauphin, west gate, the neighboring wall, and the sword of Redan adjacent. Footnote: Bigot au Minister, 1/8/1745. Duchambeau says in addition that the cannon of the right flank of the King's Bastion could not be served, by reason of the continual fire of the enemy, which broke the embrasures to pieces, that when he had them repaired, they were broken to pieces, demantibles, again, and nobody could keep his ground behind the wall of the quay, which was shot through and completely riddled. Footnote: Duchambeau au Minister, September 2nd, 1745. The town was ploughed with cannonballs, the streets were raked from end to end, nearly all the houses damaged, and the people driven for refuge into the stifling casemates. The results were creditable to novices in gunnery. The repeated accidents from the bursting of cannon were no doubt largely due to unskillful loading and the practice of double-shotting, to which the overzealous artillerists are said to have often resorted. Footnote: Another 42-pound gun burst at the Grand Battery. All the guns are in danger of going the same way, by double-shotting them, unless under better regulation than at present. Waldo to Pepperell, May 20th, 1745. Footnote: Waldo had written 4 days before. Captain Hale, of my regiment, is dangerously hurt by the bursting of another gun. He was our mainstay for gunnery since Captain Rhodes's misfortune, also caused by the bursting of a cannon. Waldo to Pepperell, May 16th, 1745. It is said, in proof of the orderly conduct of the men, that not one of them was punished during all the siege. But this shows the mild and conciliating character of the general quite as much as any peculiar merit of the soldiers. The state of things in and about the camp was compared by the caustic Dr. Douglas to a Cambridge commencement, which academic festival was then attended by much rough frolic and boisterous horseplay among the disorderly crowds, white and black, bond and free, who swarmed among the booths on Cambridge Common. The careful and scrupulous Belknap, who knew many who took part in the siege, says, "Those who were on the spot have frequently, in my hearing, laughed at the recital of their own irregularities, and expressed their admiration when they reflected on the almost miraculous preservation of the army from destruction." While the cannon bellowed in the front, frolic and confusion reigned at the camp, where the men raced, wrestled, pitched quoits, fired at marks, though there was no ammunition to spare, and ran after the French cannonballs, which were carried to the batteries, to be returned to those who sent them. Nor were calmer recreations wanting. Some of our men went a-fishing, about 2 miles off, writes Lieutenant Benjamin Cleaves in his diary. Caught 6 trouts. And on the same day, our men went to catch lobsters, caught 30. In view of this truant disposition, it is not surprising that the besiegers now and then lost their scalps at the hands of prowling Indians who infested the neighborhood. Yet through all these gambles ran an undertow of enthusiasm, born in brains still fevered from the Great Awakening. The New England soldier, a growth of sectarian hotbeds, fancied that he was doing the work of God. The army was Israel, and the French were Canaanitish idolaters. Red-hot Calvinism, acting through generations, had modified the transplanted Englishman, and the descendant of the Puritans was never so well pleased as when teaching their duty to other people, whether by pen, voice, or bombshells. The ragged artillerymen, battering the walls of papistical Louisbourg, flattered themselves with the notion that they were champions of gospel truth. Barefoot and tattered, they toiled on with indomitable pluck and cheerfulness, doing the work which oxen could not do, with no comfort but their daily dram of New England rum, as they plodded through the marsh and over rocks, dragging the ponderous guns through fog and darkness. Their spirit could not save them from the effects of excessive fatigue and exposure. They were ravaged with diarrhea and fever, till 1,500 men were at one time on the sick list, and at another, Pepperell reported that of the 4,000 only about 2,100 were fit for duty. Footnote: Pepperell to Warren, May 28, 1745. Nearly all at last recovered, for the weather was unusually good, yet the number fit for service was absurdly small. Pepperell begged for reinforcements, but got none till the siege was ended. It was not his nature to rule with a stiff hand, and this, perhaps, was fortunate. Order and discipline, the sinews of an army, were out of the question, and it remained to do as well as might be without them, keep men and officers in good humor, and avoid all that could dash their ardor. For this, at least, the merchant general was well fitted. His popularity had helped to raise the army, and perhaps it helped now to make it efficient. His position was no bed of roses. Worries, small and great, pursued him without end. He made friends of his officers, kept a bountiful table at his tent, and labored to soothe their disputes and jealousies, and satisfy their complaints. So generous were his contributions to the common cause that, according to a British officer who speaks highly of his services, he gave to it, in one form or another, £10,000 out of his own pocket. Footnote: Letter from an officer of Marines, appended to a particular account of the taking of Cape Breton, London, 1745. His letter books reveal a swarm of petty annoyances, which may have tried his strength and patience as much as more serious cares. The soldiers complained that they were left without clothing, shoes, or rum, and when he implored the Committee of War to send them, Osborne, the chairman, replied with explanations why it could not be done. Letters came from wives and fathers entreating that husbands and sons who had gone to the war should be sent back. At the end of the siege, a captain humble begs leave for to go home, because he lives in a very dangerous country, and his wife and children are in a declining way without him. Then 2 entire companies raised on the frontier offered the same petition on similar grounds. Sometimes Pepperell was beset with prayers for favors and promotion, sometimes with complaints from one corps or another that an undue share of work had been imposed on it. One Morris, of Cambridge, writes a moving petition that his slave, Cuffy, who had joined the army, should be restored to him, his lawful master. One John Alfred sends the general a number of copies of the Reverend Mr. Prentice's late sermon, for distribution, assuring him that it will please your whole army of volunteers, as he has shown them the way to gain by their gallantry the hearts and affections of the lattice. The end of the siege brought countless letters of congratulation, which, whether lay or clerical, never failed to remind him, in set phrases, that he was but an instrument in the hands of Providence. One of his most persistent correspondents was his son-in-law, Nathaniel Sparhawk, a thrifty merchant, with a constant eye to business, who generally began his long-winded epistles with a bulletin concerning the health of Mother Pepperell, and rarely ended them without charging his father-in-law with some commission, such as buying for him the cargo of a French prize, if he could get it cheap. Or thus, if you would procure for me a hogshead of the best claret, and a hogshead of the best white wine, at a reasonable rate, it would be very grateful to me. After pestering him with a few other commissions, he tells him that Andrew and Betsy, children of Pepperell, send their proper compliments, and signs himself, with the starch flourish of provincial breeding, with all possible respect, honored sir, your obedient son and servant. Footnote: Sparhawk to Pepperell, June, 1745. This is but one of many letters from Sparhawk. Pepperrell was much annoyed by the conduct of the masters of the transports, of whom he wrote, "The unaccountable irregular behavior of these fellows is the greatest fatigue I meet with." But it may be doubted whether his son-in-law did not prove an equally efficient persecutor. Chapter 20. 1745. Louisbourg taken. A rash resolution. The island battery. The volunteers. The attack. The repulse. Capture of the vigilant. A sortie. Skirmishes. Despondency of the French. English camp threatened. Pepperrell and Warren. Warren's plan. Preparation for a general attack. Flag of truce. Capitulation. State of the fortress. Parson moody. Soldiers dissatisfied. Disorders. Army and Navy. Rejoicings. England repays provincial outlays. Frequent councils of war were held in solemn form at headquarters. On the 7th of May a summons to surrender was sent to Duchamben, who replied that he would answer with his cannon. 2 days after, we find in the record of the council the following startling entry. Advised unanimously that the town of Louisbourg be attacked by storm this night. Vaughan was a member of the board, and perhaps his impetuous rashness had turned the heads of his colleagues. To storm the fortress at that time would have been a desperate attempt for the best trained and best led troops. There was as yet no breach in the walls, nor the beginning of one, and the French were so confident in the strength of their fortifications that they boasted that women alone could defend them. 9 in 10 of the men had no bayonets. Shirley to Newcastle, June 7, 1745. Many had no shoes, and it is said that the scaling ladders they had brought from Boston were 10 feet too short. Douglas, Summary, I. 347. Perhaps it was unfortunate for the French that the army was more prudent than its leaders, and another council being called on the same day, it was advised that, inasmuch as there appears a great dissatisfaction in many of the officers and soldiers at the designed attack of the town by storm this night, the said attack be deferred for the present. Record of the Council of War, May 9, 1745. Another plan was adopted, hardly less critical, though it found favor with the army. This was the assault of the island battery, which closed the entrance of the harbor to the British squadron, and kept it open to ships from France. Nobody knew precisely how to find the 2 landing places of this formidable work, which were narrow gaps between rocks lashed with almost constant surf, but Vaughan would see no difficulties, and wrote to Pepperrell that if he would give him the command and leave him to manage the attack in his own way, he would engage to send the French flag to headquarters within 48 hours. Vaughan to Pepperrell, May 11, 1745. On the next day he seems to have thought the command assured to him, and writes from the Grand Battery that the carpenters are at work mending whaleboats and making paddles, asking at the same time for plenty of pistols and 100 hand grenades, with men who know how to use them. Vaughan to Pepperrell, May 12, 1745. The weather proved bad, and the attempt was deferred. This happened several times, till Warren grew impatient, and offered to support the attack with 200 sailors. At length, on the 23d, the volunteers for the perilous enterprise mustered at the Grand Battery, whence the boats were to set out. Brigadier Waldo, who still commanded there, saw them with concern and anxiety, as they came dropping in small squads, without officers, noisy, disorderly, and in some cases more or less drunk. I doubt, he told the general, whether straggling fellows, 3, 4, or 7 out of a company, ought to go on such a service. Waldo to Pepperrell, May 23, 1745. A bright moon and northern lights again put off the attack. The volunteers remained at the Grand Battery, waiting for better luck. They seemed to be impatient for action, writes Waldo. If there were a more regular appearance, it would give me greater satisfaction. Ibid, May 26, 1745. On the 26th their wish for action was fully gratified. The night was still and dark, and the boats put out from the battery towards 12 o'clock, with about 300 men on board. There is scarce 300 men on this attack, so there will be a sufficient number of whale boats. Ibid, May 26, 10:30 p.m. These were to be joined by 100 or 150 more from Gorham's regiment, then stationed at Lighthouse Point. The commander was not Vaughan, but one Brooks, the choice of the men themselves, as were also his subordinates. Footnote: the list of a company of 42 subscribers to go voluntarily upon an attack against the Island Battery is preserved. It includes a Negro called Reuben. The captain, chosen by the men, was Daniel Bacon. The fact that neither this name nor that of Brooks, the chief commander, is to be found in the list of commissioned officers of Pepperell's little army, see Parsons' Life of Pepperell, Appendix, suggests the conclusion that the subscribers were permitted to choose officers from their own ranks. This list, however, is not quite complete. They moved slowly, the boats being propelled, not by oars, but by paddles, which, if skillfully used, would make no noise. The wind presently rose, and when they found a landing place, the surf was lashing the rocks with even more than usual fury. There was room for but 3 boats at once between the breakers on each hand. They pushed in, and the men scrambled ashore with what speed they might. The Island Battery was a strong work, walled in on all sides, garrisoned by 180 men, and armed with 30 cannon, 7 swivels, and 2 mortars. Footnote: Journal of the Siege, appended to Shirley's report. It was now a little after midnight. Captain D'Ailbout, the commandant, was on the ratch, pacing the battery platform, but he seems to have seen nothing unusual till about 150 men had got on shore, when they had the folly to announce their presence by 3 cheers. Then, in the words of General Walcott, the battery blazed with cannon, swivels, and small arms. The crowd of boats, dimly visible through the darkness, as they lay just off the landing, waiting their turn to go in, were at once the target for volleys of grape shot, langrage shot, and musket balls, of which the men on shore had also their share. These succeeded, however, in planting 12 scaling ladders against the wall. Footnote: Dutchman O. Minister, September 2, 1745. Bigot O. Minister, 1/8. 1745. It is said that some of them climbed into the place, and the improbable story is told that Brooks, their commander, was hauling down the French flag when a Swiss grenadier cut him down with a cutlass. Footnote: the exploit of the boy William Tufts in climbing the French flagstaff and hanging his red coat at the top as a substitute for the British flag has also been said to have taken place on this occasion. It was, as before mentioned, at the Grand Battery. Many of the boats were shattered or sunk, while those in the rear, seeing the state of things, appeared to have sheered off. The affair was soon reduced to an exchange of shots between the garrison and the men who had landed, and who, standing on the open ground without the walls, were not wholly invisible, while the French, behind their ramparts, were completely hidden. The fire of the English, says Bigot, was extremely obstinate, but without effect, as they could not see to take aim. They kept it up till daybreak, or about 2 hours and a half, and then, seeing themselves at the mercy of the French, surrendered to the number of 119, including the wounded, 3 or more of whom died almost immediately. By the most trustworthy accounts, the English loss in killed, drowned, and captured was 189, or, in the words of Pepperell, nearly half our party. Footnote: Douglas makes it a little less. We lost in this mad frolic 60 men killed and drowned, and 116 prisoners. Summary I. 353. Disorder, precipitation, and weak leadership ruined what hopes the attempt ever had. As this was the only French success during the siege, Dutchman makes the most of it. He reports that the battery was attacked by 1,000 men, supported by 800 more, who were afraid to show themselves, and farther, that there were 35 boats, all of which were destroyed or sunk. Footnote: Toutes les barques front brisées ou coulis à fond, le fut continuel depuis environ minute jusqu'à 3 heures du matin. Dutchman O. Minister, September 2, 1745. Though he afterwards says that 2 of them got away with 30 men, being all that were left of the 1,000. Bigot, more moderate, puts the number of assailants at 500, of whom he says that all perished, except the 119 who were captured. Footnote: Bigot O. Minister, 1/8, 1745. At daybreak Louisbourg rang with shouts of triumph. It was plain that a disorderly militia could not capture the island battery. Yet captured or silenced it must be, and orders were given to plant a battery against it at Lighthouse Point, on the eastern side of the harbor's mouth, at the distance of a short half-mile. The neighboring shore was rocky and almost inaccessible. Cannon and mortars were carried in boats to the nearest landing place, hauled up a steep cliff, and dragged a mile and a quarter to the chosen spot, where they were planted under the orders of Colonel Gridley, who 30 years after directed the earthworks on Bunker Hill. The new battery soon opened fire with deadly effect. The French, much encouraged by their late success, were plunged again into despondency by a disaster which had happened a week before the affair of the island battery, but did not come to their knowledge till some time after. On the 19th of May a fierce cannonade was heard from the harbor, and a large French ship of war was seen hotly engaged with several vessels of the squadron. She was the Vigilant, carrying 64 guns and 560 men, and commanded by the Marquis de la Maisonfort. She had come from France with munitions and stores, when on approaching Louisbourg she met one of the English cruisers, some say the Mermaid, of 40 guns, and others the Shirley, of 20. Being no match for her, the British or provincial frigate kept up a running fight, and led her towards the English fleet. The Vigilant soon found herself beset by several other vessels, and after a gallant resistance, and the loss of 80 men, struck her colors. Nothing could be more timely for the New England army, whose ammunition and provisions had sunk perilously low. The French prize now supplied their needs, and drew from the habitant de Louisbourg the mournful comment, "We were victims devoted to appease the wrath of heaven, which turned our own arms into weapons for our enemies." Nor was this the last time when the defenders of Louisbourg supplied the instruments of their own destruction, for 10 cannon were presently unearthed at low tide from the flats near the careening wharf in the northeast arm of the harbor, where they had been hidden by the French some time before. Most of them proved sound, and being mounted at Lighthouse Point, they were turned against their late owners at the Island Battery. When Gorham's regiment first took post at Lighthouse Point, Duchamben thought the movement so threatening that he forgot his former doubts, and ordered a sortie against it, under the Sieur de Beaubassin. Beaubassin landed, with 100 men, at a place called Lorembec, and advanced to surprise the English detachment, but was discovered by an outpost of 40 men, who attacked and routed his party. Footnote: Journal of the Siege, appended to Shirley's report. Pomeroy, Journal. Being then joined by 80 Indians, Beaubassin had several other skirmishes with English scouting parties, till, pushed by superior numbers, and their leader severely wounded, his men regained Louisbourg by sea, escaping with difficulty from the guard boats of the squadron. The Sieur de la Valliere, with a considerable party of men, tried to burn Pepperell's storehouses, near Flat Point Cove, but 10 or 12 of his followers were captured, and nearly all the rest wounded. Various other petty encounters took place between English scouting parties and roving bands of French and Indians, always ending, according to Pepperell, in the discomfiture of the latter. To this, however, there was at least one exception. 20 English were waylaid and surrounded near Petit Lorembec by 40 or 50 Indians, accompanied by 2 or 3 Frenchmen. Most of the English were shot down, several escaped, and the rest surrendered on promise of life, upon which the Indians, in cold blood, shot or speared some of them, and atrociously tortured others. This suggested to Warren a device which had 2 objects: to prevent such outrages in future, and to make known to the French that the ship Vigilant, the mainstay of their hopes, was in English hands. The treatment of the captives was told to the Marquis de la Maisonfort, late captain of the Vigilant, now a prisoner on board the ship he had commanded, and he was requested to lay the facts before Duchamben. This he did with great readiness, in a letter containing these words: "It is well that you should be informed that the captains and officers of this squadron treat us, not as their prisoners, but as their good friends, and take particular pains that my officers and crew should want for nothing. Therefore it seems to me just to treat them in like manner, and to punish those who do otherwise and offer any insult to the prisoners who may fall into your hands." Captain M. Donald, of the Marines, carried this letter to Duchamben under a flag of truce. Though familiar with the French language, he spoke to the governor through an interpreter, so that the French officers present, who hitherto had only known that a large ship had been taken, expressed to each other without reserve their discouragement and dismay when they learned that the prize was no other than the Vigilant. Duchamben replied to La Maisonfort's letter that the Indians alone were answerable for the cruelties in question, and that he would forbid such conduct for the future. Footnote: De La Maisonfort à Duchamben, 18 Juin, New Style, 1745. Duchamben à de la Maisonfort, 19 Juin, New Style, 1745. The besiegers were now threatened by a new danger. We have seen that in the last summer the Sieur de Vivier had attacked Annapolis. Undaunted by ill luck, he had gone to France to beg for help to attack it again. 2,000 men were promised him, and in anticipation of their arrival the governor of Canada sent a body of French and Indians, under the noted partisan Marin, to meet and cooperate with them. Marin was ordered to wait at Les Mines till he heard of the arrival of the troops from France. But he grew impatient, and resolved to attack Annapolis without them. Accordingly, he laid siege to it with the 600 or 700 whites and Indians of his party, aided by the so-called Acadian neutrals. Mascarene, the governor, kept them at bay till the 24th of May, when, to his surprise, they all disappeared. Duchamben had sent them an order to make all haste to the aid of Louisbourg. As the report of this reached the besiegers, multiplying Marin's force fourfold, they expected to be attacked by numbers more than equal to those of their own effective men. This wrought a wholesome reform. Order was established in the camp, which was now fenced with palisades and watched by sentinels and scouting parties. Another tribulation fell upon the general. Shirley had enjoined it upon him to keep in perfect harmony with the naval commander, and the injunction was in accord with Pepperrell's conciliating temper. Warren was no less earnest than he for the success of the enterprise, lent him ammunition in time of need, and offered every aid in his power, while Pepperrell in letters to Shirley and Newcastle praised his colleague without stint. But in habits and character the two men differed widely. Warren was in the prime of life, and the ardor of youth still burned in him. He was impatient at the slow movement of the siege. Prisoners told him of a squadron expected from Brest, of which the Vigilant was the forerunner, and he feared that even if it could not defeat him, it might elude the blockade, and with the help of the continual fogs, get into Louisbourg in spite of him, thus making its capture impossible. Therefore he called a council of his captains on board his flagship, the Superbe, and proposed a plan for taking the place without further delay. On the same day he laid it before Pepperrell. It was to the effect that all the king's ships and provincial cruisers should enter the harbor, after taking on board 1,600 of Pepperrell's men, and attack the town from the water side, while what was left of the army should assault it by land. Footnote: Report of a consultation of officers on board His Majesty's ship Superbe, enclosed in a letter of Warren to Pepperrell, May 24, 1745. To accept the proposal would have been to pass over the command to Warren, only about 2,100 of the New England men being fit for service at the time, while of these the general informs Warren that 600 are gone in quest of 2 bodies of French and Indians, who, we are informed, are gathering, one to the eastward, and the other to the westward. Footnote: Pepperrell to Warren, May 28, 1745. To this Warren replies, with some appearance of pique: I am very sorry that no one plan of mine, though approved by all my captains, has been so fortunate as to meet your approbation or have any weight with you. And to show his title to consideration, he gives an extract from a letter written to him by Shirley, in which that inveterate flatterer hints his regret that, by reason of other employments, Warren could not take command of the whole expedition. Which I doubt not, says the governor, would be a most happy event for His Majesty's service. Footnote: Warren to Pepperrell, May 29, 1745. Pepperrell kept his temper under this thrust, and wrote to the Commodore with invincible courtesy: Am extremely sorry the fogs prevent me from the pleasure of waiting on you on board your ship, adding that 600 men should be furnished from the army and the transports to man the Vigilant, which was now the most powerful ship in the squadron. In short, he showed every disposition to meet Warren halfway. But the Commodore was beginning to feel some doubts as to the expediency of the bold action he had proposed, and informed Pepperrell that his pilots thought it impossible to go into the harbor until the island battery was silenced. In fact, there was danger that if the ships got in while that battery was still alive and active, they would never get out again, but be kept there as in a trap, under the fire from the town ramparts. Gridley's artillery at Lighthouse Point had been doing its best, dropping bombshells with such precision into the island battery that the French soldiers were sometimes seen running into the sea to escape the explosions. Many of the island guns were dismounted, and the place was fast becoming untenable. At the same time, the English batteries on the land side were pushing their work of destruction with relentless industry, and walls and bastions crumbled under their fire. The French labored with energy under cover of night to repair the mischief, closed the shattered west gate with a wall of stone and earth 20 feet thick, made an epaulement to protect what was left of the formidable circular battery, all but 3 of whose 16 guns had been dismounted, stopped the throat of the Dauphin's bastion with a barricade of stone, and built a cavalier, or raised battery, on the King's Bastion, where, however, the English fire soon ruined it. Against that near and peculiarly dangerous neighbor, the advance battery, or, as they called it, the Batterie de Francoeur, they planted 3 heavy cannon to take it in flank. These, says Duchamben, produced a marvelous effect, dismounted one of the cannon of the bastinais, and damaged all their embrasures, which, concludes the governor, did not prevent them from keeping up a constant fire, and they repaired by night the mischief we did them by day. Footnote: Duchamben Minister, September 2, 1745. Pepperrell and Warren at length came to an understanding as to a joint attack by land and water. The island battery was by this time crippled, and the town batteries that commanded the interior of the harbor were nearly destroyed. It was agreed that Warren, whose squadron was now increased by recent arrivals to 11 ships, besides the provincial cruisers, should enter the harbor with the first fair wind, cannonade the town and attack it in boats, while Pepperrell stormed it from the land side. Warren was to hoist a Dutch flag under his pennant, at his maintop-gallant masthead, as a signal that he was about to sail in, and Pepperrell was to answer by 3 columns of smoke, marching at the same time towards the walls with drums beating and colors flying. Footnote: Warren to Pepperrell, June 11, 1745. Pepperrell to Warren, June 13, 1745. The French saw with dismay a large quantity of fascines carried to the foot of the glacis, ready to fill the ditch, and their scouts came in with reports that more than 1,000 scaling ladders were lying behind the ridge of the nearest hill. Toil, loss of sleep, and the stifling air of the casemates, in which they were forced to take refuge, had sapped the strength of the besieged. The town was a ruin. Only one house was untouched by shot or shell. "We could have borne all this," writes the Intendant Bigot, "but the scarcity of powder, the loss of the Vigilant, the presence of the squadron, and the absence of any news from Marin, who had been ordered to join us with his Canadians and Indians, spread terror among troops and inhabitants. The townspeople said that they did not want to be put to the sword, and were not strong enough to resist a general assault." Footnote: Bigot O Minister, 1/8/1745. On the 15th of June they brought a petition to Duchamben, begging him to capitulate. Footnote: Duchamben O Minister, September 2, 1745. On that day Captain Sherburne, at the advanced battery, wrote in his diary, "By 12 o'clock we had got all our platforms laid, embrasures mended, guns in order, shot in place, cartridges ready, dined, gunners quartered, matches lighted to return their last favors, when we heard their drums beat a parley, and soon appeared a flag of truce, which I received midway between our battery and their walls, conducted the officer to Green Hill, and delivered him to Colonel Richmond. La Perelle, the French officer, delivered a note from Duchamben, directed to both Pepperrell and Warren, and asking for a suspension of arms to enable him to draw up proposals for capitulation." Footnote: Duchamben à Pepperrell et Warren, 26 Juin, New Style, 1745. Warren chanced to be on shore when the note came, and the 2 commanders answered jointly that it had come in good time, as they had just resolved on a general attack, and that they would give the governor till 8 o'clock of the next morning to make his proposals. Footnote: Warren and Pepperrell to Duchamben, June 15, 1745. They came in due time, but were of such a nature that Pepperrell refused to listen to them, and sent back Bonaventure, the officer who brought them, with counter-proposals. These were the terms which Duchamben had rejected on the 7th of May, with added conditions, as, among others, that no officer, soldier, or inhabitant of Louisbourg should bear arms against the King of England or any of his allies for the space of a year. Duchamben stipulated, as the condition of his acceptance, that his troops should march out of the fortress with their arms and colors. Footnote: Duchamben à Warren et Pepperrell, 27 Juin, New Style, 1745. To this both the English commanders consented, Warren observing to Pepperrell, "The uncertainty of our affairs, that depends so much on wind and weather, makes it necessary not to stickle at trifles." Footnote: Pepperrell to Warren, June 16, 1745, Warren to Pepperrell, June 16, 1745. The articles were signed on both sides, and on the 17th the ships sailed peacefully into the harbor, while Pepperrell with a part of his ragged army entered the south gate of the town. "Never was a place more mauled, with cannon and shells," he writes to Shirley. "Neither have I read in history of any troops behaving with greater courage. We gave them about 9,000 cannon balls and 600 bombs." Footnote: Pepperrell to Shirley, June 18, Old Style, 1745. Ibid, July 4, 1745. Thus this unique military performance ended in complete and astonishing success. According to English accounts, the French had lost about 300 men during the siege, but their real loss seems to have been not much above a third of that number. On the side of the besiegers, the deaths from all causes were only 130, about 30 of which were from disease. The French used their muskets to good purpose, but their mortar practice was bad, and close as was the advanced battery to their walls, they often failed to hit it, while the ground on both sides of it looked like a plowed field, from the bursting of their shells. Their surrender was largely determined by want of ammunition, as, according to one account, the French had but 37 barrels of gunpowder left. Footnote: Habitant de Louisbourg. In which particular the besiegers fared little better. Footnote: Pepperrell more than once complains of a total want of both powder and balls. Warren writes to him on May 29, "It is very lucky that we could spare you some powder. I am told you had not a grain left." The New England men had been full of confidence in the result of the proposed assault, and a French writer says that the timely capitulation saved Louisbourg from a terrible catastrophe. Footnote: C'est par une protection visible de la providence que nous avons prévenu une journée que nous aurait été assez funeste. Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg. Yet, alarmed and disorderly as the besiegers were, it may be doubted whether the quiet ending of the siege was not as fortunate for them as for their foes. The discouragement of the French was increased by greatly exaggerated ideas of the force of the Bastonnais. The habitant de Louisbourg places the land force alone at 8,000 or 9,000 men, and Duchamben reports to the minister D'Argenson that he was attacked in all by 13,000. His mortifying position was a sharp temptation to exaggerate, but his conduct can only be explained by a belief that the force of his enemy was far greater than it was in fact. Warren thought that the proposed assault would succeed, and wrote to Pepperrell that he hoped they would soon keep a good house together, and give the lattice of Louisbourg a gallant ball. Footnote: Warren to Pepperrell, June 10, 1745. During his visit to the camp on the day when the flag of truce came out, he made a speech to the New England soldiers, exhorting them to behave like true Englishmen, at which they cheered lustily. Making a visit to the Grand Battery on the same day, he won high favor with the regiment stationed there by the gift of a hogshead of rum to drink his health. Whether Warren's gallant ball ever took place in Louisbourg does not clearly appear. Pepperrell, on his part, celebrated the victory by a dinner to the Commodore and his officers. As the redoubtable Parson Moody was the general's chaplain and the oldest man in the army, he expected to ask a blessing at the board, and was, in fact, invited to do so, to the great concern of those who knew his habitual prolixity, and dreaded its effect on the guests. At the same time, not one of them dared rasp his irritable temper by any suggestion of brevity, and hence they came in terror to the feast, expecting an invocation of a good half-hour, ended by open revolt of the hungry Britons, when, to their surprise and relief, Moody said, "Good Lord, we have so much to thank thee for, that time will be too short, and we must leave it for eternity. bless our food and fellowship upon this joyful occasion, for the sake of Christ our Lord. Amen. And with that he sat down. Footnote: Collection of Mass. Hist. Society. I. 49. It is said that he had been seen in the French church hewing at the altar and images with the axe that he had brought for that purpose, and perhaps this iconoclastic performance had eased the high pressure of his zeal. Footnote: A descendant of Moody, at the village of York, told me that he was found in the church busy in the work of demolition. Amazing as their triumph was, Pepperell's soldiers were not satisfied with the capitulation, and one of them utters his disapproval in his diary thus: Sabbath day, ye June 16th. They came to terms for us to enter ye city tomorrow, and poor terms they be too. The occasion of discontent was the security of property assured to the inhabitants. By which means, says that dull chronicler Niles, the poor soldiers lost all their hopes and just a merit, desert, of plunder promised them. In the meagerness of their pay they thought themselves entitled to the plunder of Louisbourg, which they imagined to be a seat of wealth and luxury. Nathaniel Sparhawk, Pepperell's thrifty son-in-law, shared this illusion, and begged the general to get for him, at a low price, a handsome service of silver plate. When the volunteers exchanged their wet and dreary camp for what they expected to be the comfortable quarters of the town, they were disgusted to see the houses still occupied by the owners, and to find themselves forced to stand guard at the doors, to protect them. Footnote: Thursday, ye 21st. Ye French keep possession yet, and we are forced to stand at their doors to guard them. Diary of a Soldier, Anonymous. A great noise and hubbub amongst ye solders about ye plunder, some cursing, some a swearing, writes one of the disgusted victors. They were not, and perhaps could not be, long kept in order, and when, in accordance with the capitulation, the inhabitants had been sent on board vessels for transportation to France, discipline gave way, and General Walcott records that, while Moody was preaching on a Sunday in the garrison chapel, there was excessive stealing in every part of the town. Little, however, was left to steal. But if the army found but meager gleanings, the navy reaped a rich harvest. French ships, instead of being barred out of the harbor, were now lured to enter it. The French flag was kept flying over the town, and in this way prizes were entrapped to the estimated value of £1,000,000, half of which went to the crown, and the rest to the British officers and crews, the army getting no share whatever. Now rose the vexed question of the relative part borne by the colonies and the crown, the army and the navy, in the capture of Louisbourg, and here it may be well to observe the impressions of a French witness of the siege. It was an enterprise less of the English nation and its king than of the inhabitants of New England alone. This singular people have their own laws and administration, and their governor plays the sovereign. Admiral, Commodore, Warren had no authority over the troops sent by the governor of Boston, and he was only a spectator. Nobody would have said that their sea and land forces were of the same nation and under the same prince. No nation but the English is capable of such eccentricities, bizarreries, which, nevertheless, are a part of the precious liberty of which they show themselves so jealous. Footnote: Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg. The French writer is correct when he says that the land and sea forces were under separate commands, and it is equally true that but for the conciliating temper of Pepperell, harmony could not have been preserved between the two chiefs. But when he calls Warren a mere spectator, he does glaring injustice to that gallant officer, whose activity and that of his captains was incessant, and whose services were invaluable. They maintained, with slight lapses, an almost impossible blockade, without which the siege must have failed. 2 or 3 small vessels got into the harbor, but the capture of the Vigilant, more than any other event of the siege, discouraged the French and prepared them for surrender. Several English writers speak of Warren and the navy as the captors of Louisbourg, and all New England writers give the chief honor to Pepperell and the army. Neither army nor navy would have been successful without the other. Warren and his officers, in a council of war, had determined that so long as the island battery and the water batteries of the town remained in an efficient state, the ships could not enter the harbor, and Warren had personally expressed the same opinion. Footnote: Report of consultation on board the Superbe, June 7, 1745. Commodore Warren did say publicly that before the circular battery was reduced he would not venture in here with 3 times ye sea force he had with him, and through divine assistance, we tore that battery, and this city almost to pieces. Pepperell to Shirley, July 4, 1745. He did not mean to enter till all the batteries which had made the attempt impracticable, including the circular battery, which was the most formidable of all, had been silenced or crippled by the army, and by the army alone. The whole work of the siege fell upon the land forces, and though it had been proposed to send a body of marines on shore, this was not done. Footnote: Warren had no men to spare. He says, "If it should be thought necessary to join your troops with any men from our ships, it should only be done for some sudden attack that may be executed in one day or night." Warren to Pepperell, May 11, 1745. No such occasion arose. 3 or 4 gunners. To put your men in the way of loading cannon. Footnote: Ibid, May 13, 1745. On the 19th of May 1746, Warren made a parting speech to the New England men at Louisbourg, in which he tells them that it was they who conquered the country and expresses the hope that should the French try to recover it, the same spirit that induced you to make this conquest will prompt you to protect it. See the speech in Beamish Murdoch 2. 100-102, was Warren's contribution to the operations of the siege, though the fear of attack by the ships, jointly with the land force, no doubt hastened the surrender. Beauharnois, Governor of Canada, ascribes the defeat to the extreme activity with which the New England men pushed their attacks. The habitant de Louisbourg says that each of the 2 commanders was eager that the keys of the fortress should be delivered to him, and not to his colleague, that before the surrender, Warren sent an officer to persuade the French that it would be for their advantage to make their submission to him rather than to Pepperell, and that it was in fact so made. Walcott, on the other hand, with the best means of learning the truth, says in his diary that Pepperell received the keys at the South Gate. The report that it was the British Commodore, and not their own general, to whom Louisbourg surrendered, made a prodigious stir among the inhabitants of New England, who had the touchiness common to small and ambitious peoples, and as they had begun the enterprise and borne most of its burdens and dangers, they thought themselves entitled to the chief credit of it. Pepperell was blamed as lukewarm for the honor of his country because he did not demand the keys and reject the capitulation if they were refused. After all this ebullition, it appeared that the keys were in his hands, for when, soon after the siege, Shirley came to Louisbourg, Pepperell formally presented them to him, in presence of the soldiers. Warren no doubt thought that he had a right to precedence, as being an officer of the king in regular standing, while Pepperell was but a civilian, clothed with temporary rank by the appointment of a provincial governor. Warren was an impetuous sailor accustomed to command, and Pepperell was a merchant accustomed to manage and persuade. The difference appears in their correspondence during the siege. Warren is sometimes brusque and almost peremptory. Pepperell is forbearing and considerate to the last degree. He liked Warren, and to the last, continued to praise him highly in letters to Shirley and other provincial governors. Footnote: See extracts in Parson, 105,106. The habitant de Louisbourg extols Warren, but is not partial to Pepperell, whom he calls, incorrectly, the son of a Boston shoemaker, while Warren, on occasion of Shirley's arrival at Louisbourg, made a speech highly complimentary to both the general and his soldiers. The news that Louisbourg was taken reached Boston at 1 o'clock in the morning of the 3d of July by a vessel sent express. A din of bells and cannon proclaimed it to the slumbering townsmen, and before the sun rose, the streets were filled with shouting crowds. At night every window shone with lamps, and the town was ablaze with fireworks and bonfires. The next Thursday was appointed a day of general thanksgiving for a victory believed to be the direct work of Providence. New York and Philadelphia also hailed the great news with illuminations, ringing of bells, and firing of cannon. In England the tidings were received with astonishment, and a joy that was dashed with reflections on the strength and mettle of colonists supposed already to aspire to independence. Pepperell was made a baronet, and Warren an admiral. The merchant soldier was commissioned colonel in the British Army. A regiment was given him, to be raised in America and maintained by the king, while a similar recognition was granted to the lawyer Shirley. Footnote: To Rouse, captain of a provincial cruiser, whom Warren had commended for conduct and courage, was given the command of a ship in the Royal Navy. "Tell your council and assembly, in His Majesty's name," writes Newcastle to Shirley, "that their conduct will always entitle them, in a particular manner, to his royal favor and protection." Newcastle to Shirley, August 10, 1745. A question vital to Massachusetts worried her in the midst of her triumph. She had been bankrupt for many years, and of the large volume of her outstanding obligations, a part was not worth 8 pence in the pound. Added to her load of debt, she had spent £183,649 on the Louisbourg expedition, that which Smollett calls the most important achievement of the war. Would never have taken place but for her, and Old England, and not New, was to reap the profit, for Louisbourg, conquered by arms, was to be restored by diplomacy. If the money she had spent for the mother country were not repaid, her ruin was certain. William Bolon, English by birth and a son-in-law of Shirley, was sent out to urge the just claim of the province, and after long and vigorous solicitation, he succeeded. The full amount, in sterling value, was paid to Massachusetts, and the expenditures of New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island were also reimbursed. Footnote: £183,649 to Massachusetts, £16,355 to New Hampshire, £28,863 to Connecticut, £6,332 to Rhode Island. The people of Boston saw 27 of those long, unwieldy trucks which many elders of the place still remember as used in their youth, rumbling up King Street to the Treasury, loaded with 217 chests of Spanish dollars, and 100 barrels of copper coin. A pound sterling was worth 11 pounds of the old tenor currency of Massachusetts, and 30 shillings of the new tenor. Those beneficent trucks carried enough to buy in at a stroke 9/10 of the old tenor notes of the province, nominally worth above 2 millions. A stringent tax, laid on by the Assembly, paid the remaining tenth, and Massachusetts was restored to financial health. Footnote: Palfrey, New England v. 101-109, Shirley, Report to the Board of Trade. Bolon to Secretary Willard in Call. Mass. Hist. SOCI, 53, Hutchinson, Hist. Mass. 2. 391-395. Letters of Bolon in Massachusetts Archives. It was through the exertions of the much-abused Thomas Hutchinson, Speaker of the Assembly and Historian of Massachusetts, that the money was used for the laudable purpose of extinguishing the old debt. Shirley did his utmost to support Bolon in his efforts to obtain compensation, and after highly praising the zeal and loyalty of the people of his province, he writes to Newcastle: "Justice, as well as the affection which I bear to M., constrains me to beseech your grace to recommend their case to His Majesty's paternal care and tenderness in the strongest manner." Shirley to Newcastle, November 6, 1745. The English documents on the siege of Louisbourg are many and voluminous. The Pepperell Papers and the Belknap Papers, both in the library of the Massachusetts Historical Society, afford a vast number of contemporary letters and documents on the subject. The large volume entitled Siege of Louisbourg, in the same repository, contains many more, including a number of autographed diaries of soldiers and others. To these are to be added the journals of General Walcott, James Gibson, Benjamin Cleaves, Seth Pomeroy, and several others, in print or manuscript, among which is especially to be noted the journal appended to Shirley's letter to the Duke of Newcastle of October 28, 1745, and bearing the names of Pepperell, Brigadier Waldo, Colonel Moore, and Lieutenant Colonels Lothrop and Gridley, who attest its accuracy. Many papers have also been drawn from the Public Record Office of London. Accounts of this affair have hitherto rested, with but slight exceptions, on English sources alone. The archives of France have furnished useful material to the foregoing narrative, notably the long report of the Governor, Duchamben, to the Minister of War, and the letter of the Intendant, Bigot, to the same personage, within about 6 weeks after the surrender. But the most curious French evidence respecting the siege is the Lettre d'un habitant de Louisbourg contenant en relation exacte and circonstancie de la prise de la Royale par les Anlois. À Quebec, chez Guillaume le Sincere, à l'image de la vérité, 1745. This little work, of 81 printed pages, is extremely rare. I could study it only by having a literatum transcript made from the copy in the Bibliothèque Nationale, as it was not in the British Museum. It bears the signature B. L. N. and is dated C. 28/8/1745. The imprint of Quebec, etc., is certainly a mask, the book having no doubt been printed in France. It severely criticizes Duchambon, and makes him mainly answerable for the disaster. For French views of the siege of Louisbourg, see Appendix B. Chapter 21. 1745 to 1747. Duc d'Anville. Louisbourg after the conquest. Mutiny. Pestilence. Stephen Williams. His diary. Scheme of conquering Canada. Newcastle's promises. Alarm in Canada. Promises broken. Plan against Crown Point. Startling news. D'Anville's fleet. Louisbourg to be avenged. Disasters of D'Anville. Storm. Pestilence. Famine. Death of D'Anville. Suicide of the Vice Admiral. Ruinous failure. Return voyage. Defeat of La Jonquière. The troops and inhabitants of Louisbourg were all embarked for France, and the town was at last in full possession of the victors. The serious-minded among them, and there were few who did not bear the stamp of hereditary Puritanism, now saw a fresh proof that they were the peculiar care of an approving Providence. While they were in camp the weather had been favorable, but they were scarcely housed when a cold, persistent rain poured down in floods that would have drenched their flimsy tents and turned their huts of turf into mud heaps, robbing the sick of every hope of recovery. Even now they got little comfort from the shattered tenements of Louisbourg. The siege had left the town in so filthy a condition that the wells were infected and the water was poisoned. The soldiers clamored for discharge, having enlisted to serve only till the end of the expedition, and Shirley insisted that faith must be kept with them, or no more would enlist. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, September 27, 1745. Pepperrell, much to the dissatisfaction of Warren, sent home about 700 men, some of whom were on the sick list, while the rest had families in distress and danger on the exposed frontier. At the same time he begged hard for reinforcements, expecting a visit from the French and a desperate attempt to recover Louisbourg. He and Warren governed the place jointly, under martial law, and they both passed half their time in holding courts martial, for disorder reigned among the disgusted militia, and no less among the crowd of hungry speculators, who flocked like vultures to the conquered town to buy the cargoes of captured ships, or seek for other prey. The Massachusetts soldiers, whose pay was the smallest, and who had counted on being at their homes by the end of July, were the most turbulent, but all alike were on the brink of mutiny. Excited by their ringleaders, they one day marched in a body to the parade and threw down their arms, but probably soon picked them up again, as in most cases the guns were hunting pieces belonging to those who carried them. Pepperrell begged Shirley to come to Louisbourg and bring the mutineers back to duty. Accordingly, on the 16th of August he arrived in a ship of war, accompanied by Mrs. Shirley and Mrs. Warren, wife of the Commodore. The soldiers duly fell into line to receive him. As it was not his habit to hide his own merits, he tells the Duke of Newcastle that nobody but he could have quieted the malcontents, which is probably true, as nobody else had power to raise their pay. He made them a speech, promised them 40 shillings in Massachusetts new tenor currency a month, instead of 25, and ended with ordering for each man half a pint of rum to drink the king's health. Though potations so generous might be thought to promise effects not wholly sedative, the mutineers were brought to reason, and some even consented to remain in garrison till the next June. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, December 4, 1745. Small reinforcements came from New England to hold the place till the arrival of troops from Gibraltar, promised by the ministry. The 2 regiments raised in the colonies, and commanded by Shirley and Pepperrell, were also intended to form a part of the garrison, But difficulty was found in filling the ranks, because, says Shirley, some commissions have been given to Englishmen, and men will not enlist here except under American officers. Nothing could be more dismal than the condition of Louisbourg, as reflected in the diaries of soldiers and others who spent there the winter that followed its capture. Among these diaries is that of the worthy Benjamin Crafts, private in Hale's Essex regiment, who to the entry of each day adds a pious invocation, sincere in its way, no doubt, though hackneyed, and sometimes in strange company. Thus, after noting down Shirley's gift of half a pint of rum to every man to drink the king's health, he adds immediately, "The Lord look upon us and enable us to trust in him, and may he prepare us for his holy day." On September 1, being Sabbath, we find the following record. "I am much out of order. This forenoon heard Mr. Stephen Williams preach from ye 18 Luke 9 verse in the afternoon from ye 8 of Eccles 8 verse. Blessed be the Lord that has given us to enjoy another Sabbath and opportunity to hear his word dispensed." On the next day, being Monday, he continues, "Last night I was taken very bad. The Lord be pleased to strengthen my inner man that I may put my whole trust in him. May we all be prepared for his holy will. Red part of plunder, 9 small tooth combs." Crafts died in the spring, of the prevailing distemper, after doing good service in the commissary department of his regiment. Stephen Williams, the preacher whose sermons had comforted Crafts in his trouble, was a son of Rev. John Williams, captured by the Indians at Deerfield in 1704, and was now minister of Long Meadow, Massachusetts. He had joined the anti-papal crusade as one of its chaplains, and passed for a man of ability, a point on which those who read his diary will probably have doubts. The lot of the army chaplains was of the hardest. A pestilence had fallen upon Louisbourg, and turned the fortress into a hospital. "After we got into the town," says the sarcastic Dr. Douglas, whose pleasure it is to put everything in its worst light, "a sordid indolence or sloth, for want of discipline, induced putrid fevers and dysenteries, which at length in August became contagious, and the people died like rotten sheep. From 14 to 27 were buried every day in the cemetery behind the town, outside the Maurepas Gate, by the old lime kiln, on Rochefort Point, and the forgotten bones of above 500. New England men lie there to this day under the coarse, neglected grass." The chaplain's diary is little but a dismal record of sickness, death, sermons, funerals, and prayers with the dying 10 times a day. "Prayed at hospital, prayed at citadel, preached at grand eatery, visited Captain, illegible, very sick, one of Captain S. Company DYD, am but poorly myself, but able to keep about." Now and then there is a momentary change of note, as when he writes, "July 29th, one of ye captains of ye men of war caned a soldier who struck ye captain, again. A great tumult. Swords were drawn, no life lost, but great uneasiness is caused." Or when he sets down the say, of some Briton, apparently a naval officer, "that he had thought ye New England men were cowards, but now he thought whitey if they had a pickaxe and spade, they wd dig ye way to hell and storm it." Footnote: the autograph diary of Rev. Stephen Williams is in my possession. The handwriting is detestable. Williams was sorely smitten with homesickness, but he sturdily kept his post, in spite of grievous yearnings for family and flock. The pestilence slowly abated, till at length the burying parties that passed the Maurepas Gate counted only 3 or 4 a day. At the end of January 561 men had died, 1,100 were on the sick list, and about 1,000 fit for duty. Footnote: on May 10, 1746, Shirley writes to Newcastle that 890 men had died during the winter. The sufferings of the garrison from cold were extreme. The promised regiments from Gibraltar had not come. Could the French have struck then, Louisbourg might have changed hands again. The Gibraltar regiments had arrived so late upon that rude coast that they turned southward to the milder shores of Virginia, spent the winter there, and did not appear at Louisbourg till April. They brought with them a commission for Warren as governor of the fortress. He made a speech of thanks to the New England garrison, now reduced to less than 1,900 men, sick and well, and they sailed at last for home, Louisbourg being now thought safe from any attempt of France. To the zealous and energetic Shirley, the capture of the fortress was but a beginning of greater triumphs. Scarcely had the New England militia sailed from Boston on their desperate venture, when he wrote to the Duke of Newcastle that should the expedition succeed, all New England would be on fire to attack Canada, and the other colonies would take part with them, if ordered to do so by the ministry. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, April 4, 1745, and some months later, after Louisbourg was taken, he urged the policy of striking while the iron was hot, and invading Canada at once. The colonists, he said, were ready, and it would be easier to raise 10,000 men for such an attack than 1,000 to lie idle in garrison at Louisbourg or anywhere else. France and England, he thinks, cannot live on the same continent. If we were rid of the French, he continues, England would soon control America, which would make her first among the nations, and he ventures what now seems the modest prediction that in 1 or 2 centuries the British colonies would rival France in population. Even now, he is sure that they would raise 20,000 men to capture Canada, if the king required it of them, and Warren would be an acceptable commander for the naval part of the expedition. But, concludes the governor, I will take no step without orders from His Majesty. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, October 29, 1745. The Duke of Newcastle was now at the head of the government. Smollett and Horace Walpole have made his absurdities familiar, in anecdotes which, true or not, do no injustice to his character. Yet he had talents that were great in their way, though their way was a mean one. They were talents, not of the statesman, but of the political manager, and their object was to win office and keep it. Newcastle, whatever his motives, listened to the counsels of Shirley, and directed him to consult with Warren as to the proposed attack on Canada. At the same time he sent a circular letter to the governors of the provinces from New England to North Carolina, directing them, should the invasion be ordered, to call upon their assemblies for as many men as they would grant. Footnote: Newcastle to the provincial governors, March 14, 1746. Shirley to Newcastle, May 31, 1746. Proclamation of Shirley, June 2, 1746. Shirley's views were cordially supported by Warren, and the levies were made accordingly, though not in proportion to the strength of the several colonies, for those south of New York felt little interest in the plan. Shirley was told to dispose Massachusetts to do its part, but neither he nor his province needed prompting. Taking his cue from the Roman senator, he exclaimed to his assembly, Delenda est Canada, and the assembly responded by voting to raise 3,500 men, and offering a bounty equivalent to £4 to each volunteer, besides a blanket for every one, and a bed for every 2. New Hampshire contributed 500 men, Rhode Island 300, Connecticut 1,000, New York 1,600, New Jersey 500, Maryland 300, and Virginia 100. The Pennsylvania Assembly, controlled by Quaker noncombatants, would give no soldiers, but by a popular movement, the province furnished 400 men, without the help of its representatives. Footnote: Hutchinson 2. 381. Note. Compare Memoirs of the Principal Transactions of the Late War. As usual in the English attempts against Canada, the campaign was to be a double one. The main body of troops, composed of British regulars and New England militia, was to sail up the St. Lawrence and attack Quebec, while the levies of New York and the provinces farther south, aided, it was hoped, by the warriors of the Iroquois, were to advance on Montreal by way of Lake Champlain. Newcastle promised 8 battalions of British troops under Lieutenant General St. Clair. They were to meet the New England men at Louisbourg, and all were then to sail together for Quebec, under the escort of a squadron commanded by Warren. Shirley also was to go to Louisbourg, and arrange the plan of the campaign with the general and the admiral. Thus, without loss of time, the captured fortress was to be made a base of operations against its late owners. Canada was wild with alarm at reports of English preparation. There were about 50 English prisoners in barracks at Quebec, and every device was tried to get information from them. But being chiefly rustics caught on the frontiers by Indian war parties, they had little news to give, and often refused to give even this. One of them, who had been taken long before and gained over by the French, footnote: Un ancien prisonnier affiché qu'elle en a mis dans nos interests, was used as an agent to extract information from his countrymen, and was called Notre homme de confiance. At the same time, the prisoners were freely supplied with writing materials, and their letters to their friends being then opened, it appeared that they were all in expectation of speedy deliverance. Footnote: Extrait en famille du journal de ce qui s'est passé dans la colonie de Puis, le 1 dec. 1745, jusqu'au November 9. 1746, Signa Beauharnois et Hawkwart. In July, a report came from Acadia that from 40 to 50,000 men were to attack Canada, and on the 1st of August a prisoner lately taken at Saratoga declared that there were 32 warships at Boston ready to sail against Quebec, and that 13,000 men were to march at once from Albany against Montreal. If all these stories are true, writes the Canadian journalist, all the English on this continent must be in arms. Preparations for defense were pushed with feverish energy. Fireships were made ready at Quebec, and fire rafts at Île-aux-Coudres. Provisions were gathered, and ammunition was distributed. Reconnoitering parties were sent to watch the Gulf and the river, and bands of Canadians and Indians lately sent to Acadia were ordered to hasten back. Thanks to the Duke of Newcastle, all these alarms were needless. The Massachusetts levies were ready within 6 weeks, and Shirley, eager and impatient, waited in vain for the squadron from England and the promised 8 battalions of regulars. They did not come, and in August he wrote to Newcastle that it would now be impossible to reach Quebec before October, which would be too late. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, August 22, 1746. The 8 battalions had been sent to Portsmouth for embarkation, ordered on board the transports, then ordered ashore again, and finally sent on an abortive expedition against the coast of France. There were those who thought that this had been their destination from the first, and that the proposed attack on Canada was only a pretense to deceive the enemy. It was not till the next spring that Newcastle tried to explain the miscarriage to Shirley. He wrote that the troops had been detained by headwinds till General St. Clair and Admiral Lestock thought it too late, to which he added that the demands of the European war made the Canadian expedition impracticable, and that Shirley was to stand on the defensive and attempt no further conquests. As for the provincial soldiers, who this time were in the pay of the Crown, he says that they were very expensive, and orders the governor to get rid of them as cheap as possible. Footnote: Newcastle to Shirley, May 30, 1747. Thus, not for the first time, the hopes of the colonies were brought to naught by the failure of the British ministers to keep their promises. When, in the autumn of 1746, Shirley said that for the present Canada was to be let alone, he bethought him of a less decisive conquest, and proposed to employ the provincial troops for an attack on Crown Point, which formed the halfway station between Albany and Montreal, and was the constant rendezvous of war parties against New York, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, whose discords and jealousies had prevented them from combining to attack it. The Dutch of Albany, too, had strong commercial reasons for not coming to blows with the Canadians. Of late, however, Massachusetts and New York had suffered so much from this inconvenient neighbor that it was possible to unite them against it, and as Clinton, governor of New York, was scarcely less earnest to get possession of Crown Point than was Shirley himself, a plan of operations was soon settled. By the middle of October 1,500 Massachusetts troops were on their way to join the New York levies, and then advance upon the obnoxious post. Footnote: Memoirs of the Principal Transactions of the Last War. Even this modest enterprise was destined to fail. Astounding tidings reached New England, and startled her like a thunderclap from dreams of conquest. It was reported that a great French fleet and army were on their way to retake Louisbourg, reconquer Acadia, burn Boston, and lay waste the other seaboard towns. The Massachusetts troops marching for Crown Point were recalled, and the country militia were mustered in arms. In a few days the narrow, crooked streets of the Puritan capital were crowded with more than 8,000 armed rustics from the farms and villages of Middlesex, Essex, Norfolk, and Worcester, and Connecticut promised 6,000 more as soon as the hostile fleet should appear. The defenses of Castle William were enlarged and strengthened, and cannon were planted on the islands at the mouth of the harbor. Hulks were sunk in the channel, and a boom was laid across it under the guns of the castle. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, September 29, 1746. Shirley says that though the French may bombard the town, he does not think they could make a landing, as he shall have 15,000 good men within call to oppose them. The alarm was compared to that which filled England on the approach of the Spanish Armada. Footnote: Hutchinson 2. 382. Canada heard the news of the coming armament with an exultation that was dashed with misgiving as weeks and months passed, and the fleet did not appear. At length in September a vessel put into an Acadian harbor with the report that she had met the ships in mid-ocean, and that they counted 150 sail. Some weeks later the governor, an intendant of Canada, wrote that on the 14th of October they received a letter from Chibucto with the agreeable news that the Duc d'Anville and his fleet had arrived there about 3 weeks before. Had they known more, they would have rejoiced less. That her great American fortress should have been snatched from her by a despised militia was more than France could bear, and in the midst of a burdensome war she made a crowning effort to retrieve her honor and pay the debt with usury. It was computed that nearly half the French navy was gathered at Brest under command of the Duc d'Anville. By one account his force consisted of 11 ships of the line, 20 frigates, and 34 transports and fireships, or 65 in all. Another list gives a total of 66, of which 10 were ships of the line, 22 were frigates and fireships, and 34 were transports. Footnote: This list is in the journal of a captured French officer called by Shirley M. Rebateau. These last carried the regiment of Ponthieu, with other veteran troops, to the number in all of 3,150. The fleet was to be joined at Chibucto, now Halifax, by 4 heavy ships of war lately sent to the West Indies under M. de Conflans. From Brest d'Anville sailed for some reason to Rochelle, and here the ships were kept so long by headwinds that it was the 20th of June before they could put to sea. From the first the omens were sinister. The admiral was beset with questions as to the destination of the fleet, which was known to him alone, and when, for the sake of peace, he told it to his officers, their discontent redoubled. The Bay of Biscay was rough and boisterous, and spars, sails, and bowsprits were carried away. After they had been a week at sea, some of the ships, being dull sailors, lagged behind, and the rest were forced to shorten sail and wait for them. In the longitude of the Azores there was a dead calm, and the whole fleet lay idle for days. Then came a squall, with lightning. Several ships were struck. On one of them 6 men were killed, and on the 70-gun ship, Mars, a box of musket and cannon cartridges blew up, killed 10 men, and wounded 21. A storeship which proved to be sinking was abandoned and burned. Then a pestilence broke out, and in some of the ships there were more sick than in health. On the 14th of September they neared the coast of Nova Scotia, and were in dread of the dangerous shoals of Sable Island, the position of which they did not exactly know. They groped their way in fogs till a fearful storm, with thunder and lightning, fell upon them. The journalist of the voyage, a captain in the regiment of Ponthieu, says, with the exaggeration common in such cases, that the waves ran as high as the masts, and such was their violence that a transport, dashing against the ship Amazon, immediately went down, with all on board. The crew of the Prince d'Orange, half blinded by wind and spray, saw the great ship Caribou, without bowsprit or maintopmast, driving towards them before the gale, and held their breath in expectation of the shock as she swept close alongside and vanished in the storm. Footnote: Journal historique du voyage de la flotte commandée par M. le Duc d'Anville. The writer was on board the Prince d'Orange, and describes what he saw. Archives du Séminaire de Quebec, printed in Le Canada Français. The tempest raged all night, and the fleet became so scattered that there was no more danger of collision. In the morning the journalist could see but 5 sail, but as the day advanced the rest began to reappear, and at 3 o'clock he counted 31 from the deck of the Prince d'Orange. The gale was subsiding, but its effects were seen in hencoops, casks, and chests floating on the surges and telling the fate of one or more of the fleet. The Argonaut was rolling helpless, without masts or rudder. The Caribou had thrown overboard all the starboard guns of her upper deck, and the vice-admiral's ship, the Trident, was in scarcely better condition. On the 23d they were wrapped in thick fog and lay firing guns, ringing bells, and beating drums to prevent collisions. When the weather cleared, they looked in vain for the Admiral's ship, the Northumberland. Footnote: the Northumberland was an English prize captured by Captain Serrier and Conflans in 1744. She was not lost, however, but with two other ships was far ahead of the fleet and near Chibucto, though in great perplexity, having no pilot who knew the coast. She soon after had the good fortune to capture a small English vessel with a man on board well acquainted with Chibucto harbor. D'Anville offered him his liberty and 100 louis if he would pilot the ship in. To this he agreed, but when he rejoined his fellow prisoners they called him a traitor to his country, on which he retracted his promise. D'Anville was sorely perplexed, but Duperrier, captain of the Northumberland, less considerate of the prisoner's feelings, told him that unless he kept his word he should be thrown into the sea, with a pair of cannonballs made fast to his feet. At this his scruples gave way, and before night the Northumberland was safe in Chibucto Bay. D'Anville had hoped to find here the 4 ships of Conflans which were to have met him from the West Indies at this, the appointed rendezvous, but he saw only a solitary transport of his own fleet. Hills covered with forests stood lonely and savage round what is now the harbor of Halifax. Conflans and his 4 ships had arrived early in the month, and finding nobody, though it was nearly 3 months since D'Anville left Rochelle, he cruised among the fogs for a while, and then sailed for France a few days before the Admiral's arrival. D'Anville was ignorant of the fate of his fleet, but he knew that the 2 ships which had reached Chibucto with him were full of sick men, that their provisions were nearly spent, and that there was every reason to believe such of the fleet as the storm might have spared to be in no better case. An officer of the expedition describes D'Anville as a man made to command and worthy to be loved, and says that he had borne the disasters of the voyage with the utmost fortitude and serenity. Footnote: Journal Historique du Voyage. Yet suspense and distress wrought fatally upon him, and at 2 o'clock in the morning of the 27th he died, of apoplexy, by the best accounts, though it was whispered among the crews that he had ended his troubles by poison. Footnote: Declaration of H. Canon and D. Dias, October 23, 1746. Deposition of Joseph Foster, October 24, 1746, sworn to before Jacob Wendell, J.P. These were prisoners in the ships at Chibucto. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day D'Astornel, the vice-admiral, with such ships as remained with him, entered the harbor and learned what had happened. He saw with dismay that he was doomed to bear the burden of command over a ruined enterprise and a shattered fleet. The long voyage had consumed the provisions, and in some of the ships the crews were starving. The pestilence grew worse, and men were dying in numbers every day. On the 28th, D'Anville was buried without ceremony on a small island in the harbor. The officers met in council, and the papers of the dead commander were examined. Among them was a letter from the king in which he urged the recapture of Louisbourg as the first object of the expedition, but this was thought impracticable, and the council resolved to turn against Annapolis all the force that was left. It is said that D'Astornel opposed the attempt, insisting that it was hopeless, and that there was no alternative but to return to France. The debate was long and hot, and the decision was against him. Footnote: This is said by all the writers except the author of the Journal Historique, who merely states that the council decided to attack Annapolis, and to detach some soldiers to the aid of Quebec. This last vote was reconsidered. The council dissolved, and he was seen to enter his cabin in evident distress and agitation. An unusual sound was presently heard, followed by groans. His door was fastened by 2 bolts, put on the evening before by his order. It was burst open, and the unfortunate commander was found lying in a pool of blood, transfixed with his own sword. Enraged and mortified, he had thrown himself upon it in a fit of desperation. The surgeon drew out the blade, but it was only on the urgent persuasion of 2 Jesuits that the dying man would permit the wound to be dressed. He then ordered all the captains to the side of his berth, and said, "Gentlemen, I beg pardon of God and the king for what I have done, and I protest to the king that my only object was to prevent my enemies from saying that I had not executed his orders." And he named M. de La Jonquière to command in his place. In fact, La Jonquière's rank entitled him to do so. He was afterwards well known as Governor of Canada, and was reputed a brave and able sea officer. La Jonquière remained at Chibucto till late in October. Messengers were sent to the Acadian settlements to ask for provisions, of which there was desperate need, and as payment was promised in good metal, and not in paper, the Acadians brought in a considerable supply. The men were encamped on shore, yet the pestilence continued its ravages. 2 English prisoners were told that between 23 and 2,400 men had been buried by sea or land since the fleet left France, and another declares that 1,135 burials took place while he was at Chibucto. Footnote: Declaration of Cannon and Diaz. Deposition of Joseph Foster. The survivors used the clothing of the dead as gifts to the neighboring Indians, who in consequence were attacked with such virulence by the disease that of the band at Cape Sable 3/4 are said to have perished. The English, meanwhile, learned something of the condition of their enemies. Towards the end of September, Captain Sylvanus Cobb, in a sloop from Boston, boldly entered Chibucto harbor, took note of the ships lying there, and though pursued, ran out to sea and carried the results of his observations to Louisbourg. Footnote: Report of Captain Cobb, in Shirley to Newcastle, October 13, 1746. A more thorough reconnaissance was afterwards made by a vessel from Louisbourg bringing French prisoners for exchange under a flag of truce, and it soon became evident that the British colonies had now nothing to fear. La Jonquière still clung to the hope of a successful stroke at Annapolis, till in October an Acadian brought him the report that the garrison of that place had received a reinforcement of 1,200 men. The reinforcement consisted in reality of 3 small companies of militia sent from Boston by Shirley. La Jonquière called a secret council, and the result seems to have been adverse to any further attempt. The journalist reports that only 1,000 men were left in fighting condition, and that even of these some were dying every day. La Jonquière, however, would not yet despair. The troops were re-embarked, 5 hospital ships were devoted to the sick, the Parfait, a 50-gun ship no longer serviceable, was burned, as were several smaller vessels, and on the 4th of October what was left of the fleet sailed out of Chibucto harbor and steered for Annapolis, piloted by Acadians. The flag of truce from Louisbourg was compelled for a time to bear them company, and Joseph Foster of Beverly, an exchanged prisoner on board of her, deposed that as the fleet held its way, he saw a great number of dead persons dropped into the sea every day. Ill luck still pursued the French. A storm off Cape Sable dispersed the ships, 2 of which some days later made their way to Annapolis Basin in expectation of finding some of their companions there. They found instead the British 50-gun ship, Chester, and the Massachusetts frigate, Shirley, anchored before the fort, on which the 2 Frenchmen retired as they had come, and so ended the last aggressive movement on the part of the great armament. The journalist reports that on the night of the 27th there was a council of officers on board the Northumberland, at which it was resolved that no choice was left but to return to France with the ships that still kept together. On the 4th of November there was another storm, and when it subsided, the Prince d'Orange found herself with but 9 companions, all of which were transports. These had on board 11 companies of soldiers, of whom their senior officer reports that only 91 were in health. The pestilence made such ravages among the crews that 4 or 5 corpses were thrown into the sea every day, and there was fear that the vessels would be left helpless in mid-ocean for want of sailors to work them. Footnote: Journal Historique. At last, on the 7th of December, after narrowly escaping an English squadron, they reached Port Louis in Brittany, where several ships of the fleet had arrived before them. Among these was the frigate La Palme. Yesterday, says the journalist, I supped with M. d'Estrahautel, who commands this frigate, and he told me things which from anybody else would have been incredible. This is his story, exactly as I had it from him. And he goes on to the following effect. After the storm of the 14th of September, provisions being almost spent, it was thought that there was no hope for La Palme and her crew but in giving up the enterprise and making all sail at once for home, since France now had no port of refuge on the western continent nearer than Quebec. Rations were reduced to 3 ounces of biscuit and 3 of salt meat a day, and after a time half of this pittance was cut off. There was diligent hunting for rats in the hold, and when this game failed, the crew, crazed with famine, demanded of their captain that 5 English prisoners who were on board should be butchered to appease the frenzy of their hunger. The captain consulted his officers, and they were of opinion that if he did not give his consent, the crew would work their will without it. The ship's butcher was accordingly ordered to bind one of the prisoners, carry him to the bottom of the hold, put him to death, and distribute his flesh to the men in portions of 3 ounces each. The captain, walking the deck in great agitation all night, found a pretext for deferring the deed till morning, when a watchman sent aloft at daylight cried, "A sail!" The providential stranger was a Portuguese ship, and as Portugal was neutral in the war, she let the frigate approach to within hailing distance. The Portuguese captain soon came alongside in a boat, accompanied, in the words of the narrator, by 5 sheep. These were eagerly welcomed by the starving crew as agreeable substitutes for the 5 Englishmen, and being forthwith slaughtered, were parcelled out among the men, who would not wait till the flesh was cooked, but devoured it raw. Provisions enough were obtained from the Portuguese to keep the frigate's company alive till they reached Port Louis. Footnote: Relation du voyage de retour de M. d'Estrahado après la tempête du 14 septembre, in Journal Historique. There are no sufficient means of judging how far the disasters of D'Anville's fleet were due to a neglect of sanitary precautions or to deficient seamanship. Certain it is that there were many in self-righteous New England who would have held it impious to doubt that God had summoned the pestilence and the storm to fight the battles of his modern Israel. Undaunted by disastrous failure, the French court equipped another fleet, not equal to that of D'Anville, yet still formidable, and placed it under La Jonquière, for the conquest of Acadia and Louisbourg. La Jonquière sailed from Rochelle on the 10th of May 1747, and on the 14th was met by an English fleet stronger than his own and commanded by Admirals Anson and Warren. A fight ensued in which, after brave resistance, the French were totally defeated. 6 ships of war, including the flagship, were captured, with a host of prisoners, among whom was La Jonquière himself. Footnote: Relation du combat rendu le 14 mai, New Style, par l'escadre du Roi commandé par M. de La Jonquière, in Le Canada Français, Supplement de Documents Inédits, 33. Newcastle to Shirley, 30 May, 1747, Chapter 22. 1745 to 1747. Acadian conflicts. Efforts of France. Apathy of Newcastle. Dilemma of Acadians. Their character. Danger of the province. Plans of Shirley. Acadian priests. Political agitators. Nobles expedition. Ramsay at Beaubassin. Noble at Grand Prix. A winter march. Defeat and death of Noble. Grand Prix reoccupied by the English. Threats of Ramsay against the Acadians. The British ministry will not protect them. Since the capture of Louisbourg, France had held constantly in view, as an object of prime importance, the recovery of her lost colony of Acadia. This was one of the chief aims of D'Anville's expedition, and of that of La Jonquière in the next year. And to make assurance still more sure, a large body of Canadians, under M. de Ramsay, had been sent to Acadia to cooperate with D'Anville's force. But the greater part of them had been recalled to aid in defending Quebec against the expected attack of the English. They returned when the news came that D'Anville was at Chibucto, and Ramsay, with a part of his command, advanced upon Port Royal, or Annapolis, in order to support the fleet in its promised attack on that place. He encamped at a little distance from the English fort till he heard of the disasters that had ruined the fleet. Footnote: Journal de Beaujeu, in Le Canada Français, Documents, 53, and then fell back to Chignecto, on the neck of the Acadian Peninsula, where he made his quarters, with a force which, including Micmac, Mailsite, and Penobscot Indians, amounted, at one time, to about 1,600 men. If France was bent on recovering Acadia, Shirley was no less resolved to keep it, if he could. In his belief, it was the key of the British-American colonies, and again he urged the Duke of Newcastle to protect it. But Newcastle seemed scarcely to have known where Acadia was, being ignorant of most things except the art of managing the House of Commons, and careless of all things that could not help his party and himself. Hence Shirley's hyperboles, though never without a basis of truth, were lost upon him. Once, it is true, he sent 300 men to Annapolis, but 180 of them died on the voyage, or lay helpless in Boston hospitals, and the rest could better have been spared, some being recruits from English jails, and others Irish Catholics, several of whom deserted to the French, with information of the state of the garrison. The defense of Acadia was left to Shirley and his assembly, who in time of need sent companies of militia and rangers to Annapolis, and thus on several occasions saved it from returning to France. Shirley was the most watchful and strenuous defender of British interests on the continent, and in the present crisis British and colonial interests were one. He held that if Acadia were lost, the peace and safety of all the other colonies would be in peril, and in spite of the immense efforts made by the French court to recover it, he felt that the chief danger of the province was not from without, but from within. If 1,000 French troops should land in Nova Scotia, he writes to Newcastle, all the people would rise to join them, besides all the Indians. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, October 29, 1745. So, too, thought the French officials in America. The governor and intendant of Canada wrote to the colonial minister. The inhabitants, with few exceptions, wish to return under the French dominion, and will not hesitate to take up arms as soon as they see themselves free to do so, that is, as soon as we become masters of Port Royal, or they have powder and other munitions of war, and are backed by troops for their protection against the resentment of the English. Footnote: Beauharnois et Hawkwart au Minister, September 12, 1745. Up to this time, however, though they had aided de Vivier in his attack on Annapolis so far as was possible without seeming to do so, they had not openly taken arms, and their refusal to fight for the besiegers is one among several causes to which Mascarene ascribes the success of his defense. While the greater part remained attached to France, some leaned to the English, who bought their produce and paid them in ready coin. Money was rare with the Acadians, who loved it, and were so addicted to hoarding it that the French authorities were led to speculate as to what might be the object of these careful savings. Footnote: Beauharnois et Hawkwart au Minister, September 12, 1745. Though the Acadians loved France, they were not always ready to sacrifice their interests to her. They would not supply Ramesay's force with provisions in exchange for his promissory notes, but demanded hard cash. Footnote: Ibid. This he had not to give, and was near being compelled to abandon his position in consequence. At the same time, in consideration of specie payment, the inhabitants brought in fuel for the English garrison at Louisbourg, and worked at repairing the rotten chevaux de frise of Annapolis. Footnote: Admiral Knowles A. 1746. Mascarene in Le Canada Francais, Documents 82. Mascarene, commandant at that place, being of French descent, was disposed at first to sympathize with the Acadians and treat them with a lenity that to the members of his council seemed neither fitting nor prudent. He wrote to Shirley, "The French inhabitants are certainly in a very perilous situation, those who pretend to be their friends and old masters having let loose a parcel of banditti to plunder them, whilst, on the other hand, they see themselves threatened with ruin if they fail in their allegiance to the British government." Footnote: Mascarene, in Le Canada Francais, Documents 81. This unhappy people were in fact between two fires. France claimed them on one side, and England on the other, and each demanded their adhesion, without regard to their feelings or their welfare. The banditti of whom Mascarene speaks were the Micmac Indians, who were completely under the control of their missionary, Le Loutre, and were used by him to terrify the inhabitants into renouncing their English allegiance and actively supporting the French cause. By the Treaty of Utrecht, France had transferred Acadia to Great Britain, and the inhabitants had afterwards taken an oath of fidelity to King George. Thus they were British subjects, but as their oath had been accompanied by a promise, or at least a clear understanding, that they should not be required to take arms against Frenchmen or Indians, they had become known as the Neutral French. This name tended to perplex them, and in their ignorance and simplicity they hardly knew to which side they owed allegiance. Their illiteracy was extreme. Few of them could sign their names, and a contemporary well acquainted with them declares that he knew but a single Acadian who could read and write. Footnote: Moïse de Derniers, in Le Canada Français, I. 118. This was probably the notary, Leblanc, whose compositions are crude and illiterate. Ignorant of books and isolated in a wild and remote corner of the world, the Acadians knew nothing of affairs, and were totally incompetent to meet the crisis that was soon to come upon them. In activity and enterprise they were far behind the Canadians, who looked on them as inferiors. Their pleasures were those of the humblest and simplest peasants. They were contented with their lot, and asked only to be let alone. Their intercourse was unceremonious to such a point that they never addressed each other, or, it is said, even strangers, as monsieur. They had the social equality which can exist only in the humblest conditions of society, and presented the phenomenon of a primitive little democracy, hatched under the wing of an absolute monarchy. Each was as good as his neighbor. They had no natural leaders, nor any to advise or guide them, except the missionary priest, who in every case was expected by his superiors to influence them in the interest of France, and who, in fact, constantly did so. While one observer represents them as living in a state of primeval innocence, another describes both men and women as extremely foul of speech, from which he draws inferences unfavorable to their domestic morals. Footnote: Journal de Franquet, Part 2, which, nevertheless, were commendable. As is usual with a well-fed and unambitious peasantry, they were very prolific, and are said to have doubled their number every 16 years. In 1748 they counted in the peninsula of Nova Scotia between 12 and 13,000 souls. Footnote: Description de l'Acadie, avec le nom de paroisses et le nombre de habitants, 1748. The English rule had been of the lightest, so light that it could scarcely be felt, and this was not surprising, since the only instruments for enforcing it over a population wholly French were some 200 disorderly soldiers in the crumbling little fort of Annapolis, and the province was left, perforce, to take care of itself. The appearance of D'Anville's fleet caused great excitement among the Acadians, who thought that they were about to pass again under the crown of France. 50 of them went on board the French ships at Chibucto to pilot them to the attack of Annapolis, and to their dismay found that no attack was to be made. When Ramesay, with his Canadians and Indians, took post at Chignecto and built a fort at Baie Verte, on the neck of the peninsula of Nova Scotia, the English power in that part of the colony seemed at an end. The inhabitants cut off all communication with Annapolis, and detained the officers whom Mascarene sent for intelligence. From the first outbreak of the war it was evident that the French built their hopes of recovering Acadia largely on a rising of the Acadians against the English rule, and that they spared no efforts to excite such a rising. Early in 1745 a violent and cruel precaution against this danger was suggested. William Shirreff, provincial secretary, gave it as his opinion that the Acadians ought to be removed, being a standing menace to the colony. Footnote: Shirreff to K. Gould, agent of Phillips's regiment, March, 1745. This is the first proposal of such a nature that I find. Some months later, Shirley writes that, on a false report of the capture of Annapolis by the French, the Acadians sang Te Deum, and that every sign indicates that there will be an attempt in the spring to capture Annapolis, with their help. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, December 14, 1745. Again, Shirley informs Newcastle that the French will get possession of Acadia unless the most dangerous of the inhabitants are removed, and English settlers put in their place. Footnote: Ibid, May 10, 1746. He adds that there are not 220 soldiers at Annapolis to defend the province against the whole body of Acadians and Indians, and he tells the minister that unless the expedition against Canada should end in the conquest of that country, the removal of some of the Acadians will be a necessity. He means those of Chignecto, who were kept in a threatening attitude by the presence of Ramesay and his Canadians, and who, as he thinks, had forfeited their lands by treasonable conduct. Shirley believes that families from New England might be induced to take their place, and that these, if settled under suitable regulations, would form a military frontier to the province of Nova Scotia, strong enough to keep the Canadians out, and hold the Acadians to their allegiance. Footnote: Ibid, July 8, 1747. The Duke of Bedford thinks the plan a good one, but objects to the expense. Footnote: Bedford to Newcastle, September 11, 1747. Commodore Knowles, then governor of Louisbourg, who, being threatened with consumption and convinced that the climate was killing him, vented his feelings in strictures against everything and everybody, was of opinion that the Acadians, having broken their neutrality, ought to be expelled at once, and expresses the amiable hope that should His Majesty adopt this plan, he will charge him with executing it. Footnote: Knowles to Newcastle, November 8, 1746. Shirley's energetic nature inclined him to trenchant measures, and he had nothing of modern humanitarianism. But he was not inhuman, and he shrank from the cruelty of forcing whole communities into exile. While Knowles and others called for wholesale expatriation, he still held that it was possible to turn the greater part of the Acadians into safe subjects of the British Crown. Footnote: Shirley says that the indiscriminate removal of the Acadians would be unjust and too rigorous. Knowles had proposed to put Catholic Jacobites from the Scotch Highlands into their place. Shirley thinks this inexpedient, but believes that Protestants from Germany and Ulster might safely be trusted. The best plan of all, in his opinion, is that of treating the Acadians as subjects, confining their punishment to the most guilty and dangerous among them, and keeping the rest in the country and endeavoring to make them useful members of society under His Majesty's government. Shirley to Newcastle, November 21, 1746. If the Newcastle government had vigorously carried his recommendations into effect, the removal of the Acadians in 1755 would not have taken place, and to this end he advised the planting of a fortified town where Halifax now stands, and securing by forts and garrisons the neck of the Acadian peninsula, where the population was most numerous and most disaffected. The garrisons, he thought, would not only impose respect, but would furnish the Acadians with what they wanted most, ready markets for their produce, and thus bind them to the British by strong ties of interest. Newcastle thought the plan good, but wrote that its execution must be deferred to a future day. 3 years later it was partly carried into effect by the foundation of Halifax. But at that time the disaffection of the Acadians had so increased, and the hope of regaining the province for France had risen so high, that this partial and tardy assertion of British authority only spurred the French agents to redoubled efforts to draw the inhabitants from the allegiance they had sworn to the Crown of England. Shirley had also other plans in view for turning the Acadians into good British subjects. He proposed, as a measure of prime necessity, to exclude French priests from the province. The free exercise of their religion had been ensured to the inhabitants by the Treaty of Utrecht, and on this point the English authorities had given no just cause of complaint. A priest had occasionally been warned, suspended, or removed, but without a single exception, so far as appears, this was in consequence of conduct which tended to excite disaffection, and which would have incurred equal or greater penalties in the case of a layman. Footnote: There was afterwards sharp correspondence between Shirley and the Governor of Canada touching the Acadian priests. Thus Shirley writes: I can't avoid now, sir, expressing great surprise at the other parts of your letter, whereby you take upon you to call Mr. Mascarene to account for expelling the missionary from Minas for being guilty of such treasonable practices within His Majesty's government as merited a much severer punishment. Shirley à Galissonière, 9 May 1749. Shirley writes to Newcastle that the Acadians are greatly under the influence of their priests, who continually receive their directions from the Bishop of Quebec, and are the instruments by which the Governor of Canada makes all his attempts for the reduction of the province to the French crown. Shirley to Newcastle, October 20, 1747. He proceeds to give facts in proof of his assertion. Compare Montcalm and Wolfe, I. 106, 107, 266. Note: the sentence was directed, not against the priest, but against the political agitator. Shirley's plan of excluding French priests from the province would not have violated the provisions of the treaty, provided that the inhabitants were supplied with other priests, not French subjects, and therefore not politically dangerous. But though such a measure was several times proposed by the provincial authorities, the exasperating apathy of the Newcastle government gave no hope that it could be accomplished. The influences most dangerous to British rule did not proceed from love of France or sympathy of race, but from the power of religion over a simple and ignorant people, trained in profound love and awe of their church and its ministers, who were used by the representatives of Louis XV. as agents to alienate the Acadians from England. The most strenuous of these clerical agitators was Abbé Le Loutre, missionary to the Micmacs, and after 1753 Vicar General of Acadia. He was a fiery and enterprising zealot, inclined by temperament to methods of violence, detesting the English, and restrained neither by pity nor scruple from using threats of damnation and the Micmac tomahawk to frighten the Acadians into doing his bidding. The worst charge against him, that of exciting the Indians of his mission to murder Captain Howe, an English officer, has not been proved, but it would not have been brought against him by his own countrymen if his character and past conduct had gained him their esteem. The other Acadian priests were far from sharing Le Loutre's violence, but their influence was always directed to alienating the inhabitants from their allegiance to King George. Hence Shirley regarded the conversion of the Acadians to Protestantism as a political measure of the first importance, and proposed the establishment of schools in the province to that end. Thus far his recommendations are perfectly legitimate, but when he adds that rewards ought to be given to Acadians who renounce their faith, few will venture to defend him. Newcastle would trouble himself with none of his schemes, and Acadia was left to drift with the tide, as before. I shall finish my troubling your grace upon the affairs of Nova Scotia with this letter, writes the persevering Shirley. And he proceeds to ask, as a proper scheme for better securing the subjection of the French inhabitants and Indians there, that the governor and council at Annapolis have special authority and direction from the king to arrest and examine such Acadians as shall be most obnoxious and dangerous to his Majesty's government, and if found guilty of treasonable correspondence with the enemy, to dispose of them and their estates in such manner as his Majesty shall order, at the same time promising indemnity to the rest for past offences, upon their taking or renewing the oath of allegiance. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, August 15, 1746. To this it does not appear that Newcastle made any answer except to direct Shirley, 8 or 9 months later, to tell the Acadians that so long as they were peaceable subjects, they should be protected in property and religion. Footnote: Newcastle to Shirley, May 30, 1747. Shirley had some time before directed Mascarene to tell the Acadians that while they behave peaceably and do not correspond with the enemy, their property will be safe, but that such as turn traitors will be treated accordingly. Shirley to Mascarene, September 16, 1746. Thus left to struggle unaided with a most difficult problem, entirely outside of his functions as governor of Massachusetts, Shirley did what he could. The most pressing danger, as he thought, rose from the presence of Ramsay and his Canadians at Chignecto, for that officer spared no pains to induce the Acadians to join him in another attempt against Annapolis, telling them that if they did not drive out the English would drive them out. He was now at Mines, trying to raise the inhabitants in arms for France. Shirley thought it necessary to counteract him, and force him and his Canadians back to the isthmus whence they had come, but as the ministry would give no soldiers, he was compelled to draw them from New England. The defense of Acadia was the business of the home government, and not of the colonies. But as they were deeply interested in the preservation of the endangered province, Massachusetts gave 500 men in response to Shirley's call, and Rhode Island and New Hampshire added, between them, as many more. Less than half of these levies reached Acadia. It was the stormy season. The Rhode Island vessels were wrecked near Martha's Vineyard. A New Hampshire transport sloop was intercepted by a French armed vessel, and ran back to Portsmouth. 470 men from Massachusetts, under Colonel Arthur Noble, were all who reached Annapolis, whence they sailed for Mines, accompanied by a few soldiers of the garrison. Storms, drifting ice, and the furious tides of the Bay of Fundy made their progress so difficult and uncertain that Noble resolved to finish the journey by land, and on the 4th of December he disembarked near the place now called French Cross, at the foot of the North Mountain, a lofty barrier of rock and forest extending along the southern shore of the Bay of Fundy. Without a path and without guides, the party climbed the snow-encumbered heights and toiled towards their destination, each man carrying provisions for 14 days in his haversack. After sleeping 8 nights without shelter among the snowdrifts, they reached the Acadian village of Grand Pré, the chief settlement of the district of Mines. Ramsay and his Canadians were gone. On learning the approach of an English force, he had tried to persuade the Acadians that they were to be driven from their homes, and that their only hope was in joining with him to meet force by force. But they trusted Shirley's recent assurance of protection, and replied that they would not break their oath of fidelity to King George. On this, Ramsay retreated to his old station at Chignecto, and Noble and his men occupied Grand Pré without opposition. The village consisted of small, low wooden houses, scattered at intervals for the distance of 1.5 miles, and therefore ill-fitted for defense. The English had the frame of a blockhouse, or, as some say, of 2 blockhouses, ready to be set up on their arrival. But as the ground was hard frozen, it was difficult to make a foundation, and the frames were therefore stored in outbuildings of the village, with the intention of raising them in the spring. The vessels which had brought them, together with stores, ammunition, 5 small cannon, and a good supply of snowshoes, had just arrived at the landing place, and here, with incredible fatuity, were allowed to remain, with most of their indispensable contents still on board. The men, meanwhile, were quartered in the Acadian houses. Noble's position was critical, but he was assured that he could not be reached from Chignecto in such a bitter season, and this he was too ready to believe, though he himself had just made a march, which, if not so long, was quite as arduous. Yet he did not neglect every precaution, but kept out scouting parties to range the surrounding country, while the rest of his men took their ease in the Acadian houses, living on the provisions of the villagers, for which payment was afterwards made. Some of the inhabitants, who had openly favored Ramsay and his followers, fled to the woods, in fear of the consequences, but the greater part remained quietly in the village. At the head of the Bay of Fundy its waters form a fork, consisting of Chignecto Bay on the one hand, and Mines Basin on the other. At the head of Chignecto Bay was the Acadian settlement of Chignecto, or Beaubassin, in the houses of which Ramsay had quartered his Canadians. Here the neck of the Acadian peninsula is at its narrowest, the distance across to Baie Verte, where Ramsay had built a fort, being little more than 12 miles. Thus he controlled the isthmus, from which, however, Noble hoped to dislodge him in the spring. In the afternoon of the 8th of January an Acadian who had been sent to Mines by the missionary Germain came to Beaubassin with the news that 220 English were at Grand Pré, and that more were expected. Footnote: Beaujeu, Journal de la Campagne du Détachement de Canada à l'Acadie, in Le Canada Français, 2. Documents 16. Ramsay instantly formed a plan of extraordinary hardihood, and resolved, by a rapid march and a night attack, to surprise the newcomers. His party was greatly reduced by disease, and to recruit it he wrote to La Corne, Recollet missionary at Miramichi, to join him with his Indians, writing at the same time to Maillard, former colleague of Le Loutre at the mission of Shubenacadie, and to Gerard, priest of Cobequid, to muster Indians, collect provisions, and gather information concerning the English. Meanwhile his Canadians busied themselves with making snowshoes and dog sledges for the march. Ramsay could not command the expedition in person, as an accident to one of his knees had disabled him from marching. This was less to be regretted, in view of the quality of his officers, for he had with him the flower of the warlike Canadian noblesse, Coulon de Villiers, who, 7 years later, defeated Washington at Fort Necessity. Beaujeu, the future hero of the Monongahela, in appearance a carpet knight, in reality a bold and determined warrior, the Chevalier de la Corne, a model of bodily and mental hardihood. Saint Pierre, Lanaudière, Saint Ours, Desligneris, Courtemanche, Repentigny, Boisbert, Gaspé, Colombier, Marin, Lusignan, all adepts in the warfare of surprise and sudden onslaught in which the Canadians excelled. Coulon de Villiers commanded in Ramsay's place, and on the 21st of January he and the other officers led their men across the isthmus from Beaubassin to Baie Verte, where they all encamped in the woods, and where they were joined by a party of Indians and some Acadians from Beaubassin and Isle St. Jean. Footnote: Mascarene to Shirley, February 8, 1746, 1747, New Style. Provisions, ammunition, and other requisites were distributed, and at noon of the 23d they broke up their camp, marched 3 leagues, and bivouacked towards evening. On the next morning they marched again at daybreak. There was sharp cold, with a storm of snow, not the large, moist, lazy flakes that fall peacefully and harmlessly, but those small crystalline particles that drive spitefully before the wind, and prick the cheek like needles. It was the kind of snowstorm called in Canada la poudre. They had hoped to make a long day's march, but feet and faces were freezing, and they were forced to stop, at noon, under such shelter as the thick woods of pine, spruce, and fir could supply. In the morning they marched again, following the border of the sea, their dog teams dragging provisions and baggage over the broken ice of creeks and inlets, which they sometimes avoided by hewing paths through the forest. After a day of extreme fatigue, they stopped at the small bay where the town of Wallace now stands. Beaujeu says, "While we were digging out the snow to make our huts, there came 2 Acadians with letters from MM Maillard and Girard. The 2 priests sent a mixture of good and evil news. On one hand, the English were more numerous than had been reported. On the other, they had not set up the blockhouses they had brought with them. Some Acadians of the neighboring settlement joined the party at this camp, as also did a few Indians. On the next morning, January 27th, the adventurers stopped at the village of Tatmagouche, where they were again joined by a number of Acadians. After mending their broken sledges, they resumed their march, and at 5 in the afternoon reached a place called Bacul, at the beginning of the portage that led some 25 miles across the country to Cobequid, now Truro, at the head of Mines Basin. Here they were met by Girard, priest of Cobequid, from whom Coulon exacted a promise to meet him again at that village in 2 days. Girard gave the promise unwillingly, fearing, says Beaujeu, to embroil himself with the English authorities. He reported that the force at Grand Prix counted at least 450, or, as some said, more than 500. This startling news ran through the camp, but the men were not daunted. "The more there are," they said, "the more we shall kill." The party spent the 28th in mending their damaged sledges, and in the afternoon they were joined by more Acadians and Indians. Thus reinforced, they marched again, and towards evening reached a village on the outskirts of Cobequid. Here the missionary Maillard joined them, to the great satisfaction of Coulon, who relied on him and his brother priest Girard to procure supplies of provisions. Maillard promised to go himself to Grand Prix with the Indians of his mission. The party rested for a day, and set out again on the 1st of February, stopped at Maillard's house in Cobequid for the provisions he had collected for them, and then pushed on towards the river Shubenacadie, which runs from the south into Cobequid Bay, the head of Mines Basin. When they reached the river they found it impassable from floating ice, which forced them to seek a passage at some distance above. Coulon was resolved, however, that at any risk a detachment should cross at once, to stop the roads to Grand Prix, and prevent the English from being warned of his approach, for though the Acadians inclined to the French, and were eager to serve them when the risk was not too great, there were some of them who, from interest or fear, were ready to make favor with the English by carrying them intelligence. Boisbert, with 10 Canadians, put out from shore in a canoe, and were near perishing among the drifting ice. But they gained the farther shore at last, and guarded every path to Grand Prix. The main body filed on snowshoes up the east bank of the Shubenacadie, where the forests were choked with snow and encumbered with fallen trees over which the sledges were to be dragged, to their great detriment. On this day, the 3D, they made 5 leagues, on the next only 2, which brought them within half a league of Le Loutre's Micmac mission. Not far from this place the river was easily passable on the ice, and they continued their march westward across the country to the river Kennetcook by ways so difficult that their Indian guide lost the path, and for a time led them astray. On the 7th, Boisbert and his party rejoined them, and brought a reinforcement of 16 Indians, whom the Acadians had furnished with arms. Provisions were failing, till on the 8th, as they approached the village of Pisiquid, now Windsor, the Acadians, with great zeal, brought them a supply. They told them, too, that the English at Grand Prix were perfectly secure, suspecting no danger. On the 9th, in spite of a cold, dry storm of snow, they reached the west branch of the river Avon. It was but 7 French leagues to Grand Prix, which they hoped to reach before night, but fatigue compelled them to rest till the 10th. At noon of that day, the storm still continuing, they marched again, though they could hardly see their way for the driving snow. They soon came to a small stream, along the frozen surface of which they drew up in order, and by command of Coulon, Beaujeu divided them all into 10 parties, for simultaneous attacks on as many houses occupied by the English. Then, marching slowly, lest they should arrive too soon, they reached the river Gaspereau, which enters Mainz Basin at Grand Prix. They were now but half a league from their destination. Here they stopped an hour in the storm, shivering and half frozen, waiting for nightfall. When it grew dark they moved again, and soon came to a number of houses on the river bank. Each of the 10 parties took possession of one of these, making great fires to warm themselves and dry their guns. It chanced that in the house where Coulon and his band sought shelter, a wedding feast was going on. The guests were much startled at this sudden irruption of armed men, but to the Canadians and their chief the festival was a stroke of amazing good luck, for most of the guests were inhabitants of Grand Prix, who knew perfectly the houses occupied by the English, and could tell with precision where the officers were quartered. This was a point of extreme importance. The English were distributed among 24 houses, scattered, as before mentioned, for the distance of 1.5 miles. Footnote: Goldthwait to Shirley, March 2, 1746, 1747. Captain Benjamin Goldthwait was second in command of the English detachment. The assailants were too few to attack all these houses at once, but if those where the chief officers lodged could be surprised and captured with their inmates, the rest could make little resistance. Hence it was that Coulon had divided his followers into 10 parties, each with 1 or more chosen officers. These officers were now called together at the house of the interrupted festivity, and the late guests having given full information as to the position of the English quarters and the military quality of their inmates, a special object of attack was assigned to the officer of each party, with Acadian guides to conduct him to it. The principal party, consisting of 50, or, as another account says, of 75 men, was led by Coulon himself, with Beaujeu, Desligneris, Mercier, Larry, and Lusignan as his officers. This party was to attack a stone house near the middle of the village, where the main guard was stationed, a building somewhat larger than the rest, and the only one at all suited for defense. The second party, of 40 men, commanded by Lockhorn, with Rigonville, Lagny, and Villemont, was to attack a neighboring house, the quarters of Colonel Noble, his brother, Ensign Noble, and several other officers. The remaining parties, of 25 men each according to Beaujeu, or 28 according to Lockhorn, were to make a dash, as nearly as possible at the same time, at other houses which it was thought most important to secure. All had Acadian guides, whose services in that capacity were invaluable, though Beaujeu complains that they were of no use in the attack. He says that the united force was about 300 men, while the English Captain Goldthwait puts it, including Acadians and Indians, at from 500 to 600. That of the English was a little above 500 in all. Every arrangement being made, and his part assigned to each officer, the whole body was drawn up in the storm, and the chaplain pronounced a general absolution. Then each of the 10 parties, guided by 1 or more Acadians, took the path for its destination, every man on snowshoes, with the lock of his gun well sheltered under his capote. The largest party, under Coulon, was, as we have seen, to attack the stone house in the middle of the village, but their guide went astray, and about 3 in the morning they approached a small wooden house not far from their true object. A guard was posted here, as at all the English quarters. The night was dark and the snow was still falling, as it had done without ceasing for the past 30 hours. The English sentinel descried through the darkness and the storm what seemed the shadows of an advancing crowd of men. He cried, "Who goes there?" and then shouted, "To arms!" A door was flung open, and the guard appeared in the entrance. But at that moment the moving shadows vanished from before the eyes of the sentinel. The French, one and all, had thrown themselves flat in the soft, light snow, and nothing was to be seen or heard. The English thought it a false alarm, and the house was quiet again. Then Coulon and his men rose and dashed forward. Again, in a loud and startled voice, the sentinel shouted, "To arms!" A great light, as of a blazing fire, shone through the open doorway, and men were seen within in hurried movement. Coulon, who was in the front, said to Beaujeu, who was close at his side, that the house was not the one they were to attack. Beaujeu replied that it was no time to change, and Coulon dashed forward again. Beaujeu aimed at the sentinel and shot him dead. There was the flash and report of muskets from the house, and Coulon dropped in the snow, severely wounded. The young cadet, Lusignan, was hit in the shoulder, but he still pushed on, when a second shot shattered his thigh. "Friends," cried the gallant youth, as he fell by the side of his commander, "don't let 2 dead men discourage you." The Canadians, powdered from head to foot with snow, burst into the house. Within 10 minutes, all resistance was overpowered. Of 24 Englishmen, 21 were killed, and 3 made prisoners. Footnote: Beaujeu Journal. Meanwhile, Lawcorn, with his party of 40 men, had attacked the house where were quartered Colonel Noble and his brother, with Captain Howe and several other officers. Noble had lately transferred the main guard to the stone house, but had not yet removed thither himself, and the guard in the house which he occupied was small. The French burst the door with axes and rushed in. Colonel Noble, startled from sleep, sprang from his bed, receiving 2 musket balls in the body as he did so. He seems to have had pistols, for he returned the fire several times. His servant, who was in the house, testified that the French called to the colonel through a window and promised him quarter if he would surrender, but that he refused, on which they fired again, and a bullet, striking his forehead, killed him instantly. His brother, Ensign Noble, was also shot down, fighting in his shirt. Lieutenants Pickering and Lechmere lay in bed dangerously ill, and were killed there. Lieutenant Jones, after, as the narrator says, ridding himself of some of the enemy, tried to break through the rest and escape, but was run through the heart with a bayonet. Captain Howe was severely wounded and made prisoner. Coulon and Lusignan, disabled by their wounds, were carried back to the houses on the Gaspereau, where the French surgeon had remained. Coulon's party, now commanded by Beaujeu, having met and joined the smaller party under Labiniere, proceeded to the aid of others who might need their help, for while they heard a great noise of musketry from far and near, and could discern bodies of men in motion here and there, they could not see whether these were friends or foes, or discern which side fortune favored. They presently met the party of Marin, composed of 25 Indians, who had just been repulsed with loss from the house which they had attacked. By this time there was a gleam of daylight, and as they plodded wearily over the snow drifts, they no longer groped in darkness. The 2 parties of Colombier and Boisbert soon joined them, with the agreeable news that each had captured a house, and the united force now proceeded to make a successful attack on 2 buildings where the English had stored the frames of their blockhouses. Here the assailants captured 10 prisoners. It was now broad day, but they could not see through the falling snow whether the enterprise, as a whole, had prospered or failed. Therefore Beaujeu sent Marin to find Lawcorn, who, in the absence of Coulon, held the chief command. Marin was gone 2 hours. At length he returned, and reported that the English in the houses which had not been attacked, together with such others as had not been killed or captured, had drawn together at the stone house in the middle of the village, that Lawcorn was blockading them there, and that he ordered Beaujeu and his party to join him at once. When Beaujeu reached the place he found Lawcorn posted at the house where Noble had been killed, and which was within easy musket shot of the stone house occupied by the English, against whom a spattering fire was kept up by the French from the cover of neighboring buildings. Those in the stone house returned the fire, but no great harm was done on either side, till the English, now commanded by Captain Goldthwaite, attempted to recapture the house where Lawcorn and his party were posted. 2 companies made a sally, but they had among them only 18 pairs of snowshoes, the rest having been left on board the 2 vessels which had brought the stores of the detachment from Annapolis, and which now lay moored hard by, in the power of the enemy, at or near the mouth of the Gaspereau. Hence the sallying party floundered helpless among the drifts, plunging so deep in the dry snow that they could not use their guns and could scarcely move, while bullets showered upon them from Lawcorn's men in the house and others hovering about them on snowshoes. The attempt was hopeless, and after some loss the 2 companies fell back. The firing continued, as before, till noon, or, according to Beaujeu, till 3 in the afternoon, when a French officer, carrying a flag of truce, came out of Lawcorn's house. The occasion of the overture was this. Captain Howe, who, as before mentioned, had been badly wounded at the capture of this house, was still there, a prisoner, without surgical aid, the French surgeon being at the houses on the Gaspereau, in charge of Coulon and other wounded men. Though, says Beaujeu, Howe was a firm man, he begged the Chevalier Lockhorn not to let him bleed to death for want of aid, but permit him to send for an English surgeon. To this Lockhorn, after consulting with his officers, consented, and Marin went to the English with a white flag and a note from Howe explaining the situation. The surgeon was sent, and Howe's wound was dressed, Marin remaining as a hostage. A suspension of arms took place till the surgeon's return, after which it was prolonged till 9 o'clock of the next morning, at the instance, according to French accounts, of the English, and according to English accounts of the French. In either case, the truce was welcome to both sides. The English, who were in the stone house to the number of nearly 350, crowded to suffocation, had 5 small cannon, 2 of which were 4-pounders, and 3 were swivels, but these were probably not in position, as it does not appear that any use was made of them. There was no ammunition except what the men had in their powder horns and bullet pouches, the main stock having been left, with other necessaries, on board the schooner and sloop now in the hands of the French. It was found, on examination, that they had ammunition for 8 shots each, and provisions for 1 day. Water was only to be had by bringing it from a neighboring brook. As there were snowshoes for only about 1 man in 20, sorties were out of the question, and the house was commanded by high ground on 3 sides. Though their number was still considerable, their position was growing desperate. Thus it happened that when the truce expired, Goldthwaite, the English commander, with another officer, who seems to have been Captain Preble, came with a white flag to the house where Lockhorn was posted, and proposed terms of capitulation, Howe, who spoke French, acting as interpreter. Lockhorn made proposals on his side, and as either party was anxious to continue the fray, they soon came to an understanding. It was agreed that within 48 hours the English should march for Annapolis with the honors of war, that the prisoners taken by the French should remain in their hands, that the Indians, who had been the only plunderers, should keep the plunder they had taken, that the English sick and wounded should be left, till their recovery, at the neighboring settlement of Rivière-aux-Canards, protected by a French guard, and that the English engaged in the affair at Grand Pré should not bear arms. During the next 6 months within the district about the head of the Bay of Fundy, including Chignecto, Grand Pré, and the neighboring settlements, Captain Howe was released on parole, with the condition that he should send back in exchange 1 Lacroix, a French prisoner at Boston. Which, says Lockhorn, he faithfully did. Thus ended one of the most gallant exploits in French-Canadian annals. As respects the losses on each side, the French and English accounts are irreconcilable, nor are the statements of either party consistent with themselves. Mascarene reports to Shirley that 70 English were killed, and above 60 captured, though he afterwards reduces these numbers, having, as he says, received farther information. On the French side he says that 4 officers and about 40 men were killed, and that many wounded were carried off in carts during the fight. Beaujeu, on the other hand, sets the English loss at 130 killed, 15 wounded, and 50 captured, and the French loss at 7 killed and 15 wounded. As for the numbers engaged, the statements are scarcely less divergent. It seems clear, however, that when Coulon began his march from Baie Verte, his party consisted of about 300 Canadians and Indians, without reckoning some Acadians who had joined him from Beaubassin and Isle St. Jean. Others joined him on the way to Grand Pré, counting 150 according to Shirley, which appears to be much too large an estimate. The English, by their own showing, numbered 500, or 525. Of 11 houses attacked, 10 were surprised and carried, with the help of the darkness and storm and the skillful management of the assailants. No sooner was the capitulation signed, says Beaujeu, than we became in appearance the best of France. Lockhorn directed military honors to be rendered to the remains of the brothers Noble, and in all points the Canadians, both officers and men, treated the English with kindness and courtesy. The English commandant, again says Beaujeu, invited us all to dine with him and his officers, so that we might have the pleasure of making acquaintance over a bowl of punch. The repast being served after such a fashion as circumstances permitted, victors and vanquished sat down together, when, says Beaujeu, we received on the part of our hosts many compliments on our polite manners and our skill in making war. And the compliments were well deserved. At 8 o'clock on the morning of the 14th of February the English filed out of the stone house, and with arms shouldered, drums beating, and colors flying, marched between two ranks of the French, and took the road for Annapolis. The English sick and wounded were sent to the settlement of Rivière-aux-Canards, where, protected by a French guard and attended by an English surgeon, they were to remain till able to reach the British fort. La Corne called a council of war, and in view of the scarcity of food and other reasons it was resolved to return to Beaubassin. Many of the French had fallen ill. Some of the sick and wounded were left at Grand Pré, others at Cobequid, and the Acadians were required to supply means of carrying the rest. Coulon's party left Grand Pré on the 23rd of February, and on the 8th of March reached Beaubassin. Footnote: the dates are of the new style, which the French had adopted, while the English still clung to the old style. Footnote: by far the best account of this French victory at Mines is that of Beaujeu, in his Journal de la Campagne du Détachement de Canada à l'Acadie et aux Mines in 1746-47. It is preserved in the Archives de la Marine et des Colonies, and is printed in the documentary supplement of Le Canada Français, Volume 2. It supplies the means of correcting many errors and much confusion in some recent accounts of the affair. The report of Chevalier de la Corne, also printed in Le Canada Français, though much shorter, is necessary to a clear understanding of the matter. Letters of Lusignan fills to the Minister Maurepas, October 10, 1747, of Bishop Pontbriand, to Maurepas, July 10, 1747, and of Lusignan Père to Maurepas, October 10, 1747, give some additional incidents. The principal document on the English side is the report of Captain Benjamin Goldthwaite, who succeeded Noble in command. A copy of the original, in the Public Record Office, is before me. The substance of it is correctly given in the Boston Postboy of March 2, 1747, and in N.E. Hist. Gen. Reg. X. 108. Various letters from Mascarene and Shirley, Public Record Office, contain accounts derived from returned officers and soldiers. The notice of Colonel Arthur Noble, by William Gould, Collections Main Historical SOC, 1881, may also be consulted. Ramsay did not fail to use the success at Grand Pré to influence the minds of the Acadians. He sent a circular letter to the inhabitants of the various districts, and especially to those of Mines, in which he told them that their country had been reconquered by the arms of the King of France, to whom he commanded them to be faithful subjects, holding no intercourse with the English under any pretense whatever, on pain of the severest punishment. If, he concludes, we have withdrawn our soldiers from among you, it is for reasons known to us alone, and with a view to your advantage. Footnote: Ramsay aux Deputes et Habitants de Mines, 31 Mars, 1747. At the end is written, a true copy, with the misspellings, signed W. Shirley. Unfortunately for the effect of this message, Shirley had no sooner heard of the disaster at Grand Pré than he sent a body of Massachusetts soldiers to reoccupy the place. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, August 24, 1747. This they did in April. The Acadians thus found themselves, as usual, between two dangers, and unable to see which horn of the dilemma was the worse, they tried to avoid both by conciliating French and English alike, and assuring each of their devoted attachment. They sent a pathetic letter to Ramsay, telling him that their hearts were always French, and begging him at the same time to remember that they were a poor, helpless people, burdened with large families, and in danger of expulsion and ruin if they offended their masters, the English. Footnote: Ainsi Monsieur nous fut prions de regarder notre bonne cœur et en même temps notre impuissance pauvre peuple charges la plus part de families nombreuses point de recaurs s'il fallos évacuer à quoi nous sommes menacés tous les jours que nous tiennent dans une crainte perpétuelle et nous voyant à la proximité de nos maîtres depuis un sy grand nombre d'années. Printed literatum. Deputes de Mines à Ramsay, 24 Mai, 1747. They wrote at the same time to Mascarene at Annapolis, sending him, to explain the situation, a copy of Ramsay's threatening letter to them. Footnote: this probably explains the bad spelling of the letter, the copy before me having been made from the Acadian transcript sent to Mascarene, and now in the Public Record Office, begging him to consider that they could not without danger dispense with answering it. At the same time they protested their entire fidelity to King George. Footnote: Les habitants el honorable gouverneur for d'Annapolis Royal, Mai, 1747. On the 27th of June the inhabitants of Cobequid wrote again to Mascarene. Monsieur nous prenons la liberté de vous recrire celle ici pour vous assurer de nos très humble respect et d'une entière soumission à vos ordres. Literatum. Ramsay, not satisfied with the results of his first letter, wrote again to the Acadians, ordering them, in the name of the Governor-General of New France, to take up arms against the English, and enclosing for their instruction an extract from a letter of the French governor. These, says Ramsay, are his words: we consider ourselves as master of Beaubassin and mines, since we have driven off the English. Therefore there is no difficulty in forcing the Acadians to take arms for us, to which end we declare to them that they are discharged from the oath that they formerly took to the English, by which they are bound no longer, as has been decided by the authorities of Canada and Monseigneur our Bishop. Footnote: Nous regardons aujourd'hui maître de Beaubassin et de mines puisque nous en avons chasse les en lois. Ainsi il New York a aucune difficulté de forcer les Acadiens à prendre les armes pour nous, et de les y contraindre. Leur déclarons à CTF tuile les sans décharge, sic, du serment prête, ci devant, à l'endroit, à quel il les en sans plus oblige, sic. Comme il y a été décidé par nos puissances de Canada et de Monseigneur notre évêque. Literatum. In view of the above, continues Ramsay, we order all the inhabitants of Memoramcook to come to this place, Beaubassin, as soon as they see the signal fires lighted, or discover the approach of the enemy, and this on pain of death, confiscation of all their goods, burning of their houses, and the punishment due to rebels against the king. Footnote: Ramsay aux habitants de Chignecto, etc., 25 Mai, 1747. A few months later, the deputies of Riviera aux Canards wrote to Shirley, thanking him for kindness which they said was undeserved, promising to do their duty thenceforth, but begging him to excuse them from giving up persons who had acted contraire aux interests de leur devoir, representing the difficulty of their position, and protesting en soumission parfaite et en tous respects. The letter is signed by 4 deputies, of whom one writes his name, and 3 sign with crosses. The position of the Acadians was deplorable. By the Treaty of Utrecht, France had transferred them to the British Crown, yet French officers denounced them as rebels and threatened them with death if they did not fight at their bidding against England, and English officers threatened them with expulsion from the country if they broke their oath of allegiance to King George. It was the duty of the British ministry to occupy the province with a force sufficient to protect the inhabitants against French terrorism, and leave no doubt that the King of England was master of Acadia in fact as well as in name. This alone could have averted the danger of Acadian revolt, and the harsh measures to which it afterwards gave rise. The ministry sent no aid, but left to Shirley and Massachusetts the task of keeping the province for King George. Shirley and Massachusetts did what they could, but they could not do all that the emergency demanded. Shirley courageously spoke his mind to the ministry, on whose favor he was dependent. The fluctuating state of the inhabitants of Acadia, he wrote to Newcastle, seems, my lord, naturally to arise from their finding a want of due protection from His Majesty's government. Footnote: Shirley to Newcastle, April 29, 1747. On Shirley's relations with the Acadians, see Appendix C. Chapter 23. 1740 to 1747. War and Politics. Governor and Assembly. Saratoga destroyed. William Johnson. Border ravages. Upper Ashuelot. French. Military movements. Number 4. Niverville's attack. Finis Stevens. The French repulsed. From the east we turn to the west, for the province of New York passed for the west at that day. Here a vital question was what would be the attitude of the five nations of the Iroquois towards the rival European colonies, their neighbors. The Treaty of Utrecht called them British subjects. What the word subjects meant, they themselves hardly knew. The English told them that it meant children, the French that it meant dogs and slaves. Events had tamed the fierce Confederates, and now, though, like all savages, unstable as children, they leaned in their sober moments to a position of neutrality between their European neighbors, watching with jealous eyes against the encroachments of both. The French would gladly have enlisted them and their tomahawks in the war, but seeing little hope of this, were generally content if they could prevent them from siding with the English, who on their part regarded them as their Indians, and were satisfied with nothing less than active alliance. When Shirley's plan for the invasion of Canada was afoot, Clinton, governor of New York, with much ado succeeded in convening the deputies of the Confederacy at Albany, and by dint of speeches and presents induced them to sing the war song and take up the hatchet for England. The Iroquois were disgusted when the scheme came to naught, their warlike ardor cooled, and they conceived a low opinion of English prowess. The condition of New York as respects military efficiency was deplorable. She was divided against herself, and, as usual in such cases, party passion was stronger than the demands of war. The province was in the midst of one of those disputes with the representative of the Crown, which, in one degree or another, crippled or paralyzed the military activity of nearly all the British colonies. 20 years or more earlier, when Massachusetts was at blows with the Indians on her borders, she suffered from the same disorders, but her governor and assembly were of one mind as to urging on the war, and quarreled only on the questions in what way and under what command it should be waged. But in New York there was a strong party that opposed the war, being interested in the contraband trade long carried on with Canada. Clinton, the governor, had, too, an enemy in the person of the Chief Justice, James de Lancey, with whom he had had an after-dinner dispute, ending in a threat on the part of de Lancey that he would make the governor's seat uncomfortable. To marked abilities, better education, and more knowledge of the world than was often found in the provinces, ready wit, and conspicuous social position, the Chief Justice joined a restless ambition and the arts of a demagogue. He made good his threat, headed the opposition to the governor, and proved his most formidable antagonist. If either Clinton or Shirley had had the independent authority of a Canadian governor, the conduct of the war would have been widely different. Clinton was hampered at every turn. The Assembly held him at advantage, for it was they, and not the king, who paid his salary, and they could withhold or retrench it when he displeased them. The people sympathized with their representatives and backed them in opposition, at least when not under the stress of imminent danger. A body of provincials, in the pay of the king, had been mustered at Albany for the proposed Canada expedition, and after that plan was abandoned, Clinton wished to use them for protecting the northern frontier and capturing that standing menace to the province, Crown Point. The Assembly, bent on crossing him at any price, refused to provide for transporting supplies farther than Albany. As the furnishing of provisions and transportation depended on that body, they could stop the movement of troops and defeat the governor's military plans at their pleasure. In vain he told them, "If you deny me the necessary supplies, all my endeavors must become fruitless. I must wash my own hands, and leave at your doors the blood of the innocent people." Footnote: extract from the governor's message in Smith, History of New York 2. 124, 1830. He urged upon them the necessity of building forts on the two carrying places between the Hudson and Lakes George and Champlain, thus blocking the path of war parties from Canada. They would do nothing, insisting that the neighboring colonies, to whom the forts would also be useful, ought to help in building them, and when it was found that these colonies were ready to do their part, the Assembly still refused. Passionate opposition to the royal governor seemed to blind them to the interests of the province. Nor was the fault all on their side, for the governor, though he generally showed more self-control and moderation than could have been expected, sometimes lost temper and betrayed scorn for his opponents, many of whom were but the instruments of leaders urged by personal animosities and small but intense ambitions. They accused him of treating them with contempt, and of embezzling public money, while he retorted by charging them with encroaching on the royal prerogative and treating the representative of the king with indecency. Under such conditions, an efficient conduct of the war was out of the question. Once, when the frontier was seriously threatened, Clinton, as commander-in-chief, called out the militia to defend it, but they refused to obey, on the ground that no act of the Assembly required them to do so. Footnote: Clinton to the Lords of Trade, November 10, 1747. Clinton sent home bitter complaints to Newcastle and the Lords of Trade. They, the Assembly, are selfish, jealous of the power of the Crown, and of such leveling principles that they are constantly attacking its prerogative. I find that neither dissolutions nor fair means can produce from them such effects as will tend to a public good or their own preservation. They will either act for themselves nor assist their neighbors. Few but hirelings have a seat in the Assembly, who protract time for the sake of their wages, at a great expense to the province, without contributing anything material for its welfare, credit, or safety. And he declares that unless Parliament takes them in hand, he can do nothing for the service of the King or the good of the province. Footnote: Clinton to the Lords of Trade, November 30, 1745. For they want to usurp the whole administration, both civil and military. Footnote: Remarks on the Representation of the Assembly of New York, May, 1747, in N. Y. Colonel Docs. 6. 365. On the Disputes of the Governor and Assembly, see also Smith, History of New York, 2. 1830, and Stone, Life and Times of Sir William Johnson, I. N.Y. Colonial Documents, 6. Contains many papers on the subject, chiefly on the governor's side. At Saratoga there was a small settlement of Dutch farmers, with a stockade fort for their protection. This was the farthest outpost of the colony, and the only defense of Albany in the direction of Canada. It was occupied by a sergeant, a corporal, and 10 soldiers, who testified before a court of inquiry that it was in such condition that in rainy weather either they nor their ammunition could be kept dry. As neither the Assembly nor the merchants of Albany would make it tenable, the garrison was withdrawn before winter by order of the governor. Footnote: Examinations at a court of inquiry at Albany, December 11, 1745, in N. Y. Call Docs. 6. 374. Scarcely was this done when 500 French and Indians, under the partisan Marin, surprised the settlement in the night of the 28th of November, burned fort, houses, mills, and stables, killed 30 persons, and carried off about 100 prisoners. Footnote: The best account of this affair is in the journal of a French officer in Schuyler, Colonial New York, 2. 115. The dates, being in New Style, differ by 11 days from those of the English accounts. The Dutch hamlet of Saratoga, surprised by Marin, was near the mouth of the Fish Kill, on the west side of the Hudson. There was also a small fort on the east side, a little below the mouth of the Baton Kill. Albany was left uncovered, and the Assembly voted £150 in provincial currency to rebuild the ruined fort. A feeble palisade work was accordingly set up, but it was neglected like its predecessor. Colonel Peter Schuyler was stationed there with his regiment in 1747, but was forced to abandon his post for want of supplies. Clinton then directed Colonel Roberts, commanding at Albany, to examine the fort, and if he found it indefensible, to burn it, which he did, much to the astonishment of a French war party, who visited the place soon after, and found nothing but ashes. Footnote: Schuyler, Colonial New York, 2. 121. The burning of Saratoga, first by the French and then by its own masters, made a deep impression on the Five Nations, and a few years later they taunted their white neighbors with these shortcomings in no measured terms. You burned your own fort at Saratoga and ran away from it, which was a shame and a scandal to you. Footnote: Report of a council with the Indians at Albany, June 28, 1754. Uninitiated as they were in party politics and faction quarrels, they could see nothing in this and other military lapses but proof of a want of martial spirit, if not of cowardice. Hence the difficulty of gaining their active alliance against the French was redoubled. Fortunately for the province, the adverse influence was in some measure counteracted by the character and conduct of one man. Up to this time the French had far surpassed the rival nation in the possession of men ready and able to deal with the Indians and mold them to their will. Eminent among such was Joncaire, French emissary among the Senecas in western New York, who, with admirable skill, held back that powerful member of the Iroquois League from siding with the English. But now, among the Mohawks of eastern New York, Joncaire found his match in the person of William Johnson, a vigorous and intelligent young Irishman, nephew of Admiral Warren, and his agent in the management of his estates on the Mohawk. Johnson soon became intimate with his Indian neighbors, spoke their language, joined in their games and dances, sometimes borrowed their dress and their paint, and whooped, yelped, and stamped like one of themselves. A white man thus playing the Indian usually gains nothing in the esteem of those he imitates. But, as before in the case of the redoubtable Count Frontenac, Johnson's adoption of their ways increased their liking for him, and did not diminish their respect. The Mohawks adopted him into their tribe and made him a war chief. Clinton saw his value, and as the Albany commissioners hitherto charged with Indian affairs had proved wholly inefficient, he transferred their functions to Johnson, whence arose more heart-burnings. The favor of the governor cost the new functionary the support of the Assembly, who refused the indispensable presents to the Indians, and thus vastly increased the difficulty of his task. Yet the Five Nations promised to take up the hatchet against the French, and their orator said, in a conference at Albany, "Should any French priests now dare to come among us, we know no use for them but to roast them." Footnote: Answer of the 5 Nations to His Excellency the Governor at Albany, August 23, 1746. Johnson's present difficulties, however, sprang more from Dutch and English traders than from French priests, and he begs that an act may be passed against the selling of liquor to the Indians, as it is impossible to do anything with them while there is such a plenty to be had all round the neighborhood, being forever drunk. And he complains especially of one Clement, who sells liquor within 20 yards of Johnson's house, and immediately gets from the Indians all the bounty money they receive for scalps, which leaves them as poor as rats, and therefore refractory and unmanageable. Johnson says further, "There is another grand villain, George Clock, who lives by Conajohary Castle, and robs the Indians of all their clothes, etc." The chiefs complained. Upon which I wrote him twice to give over that custom of selling liquor to the Indians. The answer was he gave the bearer, I might hang myself. Footnote: Johnson to Clinton, May 7, 1747. Indian affairs, it will be seen, were no better regulated then than now. Meanwhile the French Indians were ravaging the frontiers and burning farmhouses to within sight of Albany. The Assembly offered rewards for the scalps of the marauders, but were slow in sending money to pay them, to the great discontent of the Mohawks, who, however, at Johnson's instigation, sent out various war parties, two of which, accompanied by a few whites, made raids as far as the island of Montreal, and somewhat checked the incursions of the Mission Indians by giving them work near home. The check was but momentary. Heathen Indians from the west joined the Canadian converts, and the frontiers of New York and New England, from the Mohawk to beyond the Kennebec, were stung through all their length by innumerable nocturnal surprises and petty attacks. The details of this murderous though ineffective partisan war would fill volumes, if they were worth recording. One or two examples will show the nature of all. In the valley of the little river Ashuelot, a New Hampshire affluent of the Connecticut, was a rude border settlement which later years transformed into a town noted in rural New England for kindly hospitality, culture without pretense, and good breeding without conventionality. Footnote: Keene, originally called Upper Ashuelot. On the same stream, a few miles below, was a similar settlement, called Lower Ashuelot, the germ of the present Swansea. This, too, suffered greatly from Indian attacks. In 1746 the place was in all the rawness and ugliness of a backwoods hamlet. The rough fields, lately won from the virgin forest, showed here and there, among the stumps, a few log cabins, roofed with slabs of pine, spruce, or hemlock. Near by was a wooden fort, made, no doubt, after the common frontier pattern, of a stockade fence 10 or 12 feet high, enclosing cabins to shelter the settlers in case of alarm, and furnished at the corners with what were called flankers, which were boxes of thick plank large enough to hold 2 or more men, raised above the ground on posts, and pierced with loopholes, so that each face of the stockade could be swept by a flank fire. One corner of this fort at Ashuelot was, however, guarded by a solid blockhouse, or, as it was commonly called, a mount. On the 23rd of April, a band of 60, or, by another account, 100 Indians, approached the settlement before daybreak, and hid in the neighboring thickets to cut off the men in the fort as they came out to their morning work. One of the men, Ephraim Dorman, chanced to go out earlier than the rest. The Indians did not fire on him, but not to give an alarm, tried to capture or kill him without noise. Several of them suddenly showed themselves, on which he threw down his gun in pretended submission. One of them came up to him with hatchet raised, but the nimble and sturdy borderer suddenly struck him with his fist a blow in the head that knocked him flat, then snatched up his own gun, and, as some say, the blanket of the half-stunned savage also, sprang off, reached the fort unhurt, and gave the alarm. Some of the families of the place were living in the fort, but the bolder or more careless still remained in their farmhouses, and if nothing were done for their relief, their fate was sealed. Therefore the men sallied in a body, and a sharp fight ensued, giving the frightened settlers time to take refuge within the stockade. It was not too soon, for the work of havoc had already begun. 6 houses and a barn were on fire, and 23 cattle had been killed. The Indians fought fiercely, killed John Bullard and captured Nathan Blake, but at last retreated, and after they were gone, the charred remains of several of them were found among the ruins of one of the burned cabins, where they had probably been thrown to prevent their being scalped. Before Dorman had given the alarm, an old woman, Mrs. McKenney, went from the fort to milk her cow in a neighboring barn. As she was returning, with her full milk pail, a naked Indian was seen to spring from a clump of bushes, plunge a long knife into her back, and dart away without stopping to take the gray scalp of his victim. She tried feebly to reach the fort, but from age, corpulence, and a mortal wound she moved but slowly, and when a few steps from the gate, fell and died. 10 days after, a party of Indians hid themselves at night by this same fort, and sent one of their number to gain admission under pretense of friendship, intending, no doubt, to rush in when the gate should be opened. But the man on guard detected the trick, and instead of opening the gate, fired through it, mortally wounding the Indian, on which his confederates made off. Again, at the same place, Deacon Josiah Foster, who had taken refuge in the fort, ventured out on a July morning to drive his cows to pasture. A gunshot was heard, and the men who went out to learn the cause found the deacon lying in the wood road, dead and scalped. An ambushed Indian had killed him and vanished. Such petty attacks were without number. There is a French paper, called A Record of Military Movements, which gives a list of war parties sent from Montreal against the English border between the 29th of March, 1746, and the 21st of June in the same year. They number 35 distinct bands, nearly all composed of Mission Indians living in or near the settled parts of Canada, Abenakis, Iroquois of the Lake of Two Mountains and of Sault St. Louis, Caughnawaga, Algonquins of the Ottawa, and others, in parties rarely of more than 30, and often of no more than 6, yet enough for waylaying travelers or killing women in kitchens or cowsheds, and solitary laborers in the fields. This record is accompanied by a list of wild Western Indians who came down to Montreal in the summer of 1746 to share in these military movements. Footnote: Extraits sur les différents mouvements militaires que se sont faits à Montréal à l'occasion de la guerre, 1745-1746. There is a translation in N.Y. Colonel Docs. No part of the country suffered more than the western borders of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and here were seen too plainly the evils of the prevailing want of concert among the British colonies. Massachusetts claimed extensive tracts north of her present northern boundary, and in the belief that her claim would hold good, had built a small wooden fort, called Fort Dummer, on the Connecticut, for the protection of settlers. New Hampshire disputed the title, and the question, being referred to the Crown, was decided in her favor. On this, Massachusetts withdrew the garrison of Fort Dummer and left New Hampshire to defend her own. This the Assembly of that province refused to do, on the ground that the fort was 50 miles from any settlement made by New Hampshire people, and was therefore useless to them, though of great value to Massachusetts as a cover to Northfield and other of her settlements lower down the Connecticut, to protect which was no business of New Hampshire. Footnote: Journal of the Assembly of New Hampshire, quoted in Saunderson, History of Charlestown, n.h. 20. But some years before, in 1740, 3 brothers, Samuel, David, and Stephen Farnsworth, natives of Groton, Massachusetts, had begun a new settlement on the Connecticut about 45 miles north of the Massachusetts line and on ground which was soon to be assigned to New Hampshire. They were followed by 5 or 6 others. They acted on the belief that their settlement was within the jurisdiction of Massachusetts, and that she could and would protect them. The place was one of extreme exposure, not only from its isolation, far from help, but because it was on the banks of a wild and lonely river, the customary highway of war parties on their descent from Canada. Number 4, for so the new settlement was called, because it was the 4th in a range of townships recently marked out along the Connecticut, but with 1 or 2 exceptions, wholly unoccupied as yet, was a rude little outpost of civilization, buried in forests that spread unbroken to the banks of the St. Lawrence, while its nearest English neighbor was nearly 30 miles away. As may be supposed, it grew slowly, and in 1744 it had but 9 or 10 families. In the preceding year, when war seemed imminent, and it was clear that neither Massachusetts nor New Hampshire would lend a helping hand, the settlers of Number 4, seeing that their only resource was in themselves, called a meeting to consider the situation and determine what should be done. The meeting was held at the house, or log cabin, of John Spafford, Jr., and being duly called to order, the following resolutions were adopted: that a fort be built at the charge of the proprietors of the said township of Number 4, that John Hastings, John Spafford, and John Avery be a committee to direct the building, that each carpenter be allowed 9 shillings, old tenor, a day, each laborer 7 shillings, and each pair of oxen 3 shillings and 6pence, that the proprietors of the township be taxed in the sum of £300, old tenor, for building the fort, that John Spafford, Phineas Stevens, and John Hastings be assessors to assess the same, and Samuel Farnsworth collector to collect it. Footnote: extracts from the town record, in Saunderson, History of Charlestown, New Hampshire, Number 4, 1718. And to the end that their fort should be a good and creditable one, they are said to have engaged the services of John Stoddard, accounted the foremost man of western Massachusetts, Superintendent of Defense, Colonel of Militia, Judge of Probate, Chief Justice of the Court of Common Pleas, a reputed authority in the construction of backwoods fortifications, and the admired owner of the only gold watch in Northampton. Timber was abundant, and could be had for the asking, for the frontiersmen usually regarded a tree less as a valuable possession than as a natural enemy, to be got rid of by fair means or foul. The only cost was the labor. The fort rose rapidly. It was a square enclosing about 3/4 of an acre, each side measuring 180 feet. The wall was not of palisades, as was more usual, but of squared logs laid one upon another, and interlocked at the corners after the fashion of a log cabin. Within were several houses, which had been built close together, for mutual protection, before the fort was begun, and which belonged to Stevens, Spafford, and other settlers. Apparently they were small log cabins, for they were valued at only from £8 to £35 each, in old tenor currency woefully attenuated by depreciation, and these sums being paid to the owners out of the £300 collected for building the fort, the cabins became public property. Either they were built in a straight line, or they were moved to form one, for when the fort was finished, they all backed against the outer wall, so that their low roofs served to fire from. The usual flankers completed the work, and the settlers of Number 4 were so well pleased with it that they proudly declared their fort a better one than Fort Dummer, its nearest neighbor, which had been built by public authority at the charge of the province. But a fort must have a garrison, and the 10 or 12 men of Number 4 would hardly be a sufficient one. Sooner or later an attack was certain, for the place was a backwoods castle dangerous, lying in the path of war parties from Canada, whether coming down the Connecticut from Lake Memphremagog, or up Otter Creek from Lake Champlain, then over the mountains to Black River, and so down that stream, which would bring them directly to Number 4. New Hampshire would do nothing for them, and their only hope was in Massachusetts, of which most of them were natives, and which had good reasons for helping them to hold their ground, as a cover to its own settlements below. The Governor and Assembly of Massachusetts did, in fact, send small parties of armed men from time to time to defend the endangered outpost, and the succor was timely. For though, during the first year of the war, Number 4 was left in peace, yet from the 19th of April to the 19th of June 1746, it was attacked by Indians 5 times, with some loss of scalps, and more of cattle, horses, and hogs. On the last occasion there was a hot fight in the woods, ending in the retreat of the Indians, said to have numbered 150, into a swamp, leaving behind them guns, blankets, hatchets, spears, and other things, valued at £40, old tenor, which, says the Chronicle, was reckoned a great booty for such beggarly enemies. Footnote: Saunderson, History of Charlestown, N. H. 29. Doolittle, Narrative of Mischief Done by the Indian Enemy, a contemporary chronicle. But Massachusetts grew tired of defending lands that had been adjudged to New Hampshire, and as the season drew towards an end, Number 4 was left again to its own keeping. The settlers saw no choice but to abandon a place which they were too few to defend, and accordingly withdrew to the older settlements, after burying such of their effects as would bear it, and leaving others to their fate. 6 men, a dog, and a cat remained to keep the fort. Towards midwinter the human part of the garrison also withdrew, and the 2 uncongenial quadrupeds were left alone. When the authorities of Massachusetts saw that a place so useful to bear the brunt of attack was left to certain destruction, they repented of their late withdrawal, and sent Captain Finis Stevens, with 30 men, to reoccupy it. Stevens, a native of Sudbury, Massachusetts, one of the earliest settlers of Number 4, and one of its chief proprietors, was a bold, intelligent, and determined man, well fitted for the work before him. He and his band reached the fort on the 27th of March, 1747, and their arrival gave peculiar pleasure to its tenants, the dog and cat, the former of whom met them with lively demonstrations of joy. The pair had apparently lived in harmony, and found means of subsistence, as they are reported to have been in tolerable condition. Stevens had brought with him a number of other dogs, animals found useful for detecting the presence of Indians, and tracking them to their lurking places. A week or more after the arrival of the party, these canine allies showed great uneasiness and barked without ceasing, on which Stevens ordered a strict watch to be kept, and great precaution to be used in opening the gate of the fort. It was time, for the surrounding forest concealed what the New England chroniclers call an army, commanded by General Debeline. It scarcely need be said that Canada had no General Debeline, and that no such name is to be found in Canadian annals. The army was a large war party of both French and Indians, and a French record shows that its commander was Boucher de Niverville, ensign in the colony troops. Footnote: Extrait N for me de Journal de C que SS passé d'intéressant dans la colonie à l'occasion de mouvements de guerre, etc., 1746, 1747. The behavior of the dogs was as yet the only sign of danger, when, about 9 o'clock on the morning of the 7th of April, one of Stevens's men took it upon him to go out and find what was amiss. Accompanied by 2 or 3 of the dogs, he advanced, gun in hand, into the clearing, peering at every stump, lest an Indian should lurk behind it. When about 20 rods from the gate, he saw a large log, or trunk of a fallen tree, not far before him, and approached it cautiously, setting on the dogs, or, as Stevens whimsically phrases it, saying "Cho boy!" to them. They ran forward barking, on which several heads appeared above the log, and several guns were fired at him. He was slightly wounded, but escaped to the fort. Then, all around, the air rang with war whoops, and a storm of bullets flew from the tangle of bushes that edged the clearing, and rapped spitefully, but harmlessly, against the wooden wall. At a little distance on the windward side was a log house, to which, with adjacent fences, the assailants presently set fire, in the hope that, as the wind was strong, the flames would catch the fort. When Stevens saw what they were doing, he set himself to thwart them, and while some of his men kept them at bay with their guns, the rest fell to work digging a number of short trenches under the wall, on the side towards the fire. As each trench was 6 or 7 feet deep, a man could stand in it outside the wall, sheltered from bullets, and dash buckets of water, passed to him from within, against the scorching timbers. 11 such trenches were dug, and 11 men were stationed in them, so that the whole exposed front of the wall was kept wet. Footnote: those who were not employed in firing at the enemy were employed in digging trenches under the bottom of the fort. We dug no less than 11 of them, so deep that a man could go and stand upright on the outside and not endanger himself, so that when these trenches were finished, we could wet all the outside of the fort, which we did, and kept it wet all night. We drew some hundreds of barrels of water, and to undergo all this hard service there were but 30 men. Stevens to Colonel W. Williams, April, 1747. Thus, though clouds of smoke drifted over the fort, and burning cinders showered upon it, no harm was done, and the enemy was forced to other devices. They found a wagon, which they protected from water and bullets by a shield of planks, for there was a sawmill hard by, and loaded it with dry faggots, thinking to set them on fire and push the blazing machine against the dry part of the fort wall. But the task proved too dangerous. For, says Stevens, instead of performing what they threatened and seemed to be immediately going to undertake, they called to us and desired a cessation of arms till sunrise the next morning, which was granted, at which time they said they would come to a parley. In fact, the French commander, with about 60 of his men, came in the morning with a flag of truce, which he stuck in the ground at a musket shot from the fort, and, in the words of Stevens, said if we would send 3 men to him, he would send as many to us. Stevens agreed to this, on which 2 Frenchmen and an Indian came to the fort, and 3 soldiers went out in return. The 2 Frenchmen demanded, on the part of their commander, that the garrison should surrender, under a promise of life, and be carried prisoners to Quebec, and they farther required that Stevens should give his answer to the French officer in person. Wisely or unwisely, Stevens went out at the gate, and was at once joined by Niverville, attended, no doubt, by an interpreter. Upon meeting the monsieur, says the English captain, he did not wait for me to give him an answer, but said, in a manner sufficiently peremptory, that he had 700 men with him, and that if his terms were refused, he would storm the fort, run over it, burn it to the ground, and if resistance were offered, put all in it to the sword, adding that he would have it or die, and that Stevens might fight or not as he pleased, for it was all one to him. His terms being refused, he said, as Stevens reports, "Well, go back to your fort and see if your men dare fight any more, and give me an answer quickly, for my men want to be fighting." Stevens now acted as if he had been the moderator of a town meeting. "I went into the fort and called the men together, and informed them what the general said, and then put it to vote whether they would fight or resign, and they voted to a man to stand it out, and also declared that they would fight as long as they had life." Footnote: Stevens to Colonel William Williams, April, 1747. Answer was made accordingly, but Niverville's promise to storm the fort and run over it was not kept. Stevens says that his enemies had not the courage to do this, or even to bring up their fortification, meaning their fire wagon with its shield of planks. In fact, an open assault upon a fortified place was a thing unknown in this border warfare, whether waged by Indians alone, or by French and Indians together. The assailants only raised the war whoop again, and fired, as before, from behind stumps, logs, and bushes. This amusement they kept up from 2 o'clock till night, when they grew bolder, approached nearer, and shot flights of fire arrows into the fort, which, water being abundant, were harmless as their bullets. At daylight they gave over this exercise, called out, "Good morning!" to the garrison, and asked for a suspension of arms for 2 hours. This being agreed to, another flag of truce presently appeared, carried by 2 Indians, who planted it in the ground within a stone's throw of the fort, and asked that 2 men should be sent out to confer with them. This was done, and the men soon came back with a proposal that Stevens should sell provisions to his besiegers, under a promise on their part that they would give him no farther trouble. He answered that he would not sell them provisions for money, but would exchange them for prisoners, and give 5 bushels of Indian corn for every hostage placed in his hands as security for the release of an English captive in Canada. To this their only answer was firing a few shots against the fort, after which they all disappeared, and were seen no more. The garrison had scarcely eaten or slept for 3 days. "I believe men were never known to hold out with better resolution," writes Stevens, and Though there were some thousands of guns shot at us, we had but 2 men slightly wounded, John Brown and Joseph Ely. Footnote: Stevens to Colonel W. Williams, April, 1747. Niverville and his party, disappointed and hungry, now made a tour among the scattered farms and hamlets of the country below, which, incapable of resisting such an inroad, were abandoned at their approach. Thus they took an easy revenge for their rebuff at No. 4, and in a march of 30 or 40 leagues, burned 5 small deserted forts or stockade houses, 3 meeting houses, several fine barns, about 100 dwellings, mostly of 2 stories, furnished even to chests of drawers, and killed 500 to 600 sheep and hogs, and about 30 horned cattle. This devastation is well worth a few prisoners or scalps. Footnote: N. Y. Colonel Dox. X. 97. It is curious to find such exploits mentioned with complacency, as evidence of prowess. The successful defense of the most exposed place on the frontier was welcome news throughout New England, and Commodore Charles Knowles, who was then at Boston, sent Stevens a silver-hilted sword in recognition of his conduct. The settlers of No. 4, who soon returned to their backwoods home, were so well pleased with this compliment to one of their fellows that they gave to the settlement the baptismal name of the Commodore, and the town that has succeeded the hamlet of No. 4 is Charlestown to this day. Footnote: Just after the withdrawal of the French and Indians, Stevens wrote 2 letters giving an account of the affair, one to Governor Shirley, and the other to Colonel William Williams, who seems to have been his immediate military superior. At most points they are substantially the same, but that to Williams contains some passages not found in the other. The letter to Shirley is printed in Saunderson, History of Charlestown, N. H. 34-37, and that to Williams in collections of the New Hampshire Historical Society, 4. 109-113. Stevens also kept a diary, which was long in possession of his descendants. One of these, Mr. B. F. Stevens, kindly made a search for it, at my request, and learned that it had been unfortunately destroyed by fire, in 1856. Doolittle, in his Narrative of Mischief, and Hoyt, in his Antiquarian Researches, give other accounts. The French notices of the affair are few and short, as usual in cases of failure. For the principal one, C.N. Y. Colonel Dox. X. 97, it is here said that Stevens asked for a parley, in order to capitulate, but all the English accounts say that the French made the first advances. Chapter 24. 1745-1748. Fort Massachusetts. Frontier Defense. Northfield and its Minister. Military criticisms of Rev. Benjamin Doolittle. Regard de Vaudreuil. His great war party. He attacks Fort Massachusetts. Sergeant Hawks and his garrison. A gallant defense. Capitulation. Humanity of the French. Ravages. Return to Crown Point. Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. Since the last war, the settlements of Massachusetts had pushed westward and begun to invade the beautiful region of mountains and valleys that now forms Berkshire. Villages, or rudiments of villages, had grown up on the Housatonic, and an establishment had been attempted at Pontusic, now Pittsfield, on the extreme western limits of the province. The position of these new settlements was critical, for the enemy could reach them with little difficulty by way of Lake Champlain and Wood Creek. The Massachusetts government was not unmindful of them, and when war again broke out, 3 wooden forts were built for their protection, forming a line of defense westward from Northfield on the northern frontier of the province. One of these forts was in the present town of Heath, and was called Fort Shirley. Another, named Fort Pelham, was in the present town of Rowe, while the third, Fort Massachusetts, was farther westward, in what is now the town of Adams, then known as East Hoosick. 200 men from the militia were taken into pay to hold these posts and patrol the intervening forests. Other defensive works were made here and there, sometimes by the votes of town meetings, and sometimes by individuals, at their own cost. These works consisted of offensive palisades enclosing a farmhouse, or sometimes of a blockhouse of timber or heavy planks. Thus, at Northfield, Deacon Ebenezer Alexander, a veteran of 60 who had served at Louisbourg, built a mount, or blockhouse, on the knoll behind his house, and carried a stockade from it to enclose the dwelling, shed, and barn, the whole at the cost of £36, 1 shilling, and 6 pence, in Massachusetts currency, which the town repaid him, his fortifications being of public utility as a place of refuge for families in case of attack. Footnote: Temple and Sheldon, History of Northfield, 237, give the items from the original account. This is one of the best of the innumerable town histories of New England. Northfield was a place notoriously dangerous, and military methods were in vogue there in season and out of season. Thus, by a vote of the town, the people were called to the Sunday sermon by beat of drum, and Eleazar Holton was elected to sound the call in consideration of £1 and 10 shillings a year, the drum being hired of Ensign Field, its fortunate possessor, for the farther sum of 3 shillings. This was in the earlier days of Northfield. In 1734 the Sunday drum beat was stopped, and the worshippers were summoned by the less obstreperous method of hanging out a flag, for the faithful discharge of which function Daniel Wright received in 1744 £1 and 5 shillings. Footnote: Temple and Sheldon, History of Northfield, 218. The various fortifications, public and private, were garrisoned, sometimes by the owner and his neighbors, sometimes by men in pay of the provincial assembly. As was to be expected from a legislative body undertaking warlike operations, the work of defense was but indifferently conducted. John Stoddard, the village magnate of Northampton, was charged, among the rest of his multifarious employments, with the locating and construction of forts. Captain Ephraim Williams was assigned to the general command on the western frontier, with headquarters at Fort Shirley and afterwards at Fort Massachusetts, and Major Israel Williams, of Hatfield, was made commissary. At Northfield dwelt the Reverend Benjamin Doolittle, minister, apothecary, physician, and surgeon of the village, for he had studied medicine no less than theology. His parishioners thought that his cure of bodies encroached on his cure of souls, and requested him to confine his attention to his spiritual charge, to which he replied that he could not afford it, his salary as minister being £75 in irredeemable Massachusetts paper, while his medical and surgical practice brought him full £400 a year. He offered to comply with the wishes of his flock if they would add that amount to his salary, which they were not prepared to do, and the minister continued his heterogeneous labors as before. As the position of his house on the village street seems to have been regarded as strategic, the town voted to fortify it with a blockhouse and a stockade, for the benefit both of the occupant and of all the villagers. This was accordingly done, at the cost of £18, 7 shillings, and 6 pence for the blockhouse, and a farther charge for the stockade, and thenceforth Mr. Doolittle could write his sermons and mix his doses in peace. To his other callings he added that of historiographer. When, after a ministry of 36 years, the thrifty pastor was busied one day with hammer and nails and mending the fence of his yard, he suddenly dropped dead from a stroke of heart disease, to the grief of all Northfield, and his papers being searched, a record was found in his handwriting of the inroads of the enemy that had happened in his time on or near the Massachusetts border. Being rightly thought worthy of publication, it was printed at Boston in a dingy pamphlet, now extremely rare, and much prized by antiquarians. Footnote: A short narrative of mischief done by the French and Indian enemy on the western frontiers of the province of the Massachusetts Bay, from the beginning of the French War, proclaimed by the King of France, March 15, 1743-4, and by the King of Great Britain, March 29, 1744, to August 2, 1748. Drawn up by the Rev. Mr. Doolittle, of Northfield, in the county of Hampshire, and found among his manuscripts after his death, and at the desire of some is now published, with some small additions to render it more perfect. Boston, printed and sold by S. Neeland, in Queen Street. MDCCL. The facts above given concerning Mr. Doolittle are drawn from the excellent History of Northfield by Temple and Sheldon, and the Introduction to the Particular History of the 5 Years' French and Indian War, by S. G. Drake. Appended to it are the remarks of the author on the conduct of the war. He complains that plans are changed so often that none of them take effect, that terms of enlistment are so short that the commissary can hardly serve out provisions to the men before their time is expired, that neither bread, meat, shoes, nor blankets are kept on hand for an emergency, so that the enemy escape while the soldiers are getting ready to pursue them. That the pay of a drafted man is so small that twice as much would not hire a laborer to take care of his farm in his absence, and that untried and unfit persons are commissioned as officers, in all of which strictures there is no doubt much truth. Mr. Doolittle's rueful narrative treats mainly of miscellaneous murders and scalpings, interesting only to the sufferers and their friends, but he also chronicles briefly a formidable inroad that still holds a place in New England history. It may be remembered that Shirley had devised a plan for capturing Fort Frederick, or Crown Point, built by the French at the narrows of Lake Champlain, and commanding ready access for war parties to New York and New England. The approach of D'Anville's fleet had defeated the plan, but rumors of it had reached Canada and excited great alarm. Large bodies of men were ordered to Lake Champlain to protect the threatened fort. The two brothers de Muy were already on the lake with a numerous party of Canadians and Indians, both Christian and heathen, and Rigaud de Vaudreuil, town major of Three Rivers, was ordered to follow with a still larger force, repel any English attack, or, if none should be made, take the offensive and strike a blow at the English frontier. Footnote: French writers always call him Rigaud to distinguish him from his brother, Pierre Rigaud de Vaudreuil-Cavenel, afterwards governor of Canada, who is usually mentioned as Vaudreuil. On the 3d of August, Rigaud left Montreal with a fleet of canoes carrying what he calls his army, and on the 12th he encamped on the east side of the lake, at the mouth of Otter Creek. There was rain, thunder, and a violent wind all night, but the storm ceased at daybreak, and embarking again, they soon saw the octagonal stone tower of Fort Frederick. The party set up their tents and wigwams near the fort, and on the morning of the 16th the elder de Muy arrived with a reinforcement of 60 Frenchmen and a band of Indians. They had just returned from an incursion towards Albany, and reported that all was quiet in those parts, and that Fort Frederick was in no danger. Now, to their great satisfaction, Rigaud and his band saw themselves free to take the offensive. The question was, where to strike. The Indians held council after council, made speech after speech, and agreed on nothing. Rigaud gave them a wampum belt, and told them that he meant to attack Corlaer, that is, Schenectady, at which they seemed well pleased, and sang war songs all night. In the morning they changed their minds, and begged him to call the whole army to a council for debating the question. It appeared that some of them, especially the Iroquois converts of Caughnawaga, disapproved of attacking Schenectady, because some of their Mohawk relatives were always making visits there, and might be inadvertently killed by the wild western Indians of Rigaud's party. Now all was doubt again, for as Indians are unstable as water, it was no easy task to hold them to any plan of action. The Abenakis proposed a solution of the difficulty. They knew the New England border well, for many of them had lived upon it before the war, on terms of friendly intercourse with the settlers. They now drew upon the floor of the council room a rough map of the country, on which was seen a certain river, and on its upper waters a fort which they recommended as a proper object of attack. The river was that eastern tributary of the Hudson which the French called the Kaskoka, the Dutch the Scaticook, and the English the Hoosic. The fort was Fort Massachusetts, the most westerly of the 3 posts lately built to guard the frontier. "My father," said the Abenaki spokesman to Rigaud, "it will be easy to take this fort, and make great havoc on the lands of the English. Deign to listen to your children and follow our advice." Footnote: Journal de la Campagne de Rigaud de Vaudreuil en 1746, present à Monseigneur le Comte de Maurepas, Minister et Secrétaire d'État, written by Rigaud. One Cadenet, an Abenaki chief, had been killed near Fort Massachusetts in the last spring, and his tribesmen were keen to revenge him. Seeing his Indians pleased with the proposal to march for the Hoosic, Rigaud gladly accepted it, on which whoops, yelps, and war songs filled the air. Hardly, however, was the party on its way when the Indians changed their minds again, and wanted to attack Saratoga. But Rigaud told them that they had made their choice and must abide by it, to which they assented, and gave him no farther trouble. On the 20th of August they all embarked and paddled southward, past the lonely promontory where Fort Ticonderoga was afterwards built, and held their course till the lake dwindled to a mere canal creeping through the weedy marsh then called the Drowned Lands. Here, 9 summers later, passed the flotilla of Baron Dieskau, bound to defeat and ruin by the shores of Lake George. Rigaud stopped at a place known as East Bay, at the mouth of a stream that joins Wood Creek, just north of the present town of Whitehall. Here he left the younger de Muy, with 30 men, to guard the canoes. The rest of the party, guided by a brother of the slain Cadenaret, filed southward on foot along the base of Skene Mountain, that overlooks Whitehall. They counted about 700 men, of whom 500 were French, and a little above 200 were Indians. Footnote: Le 19, Ayant fait passer l'armée en revue que se trouve de 700 hommes, scavoir 500 François environ et 200 quelques sauvages. Journal de Rigaud. Some other French reports put the whole number at 1100, or even 1200. Footnote: CN. Y. Colonel Dox. X. 103, 132. While several English accounts make it 800 or 900. The Frenchmen of the party included both regulars and Canadians, with 6 regular officers and 10 cadets, 18 militia officers, 2 chaplains, 1 for the whites and 1 for the Indians, and a surgeon. Footnote: Ibid. X. 35. After a march of 4 days, they encamped on the 26th by a stream which ran into the Hudson, and was no doubt the Baton Kill, known to the French as La Rivière de Saratoga. Being nearly opposite Saratoga, where there was then a garrison, they changed their course, on the 27th, from south to southeast, the better to avoid scouting parties, which might discover their trail and defeat their plan of surprise. Early on the next day they reached the Hoosic, far above its mouth, and now their march was easier. "For," says Rigaud, "we got out of the woods and followed a large road that led up the river." In fact, there seemed to have been 2 roads, one on each side of the Hoosic, for the French were formed into 2 brigades, one of which, under the Sieur de la Valterie, filed along the right bank of the stream, and the other, under the Sieur de Sabrevois, along the left, while the Indians marched on the front, flanks, and rear. They passed deserted houses and farms belonging to Dutch settlers from the Hudson, for the Hoosic, in this part of its course, was in the province of New York. Footnote: These Dutch settlements on the Hoosic were made under what was called the Hoosic Patent, granted by Governor Dongan of New York in 1688. The settlements were not begun till nearly 40 years after the grant was made. For evidence on this point I am indebted to Professor A. L. Perry, of Williams College. They did not stop to burn barns and houses, but they killed poultry, hogs, a cow, and a horse, to supply themselves with meat. Before night they had passed the New York line, and they made their camp in or near the valley where Williamstown and Williams College now stand. Here they were joined by the Sieurs Beaubassin and La Force, who had gone forward, with 8 Indians, to reconnoiter. Beaubassin had watched Fort Massachusetts from a distance, and had seen a man go up into the watchtower, but could discover no other sign of alarm. Apparently, the fugitive Dutch farmers had not taken pains to warn the English garrison of the coming danger, for there was a coolness between the neighbors. Before breaking up camp in the morning, Rigaud called the Indian chiefs together and said to them, "My children, the time is near when we must get other meat than fresh pork, and we will all eat it together." Meat, in Indian parlance, meant prisoners, and as these were valuable by reason of the ransoms paid for them, and as the Indians had suspected that the French meant to keep them all, they were well pleased with this figurative assurance of Rigaud that they should have their share. Footnote: Mes enfants, leur disent, le temps approche où il faut faire d'autres viandes que la pour fraise. Au reste, nous la mangerons tous ensemble. Si mot les flatta dans la crainte tu les avoyant tu après la prise du fort nous et nous réservâmes tous les prisonniers. Journal de Rigaud. The chaplain said Mass, and the party marched in a brisk rain up the Williamstown Valley, till after advancing about 10 miles they encamped again. Fort Massachusetts was only 3 or 4 miles distant. Rigaud held a talk with the Abenaki chiefs who had acted as guides, and it was agreed that the party should stop in the woods near the fort, make scaling ladders, battering rams to burst the gates, and other things needful for a grand assault, to take place before daylight. But their plan came to naught through the impetuosity of the young Indians and Canadians, who were so excited at the first glimpse of the watchtower of the fort that they dashed forward, as Rigaud says, like lions. Hence, one might fairly expect to see the fort assaulted at once. But by the maxims of forest war this would have been reprehensible rashness, and nothing of the kind was attempted. The assailants spread to right and left, squatted behind stumps, and opened a distant and harmless fire, accompanied with unearthly yells and howlings. Fort Massachusetts was a wooden enclosure formed, like the fort at No. 4, of beams laid one upon another, and interlocked at the angles. This wooden wall seems to have rested, not immediately upon the ground, but upon a foundation of stone, designated by Mr. Norton, the chaplain, as the underpinning, a name usually given in New England to foundations of the kind. At the northwest corner was a blockhouse, crowned with the watchtower, the sight of which had prematurely kindled the martial fire of the Canadians and Indians. Footnote: the term, blockhouse, was loosely used, and was even sometimes applied to an entire fort when constructed of hewn logs, and not of palisades. The true blockhouse of the New England frontier was a solid wooden structure about 20 feet high, with a projecting upper story and loopholes above and below. This wooden structure, at the apex of the blockhouse, served as a lookout, and also supplied means of throwing water to extinguish fire arrows shot upon the roof. There were other buildings in the enclosure, especially a large log house on the south side, which seems to have overlooked the outer wall, and was no doubt loopholed for musketry. On the east side there was a well, furnished probably with one of those long well sweeps universal in primitive New England. The garrison, when complete, consisted of 51 men under Captain Ephraim Williams, who has left his name to Williamstown and Williams College, of the latter of which he was the founder. He was born at Newton, near Boston, was a man vigorous in body and mind, better acquainted with the world than most of his countrymen, having followed the seas in his youth, and visited England, Spain, and Holland, frank and agreeable in manners, well fitted for such a command, and respected and loved by his men. Footnote: see the notice of Williams in Mass. Hist. Col. 8. 47. He was killed in the bloody skirmish that preceded the Battle of Lake George in 1755. Montcalm and Wolfe, Chapter 9. When the proposed invasion of Canada was preparing, he and some of his men went to take part in it, and had not yet returned. The fort was left in charge of a sergeant, John Hawks, of Deerfield, with men too few for the extent of the works, and a supply of ammunition nearly exhausted. Canada being then put on the defensive, the frontier forts were thought safe for a time. On the Saturday before Rigaud's arrival, Hawks had sent Thomas Williams, the surgeon, brother of the absent captain, to Deerfield, with a detachment of 14 men, to get a supply of powder and lead. This detachment reduced the entire force, including Hawks himself and Norton, the chaplain, to 22 men, half of whom were disabled with dysentery, from which few of the rest were wholly free. Footnote: Lord's Day and Monday, the sickness was very distressing. 11 of our men were sick, and scarcely one of us in perfect health. Almost every man was troubled with the griping and flux. Norton, the redeemed captive. There were also in the fort 3 women and 5 children. Footnote: Rigaud erroneously makes the garrison a little larger. La garnison s'y trouve de 24 hommes, entre lesquels il y avait un minister, 3 femmes, et 5 enfants. The names and residence of all the men in the fort when the attack began are preserved. Hawks made his report to the provincial government, under the title, An Account of the Company in His Majesty's Service under the Command of Sir John Hawks, at Fort Massachusetts, August 20th, 31, New Style, 1746. The roll is attested on oath. Before William Williams, just Paces. The number of men is 22, including Hawks and Norton. Each man brought his own gun. I am indebted to the kindness of Professor A. L. Perry for a copy of Hawks's report, which is addressed to the Honorable Spencer Phipps, Esq., Lieutenant Governor and Commander-in-Chief, and the Honorable His Majesty's Council and House of Representatives in General Court assembled. The site of Fort Massachusetts is now a meadow by the banks of the Hoosic. Then it was a rough clearing, encumbered with the stumps and refuse of the primeval forest, whose living host stood grimly around it, and spread, untouched by the axe, up the sides of the neighboring Saddleback Mountain. The position of the fort was bad, being commanded by high ground, from which, as the chaplain tells us, the enemy could shoot over the north side into the middle of the parade, for which serious defect, John Stoddard, of Northampton, legist, capitalist, colonel of militia, and superintendent of defense, was probably answerable. These frontier forts were, however, often placed on low ground with a view to an abundant supply of water, fire being the most dreaded enemy in Indian warfare. Footnote: when I visited the place as a college student, no trace of the fort was to be seen except a hollow, which may have been the remains of a cellar, and a thriving growth of horseradish, a relic of the garrison garden. My friend Dr. D. Slade has given an interesting account of the spot in the Magazine of American History for October, 1888. Sergeant Hawks, the provisional commander, was, according to tradition, a tall man with sunburnt features, erect, spare, very sinewy and strong, and of a bold and resolute temper. He had need to be so, for counting every man in the fort, lay and clerical, sick and well, he was beset by more than 30 times his own number, or, counting only his effective men, by more than 60 times, and this at the lowest report of the attacking force. As there was nothing but a log fence between him and his enemy, it was clear that they could hew or burn a way through it, or climb over it with no surprising effort of valor. Rigaud, as we have seen, had planned a general assault under cover of night, but had been thwarted by the precipitancy of the young Indians and Canadians. These now showed no inclination to depart from the cautious maxims of forest warfare. They made a terrific noise, but when they came within gunshot of the fort, it was by darting from stump to stump with a quick, zigzag movement that made them more difficult to hit than birds on the wing. The best moment for a shot was when they reached a stump, and stopped for an instant to duck and hide behind it. By seizing this fleeting opportunity, Hawks himself put a bullet into the breast of an Abenaki chief from St. Francis, which ended his days, says the chaplain. In view of the nimbleness of the assailants, a charge of buckshot was found more to the purpose than a bullet. Besides the slain Abenaki, Rigaud reports 16 Indians and Frenchmen wounded. Footnote: l'ennemi me tua un Abenakis et me blessa 16 hommes, tant Iroquois true Abenaquis, Nipissings et Francois. Journal de Rigaud. Which, under the circumstances, was good execution for 10 farmers and a minister, for Chaplain Norton loaded and fired with the rest. Rigaud himself was one of the wounded, having been hit in the arm and sent to the rear, as he stood giving orders on the rocky hill about 40 rods from the fort. Probably it was a chance shot, since, though rifles were invented long before, they were not yet in general use, and the yeoman garrison were armed with nothing but their own smooth-bore hunting pieces, not to be trusted at long range. The supply of ammunition had sunk so low that Hawks was forced to give the discouraging order not to fire except when necessary to keep the enemy in check, or when the chance of hitting him should be unusually good. Such of the sick men as were strong enough aided the defense by casting bullets and buckshot. The outrageous noise lasted till towards 9 in the evening, when the assailants greeted the fort with a general war whoop, and repeated it 3 or 4 times. Then a line of sentinels was placed around it to prevent messengers from carrying the alarm to Albany or Deerfield. The evening was dark and cloudy. The lights of a camp could be seen by the river towards the southeast, and those of another near the swamp towards the west. There was a sound of axes, as if the enemy were making scaling ladders for a night assault, but it was found that they were cutting faggots to burn the wall. Hawks ordered every tub and bucket to be filled with water, in preparation for the crisis. 2 men, John Aldrich and Jonathan Bridgman, had been wounded, thus farther reducing the strength of the defenders. The chaplain says, "Of those that were in health, some were ordered to keep the watch, and some lay down and endeavored to get some rest, lying down in our clothes with our arms by us. We got little or no rest. The enemy frequently raised us by their hideous outcries, as though they were about to attack us. The latter part of the night I kept the watch." Rigaud spent the night in preparing for a decisive attack, being resolved to open trenches 2 hours before sunrise, and push them to the foot of the palisade, so as to place faggots against it, set them on fire, and deliver the fort a prey to the fury of the flames. Footnote: J'ai passé la nuit à conduire à l'ouvrage auquel j'avais destin le jour précédent, résolu à faire ouvrir la tranchée 2 heures avant le lever du soleil, et de la pousser jusqu'au pied de la palissade, pour y placer les fascines, y appliquer l'artifice, et livrer le fort en proie à la fureur du feu. Journal de Rigaud. He mistakes in calling the log wall of the fort a palisade. It began to rain, and he determined to wait till morning. That the commander of 700 French and Indians should resort to such elaborate devices to subdue a sergeant, 7 militiamen, and a minister, for this was now the effective strength of the besieged, was no small compliment to the spirit of the defense. The firing was renewed in the morning, but there was no attempt to open trenches by daylight. 2 men were sent up into the watchtower, and about 11 o'clock one of them, Thomas Knowlton, was shot through the head. The number of effectives was thus reduced to 8, including the chaplain. Up to this time the French and English witnesses are in tolerable accord, but now there is conflict of evidence. Rigaud says that when he was about to carry his plan of attack into execution, he saw a white flag hung out, and sent the elder de Muy, with Montigny and Dautuil, to hear what the English commandant, whose humble rank he nowhere mentions, had to say. On the other hand, Norton, the chaplain, says that about noon the French desired to parley, and that we agreed to it. He says farther that the sergeant, with himself and 1 or 2 others, met Rigaud outside the gate, and that the French commander promised good quarter to the besieged if they would surrender, with the alternative of an assault if they would not. This account is sustained by Hawks, who says that at 12 o'clock an Indian came forward with a flag of truce, and that he, Hawks, with 2 or 3 others, went to meet Rigaud, who then offered honorable terms of capitulation. Footnote: Journal of Sergeant Hawks, cited by William L. Stone, Life and Times of Sir William Johnson, I. 227. What seems conclusive is that the French permitted Norton to nail to a post of the fort a short account of its capture, in which it is plainly stated that the first advances were made by Rigaud. The sergeant promised an answer within 2 hours, and going back to the fort with his companions, examined their means of defense. He found that they had left but 3 or 4 pounds of gunpowder, and about as much lead. Hawks called a council of his effective men. Norton prayed for divine aid and guidance, and then they fell to considering the situation. Had we all been in health, or had there been only those 8 of us that were in health, I believe every man would willingly have stood it out to the last. For my part I should, writes the manful chaplain. But besides the sick and wounded, there were 3 women and 5 children, who, if the fort were taken by assault, would no doubt be butchered by the Indians, but who might be saved by a capitulation. Hawks therefore resolved to make the best terms he could. He had defended his post against prodigious odds for 28 hours. Rigaud promised that all in the fort should be treated with humanity as prisoners of war, and exchanged at the first opportunity. He also promised that none of them should be given to the Indians, though he had lately assured his savage allies that they should have their share of the prisoners. At 3 o'clock the principal French officers were admitted into the fort, and the French flag was raised over it. The Indians and Canadians were excluded, on which some of the Indians pulled out several of the stones that formed the foundation of the wall, crawled through, opened the gate, and let in the whole crew. They raised a yell when they saw the blood of Thomas Knowlton trickling from the watchtower where he had been shot, then rushed up to where the corpse lay, brought it down, scalped it, and cut off the head and arms. The fort was then plundered, set on fire, and burned to the ground. The prisoners were led to the French camp, and here the chaplain was presently accosted by one Doughty, Rigaud's interpreter, who begged him to persuade some of the prisoners to go with the Indians. Norton replied that it had been agreed that they should all remain with the French, and that to give up any of them to the Indians would be a breach of the capitulation. Doughty then appealed to the men themselves, who all insisted on being left with the French, according to the terms stipulated. Some of them, however, were given to the Indians, who, after Rigaud's promise to them, could have been pacified in no other way. His fault was in making a stipulation that he could not keep. Hawks and Norton, with all the women and children, remained in the French camp. Hearing that men were expected from Deerfield to take the places of the sick, Rigaud sent 60 Indians to cut them off. They lay in wait for the English reinforcement, which consisted of 19 men, gave them a close fire, shot down 15 of them, and captured the rest. Footnote: one French account says that the Indians failed to meet the English party. N.Y. Colonel Dox, X. 35. This or another party of Rigaud's Indians pushed as far as Deerfield and tried to waylay the farmers as they went to their work on a Monday morning. The Indians hid in a growth of alder bushes along the edge of a meadow where men were making hay, accompanied by some children. One Ebenezer Hawks, shooting partridges, came so near the ambushed warriors that they could not resist the temptation of killing and scalping him. This alarmed the haymakers and the children, who ran for their lives towards a mill on a brook that entered Deerfield River, fiercely pursued by about 50 Indians, who caught and scalped a boy named Amsden. 3 men, Allen, Sadler, and Gillett, got under the bank of the river and fired on the pursuers. Allen and Gillett were soon killed, but Sadler escaped unhurt to an island. 3 children of Allen, Eunice, Samuel, and Caleb, were also chased by the Indians, who knocked down Eunice with a tomahawk, but were in too much haste to stop and scalp her, and she lived to a good old age. Her brother Samuel was caught and dragged off, but Caleb ran into a field of tall maize, and escaped. The firing was heard in the village, and a few armed men, under Lieutenant Clesson, hastened to the rescue, but when they reached the spot the Indians were gone, carrying the boy Samuel Allen with them, and leaving 2 of their own number dead. Clesson, with such men as he had, followed their trail up Deerfield River, but could not overtake the light-footed savages. Meanwhile, the prisoners at Fort Massachusetts spent the first night, well guarded, in the French and Indian camps. In the morning, Norton, accompanied by a Frenchman and several Indians, was permitted to nail to one of the charred posts of the fort a note to tell what had happened to him and his companions. Footnote: the note was as follows. August 20th, 31, New Style, 1746. These are to inform you that yesterday, about 9 of the clock, we were besieged by, as they say, 700 French and Indians. They have wounded 2 men and killed 1 Knowlton. The General de Vaudreuil desired capitulations, and we were so distressed that we complied with his terms. We are the French's prisoners, and have it under the General's hand that every man, woman, and child shall be exchanged for French prisoners. The victors then marched back as they had come, along the Hoosick road. They moved slowly, encumbered as they were by the sick and wounded. Rigaud gave the Indians presents, to induce them to treat their prisoners with humanity. Norton was in charge of Demouy, and after walking 4 miles sat down with him to rest in Williamstown Valley. There was a yell from the Indians in the rear. I trembled, writes Norton, thinking they had murdered some of our people, but was filled with admiration when I saw all our prisoners come up with us, and John Aldrich carried on the back of his Indian master. Aldrich had been shot in the foot, and could not walk. We set out again, and had gone but a little way before we came up with Josiah Reed. Reed was extremely ill, and could go no farther. Norton thought that the Indians would kill him, instead of which one of them carried him on his back. They were said to have killed him soon after, but there is good reason to think that he died of disease. I saw John Perry's wife, pursues the chaplain. She complained that she was almost ready to give out. The Indians threatened her, but Hawks spoke in her behalf to Rigaud, who remonstrated with them, and they afterwards treated her well. The wife of another soldier, John Smead, was near her time, and had lingered behind. The French showed her great kindness. Some of them made a seat for her to sit upon, and brought her to the camp, where, about 10 o'clock, she was graciously delivered of a daughter, and was remarkably well. Friday, this morning I baptized John Smead's child. He called its name Captivity. The French made a litter of poles, spread over it a deer skin and a bear skin, on which they placed the mother and child, and so carried them forward. 3 days after, there was a heavy rain, and the mother was completely drenched, but suffered no harm, though Miriam, the wife of Moses Scott, hereby catched a grievous cold. John Perry was relieved of his pack, so that he might help his wife and carry her when her strength failed. Several horses were found at the farms along the way, and the sick Benjamin Simons and the wounded John Aldrich were allowed to use 2 of them. Rarely, indeed, in these dismal border raids were prisoners treated so humanely, and the credit seems chiefly due to the efforts of Rigaud and his officers. The hardships of the march were shared by the victors, some of whom were sorely wounded, and 4 Indians died within a few days. I divided my army between the 2 sides of the Kaskakuk, Hoosick, says Rigaud, and ordered them to do what I had not permitted to be done before we reached Fort Massachusetts. Every house was set on fire, and numbers of domestic animals of all sorts were killed. French and Indians vied with each other in pillage, and I made them enter the valleys of all the little streams that flow into the Kaskakuk and lay waste everything there. Wherever we went we made the same havoc, laid waste both sides of the river through 12 leagues of fertile country, burned houses, barns, stables, and even a meeting house, in all, above 200 establishments, killed all the cattle, and ruined all the crops. Such, Monseigneur, was the damage I did our enemies during the 8 or 9 days I was in their country. Footnote: Journal de Rigaud. As the Dutch settlers had escaped, there was no resistance. The French and their allies left the Hoosick at the point where they had reached it, and retraced their steps northward through the forest, where there was an old Indian trail. Recrossing the Bat and Kill, or River of Saratoga, and some branches of Wood Creek, they reached the place where they had left their canoes, and found them safe. Rigaud says, I gave leave to the Indians, at their request, to continue their fighting and ravaging, in small parties, towards Albany, Schenectady, Deerfield, Saratoga, or wherever they pleased, and I even gave them a few officers and cadets to lead them. These small ventures were more or less successful, and produced, in due time, a good return of scalps. The main body, now afloat again, sailed and paddled northward till they reached Crown Point. Rigaud rejoiced at finding a haven of refuge, for his wounded arm was greatly inflamed, and it was time I should reach a place of repose. He and his men encamped by the fort, and remained there for some time. An epidemic, apparently like that at Fort Massachusetts, had broken out among them, and great numbers were seriously ill. Norton was lodged in a French house on the east side of the lake, at what is now called Chimney Point, and one day his guardian, Demouy, either thinking to impress him with the strength of the place, or with an amusing confidence in the minister's incapacity for making inconvenient military observations, invited him to visit the fort. He accepted the invitation, crossed over with the courteous officer, and reports the ramparts to have been 20 feet thick, about 20 feet high, and mounted with above 20 cannon. The octagonal tower which overlooked the ramparts, and answered in some sort to the dungeon of a feudal castle, was a bomb-proof structure in vaulted masonry, of the slaty black limestone of the neighborhood, 3 stories in height, and armed with 9 or 10 cannon, besides a great number of patereros, a kind of pivot gun much like a swivel. Footnote: Calm also describes the fort and its tower. Little trace of either now remains. Amherst demolished them in 1759, when he built the larger fort, of which the ruins still stand on the higher ground behind the site of its predecessor. In due time the prisoners reached Montreal, whence they were sent to Quebec, and in the course of the next year those who remained alive were exchanged and returned to New England. Footnote: Of the 22 men in the fort when attacked, 1, Knowlton, was killed by a bullet, 1, Reed, died just after the surrender, 10 died in Canada, and 10 returned home. Report of Sergeant Hawks. Mrs. Smead and her infant daughter, Captivity, died in Canada, and by a singular fatality, her husband had scarcely returned home when he was waylaid and killed by Indians. Fort Massachusetts was soon rebuilt by the province, and held its own thenceforth till the war was over. Sergeant Hawks became a lieutenant colonel, and took a creditable part in the last French war. For 2 years after the incursion of Rigaud the New England borders were scourged with partisan warfare, bloody, monotonous, and futile, with no event that needs recording, and no result beyond a momentary check to the progress of settlement. At length, in July, 1748, news came that the chief contending powers in Europe had come to terms of agreement, and in the next October the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed. Both nations were tired of the weary and barren conflict, with its enormous cost and its vast entail of debt. It was agreed that conquest should be mutually restored. The chief conquest of England was Louisbourg, with the island of Cape Breton, won for her by the farmers and fishermen of New England. When the preliminaries of peace were under discussion, Louis XV had demanded the restitution of the lost fortress, and George II is said to have replied that it was not his to give, having been captured by the people of Boston. Footnote: N.Y. Colonel Dox. X. 147. But his sense of justice was forced to yield to diplomatic necessity, for Louisbourg was the indispensable price of peace. To the indignation of the northern provinces, it was restored to its former owners. The British ministers, says Smollett, gave up the important island of Cape Breton in exchange for a petty factory in the East Indies, Madras, and the king deigned to send 2 English noblemen to the French court as security for the bargain. Peace returned to the tormented borders. The settlements advanced again, and the colonists found a short breathing space against the great conclusive struggle of the 7 Years' War. Appendix A. Chapter 17. England has no rightful titles to North America, except those which may be granted her by France. Second Memoir concernant les limites de colonies présentes en 1720, par Bob Prétre de la Congrégation de la Mission. À Versailles. Archives nationales. Extracts, printed literatum. L'année dernière 1719 j'ai présent un mémoire concernant les prétentions réciproques de la Grande-Bretagne et de la France par rapport aux colonies de 2 nations dans l'Amérique, et au règlement de limites de dites colonies. J'ai repeat pas ce que j'ai dit dans ce mémoire. J'ai pris seulement que l'on puisse bien tout ce que j'ai dit pour entre les prétentions de Lois, et pour les convaincre, si les volent être de bonne foi, qu'elles sont de plus malfaisants, très exorbitants, et mêmes injustes, ayant usurpé sur la France presque tout ce qu'ils possédent en Amérique. Ils devaient les rendre au lieu de les demander, et qu'ils devaient estimer comme un très grand avantage pour eux, la compensation que j'ai propose pour finir cette affaire, laquelle, sans cette compensation, renaîtra toujours jusqu'à ce qu'enfin la France soit rentrée en paisible possession de tout ce que l'y appartient légitimement, et dont on n'est depuis que par la force et la malheureuse conjoncture de temps, que sans de tout au tard l'y seront plus favorables. Il est surprenant que les en lois entendus comme ils sont par rapport à leurs interests, n'y fassent pas attention qu'ils leur est infiniment plus avantageux de s'assurer, par un trait raisonnable, la tranquille et perpetuelle possession de pays où ils citoyens établis avant la paix d'Utrecht, que de vouloir profiter de conjonctures pour auster aux François de pays qu'ils n'y céderont jamais de bon cœur. Et dont ils s'y remperont quand ils trouveront l'occasion favorable pour cela, ainsi. Persuadant qu'ils leur sera alors permis de reprendre par force, ce que par force on leur a pris, et si qu'ils ont été obligés de céder à Utrecht, et même de reprendre au moins un parti de pays que l'Angleterre a usurpés sur la France, que n'y les a jamais cédés par aucun trait que j'ai sketch. Jean Verzin par ordre de François I fit la découverte de tous les pays et costes que sont entre le 33 et le 47 degré de latitude, et fit du voyages dont le dernier fut en 1523 et par ordre et au nom du dit roi François I il prit possession de toute cette coste et de tous ces pays, bien long temps avant que les Anglois voyassent et. En 1562 les François s'établirent dans la Caroline. Champlain à la fin de la relation de ses voyages fait un chapitre express dans lequel il prouve 1. Que la France a pris possession de toutes les costes et pays depuis la Floride inclusivement jusqu'au fleuve St. Laurent inclusivement, avant tout autre prince chrétien. 2. Que nos rois ont eu, des le commencement de découvertes de lieutenants généraux dans ces pays et costes. 3. Que les François les ont habités avant les Anglois. 4. Que les prétentions de Anglois sont malfaisants. La lecture de ce chapitre fait voir que Champlain prouve invinciblement tous ses chefs, et de manière que les Anglois n'ont rien de bon à y répondre, de sorte que si les volent être de bonne foi, ILS do event convener K2 CS pius appartionate legitimate à la France tu ILS and Sant Emperez et tu ILS les Rischen and contre tout justice. ILS de remarque que quoique par le trait de St Germain l'Angleterre dut restituer tout si tu avoid occupe dans la Nouvelle-France, et par consequent tout la coste depuis baston jusque la Virginie inclusivement, car alors les en lois ne citoyen pas encore empereurs de la Caroline, laquelle coste est certainement partie de la Nouvelle-France. Les en lois ne lointi pas cependant restituer et la gardent encore à présent contre la teneur du trait de St Germain, quoique la France ne. A late point cedia l'Angleterre ni parle de trait ni par aucun autre que j scatch. Ceci mérite la plus sérieuse attention de la France, et tu face entendre sérieusement aux en lois que par le trait de St Germain ils sont obligés de la rendre toute cette coste, que incontestablement est partie de la Nouvelle-France, comme j'ai li preuve ci devant et encore plus au long dans mon one mémoire et comme le prouvant Verazin, Champlain, Denis. Et touts les plus anciennes cartes de l'Amérique septentrionale. Or le commun consentement de toute l'Europe est de dépendre la Nouvelle-France est attendant au moins au 35 et 36 degrés de latitude ainsi qu'il appert par les mapements imprimis en Espagne, Italie, Hollande, Flandres, Allemagne et Angleterre même, sinon depuis que les en lois sont empereurs de coste de la Nouvelle-France, aux l'Acadie, et l'Almuchicais. Et la grande rivière de St. Laurens, ils impose leur fantaisie de noms de Nouvelle-Angleterre, Écosse et autres, mais ils malaise de pouvoir effacer une chose que est connue de toute la crescenti d'uj conclis. 1. Quavant l'usurpation faite par les en lois, tout cette coste jusqu'au 35 degré s'appelle Nouvelle-France, laquelle comprenait outre plusieurs autres provinces, l'Atecamains, l'Almuchicais, et l'Acadie. Les en lois doivent remettre à la France le port royal, et la France doit insister vigoureusement sur cette restitution, et ordonner aux François de Port-Royal, de Mainz, et de Beaubassin, et autres le de reconnaître ses majestres chrétiens pour leur souverain, et leur défendre d'obéir à aucun autre, de plus commander à tous cs le et pius. Et à toute la partie septentrionale de la péninsule, ainsi que aux pius de Almuchicois et de Tecamains, Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, de reconnaître le gouverneur de l'île royale pour leur gouverneur. Il est même à propos de comprendre dans le brevet de gouverneur de l'île royale tous cs pius jusqu'au Cap Cod. Que la France ne doit point souffrir que les en lois s'établissent dans les pius tuel ne possédes. Tuel doit incessamment s'en remettre en possession, y envoyer quantité d'habitants, ETSY fortifier de manière qu'on puisse erder les en lois que depuis long temps tachant de s'empereur de l'Amérique Françoise dont ils connaissent l'importance, et dont ils feroient un meilleur usage que celui que les François en font. Si les en lois disent que les pius que sont entre les rivières de Kennebec, et de St. Croix font partie de la Nouvelle-Angleterre. Je leur réponds. 1. Tu ils scavent bien le contraire, que cs pius ont toujours fait partie de la Nouvelle-France, que les François les ont toujours possédés et habités, que mons de st castan gentilhomme François toujours eu, et encore son habitation entre la rivière de Quinnibec et celle de Pentagouet, Penobscot, que même depuis les usurpations de en lois et leurs établissements. Dans leur prétendue Nouvelle-Angleterre, les François ont toujours prétendu que la Nouvelle-France était Cusco Cap. Cod et tuil en est fait mention dans toutes les patents de gouverneur François. 2. Que de élève même de en lois, la Nouvelle-Angleterre un très petit étendue du coste de l'Est, il est facile de le prouver par us mêmes. J'ai lu une description de la Nouvelle-Angleterre et de autres colonies anglaises, composée par un en lois, traduit en François, imprimé à Paris en 1674 par Louis Billain. Voici les propres termes de cet author en lois. La Nouvelle Angleterre est au septentrion de Maryland, au rapport du Capitaine Smith, elle pres de 25 luz de coste de mer. Ainsi Céline les lois que sont de bonne foi, la Nouvelle Angleterre, que n'est pres de 25 luz de coste de mer, ni scoroid s'étendre jusqu'à la rivière de Quinnibequi. C'est tout plus s'il s'étend jusqu'à du ou 3 luz à l'est de Baston. Il semble même que les en lois ont busti Baston, ont fait un ville considerable à l'extrémité de leur prétendue Nouvelle-Angleterre. 1. Pour être apporté en état de s'imperer sur les François de tout ce que est à l'est de Baston. 2. Pour être en état d'empêcher les François de s'établir sur toute cette coste jusqu'à la Caroline inclusivement, lequel coste étant de notoriété publique de la Nouvelle-France, a été usurpé sur la France que elle appartenait alors, et l'y appartient encore, ni l'ayant jamais cédé. C'est ce que je vais prouver. Après avoir invinciblement convaincu que les lois que tout ce que est de l'est de Quinnibequi a toujours appartenu et appartient encore à la France, except l'Acadie Céline ses anciens limites, tu elle a cédé par force à l'Angleterre par la Paix d'Utrecht. Il faut que présentement j'ai prouve que toute la coste depuis la rivière Quinnibequi jusqu'à la Caroline inclusivement appartient par toutes sortes de droits à la France. Sur que les en lois l'ont usurpé, voici en partie de mes preuves. Les François ont découvert tous ces pays avant les en lois, et ont pris possession avant eux. Les rois de France ont nommé ces pays Caroline et Nouvelle-France avant que les en lois leur eussent donné de noms et leur mode pour faire oublier les noms que les François leur avaient imposés. Et que ces pays appartenaient à la France. Les rois de France ont donné de lettres patentes à leurs sujets pour posséder et habiter ces pays, avant que Jacques I et Charles I rois d'Angleterre en eussent donné à leurs sujets. Pour convaincre les en lois de ces vérités il faut lire avec attention ce qu'un ont écrit Jean Verizon, Champlain, Late Denis. Les traités faits entre la France et l'Angleterre, et le mémoire que j'ai présent l'année dernière 1719. En y trouver tant de choses, lesquelles il serait trop long de copier ici, que prouvant que ces pays ont toujours appartenu de droit à la France, et que les en lois sont empereurs par force, que la France n'est les jamais cédés à l'Angleterre par aucun trait, que j'ai sketch. Et partant que la France conserve toujours son droit sur tous ces pays, et tu a droit de les redemander à l'Angleterre. Comme elle les redemande présentement, ou bien un équivalent. L'équivalent que la France demande et dont elle veut bien s'y contenter, c'est la restitution de tout ce qu'elle a cédé par force à l'Angleterre par le traité d'Utrecht. Il est de l'honneur et de l'intérêt de l'Angleterre d'accorder à la France cet équivalent. 1. Parce qu'en y un point d'honneur à profiter de malheurs d'un roi pour l'y faire céder par force les pays que l'y appartiennent, Illinois est de l'honneur de l'Angleterre de rendre à la France, si tu elle est contrainte de l'y céder, et tu elle n'est possède tu si mauvais tiltre. 2. Il est aussi contre la justice et l'honneur de l'Angleterre de posséder sans aucun tiltre, et contre toute justice les pays que sont depuis la rivière de Quinnibequi jusqu'à la Caroline inclusivement. 3. Il n'est pas moins de l'honneur et de l'intérêt de l'Angleterre de profiter du moyen que la France veut bien l'y présenter, pour s'assurer à perpétuer toute cette coste, et pour la posséder justement par la cession que la France en fera, et de tous ses droits sur ces pays moyennant l'équivalent propose. 4. Parce que l'Angleterre doit craindre que la France, dont elle n'est doit mépriser en le ressentiment en la puissance, any trouver en conjoncture favorable pour faire valoir ses prétentions et ses droits, et pour rentrer en possession de tout ce que l'Angleterre l'a usurpé, et de tout ce qu'elle est obligée par force de l'y céder. 5. Quand on veut trop avoir, souvent on en est reine, et même on perd ce qu'elle en avoit. Il est donc de la sagesse et de l'intérêt de l'Angleterre de ne pas pousser trop loin ses demandes, Et de convenir avec la France de sorte qu'elle puisse procéder avec justice et tranquillement de pays que la France aura toujours droit de reprendre jusqu'à ce qu'elle en ait fait une cession libre et volontaire, et qu'elle pervoise que l'Angleterre en faveur de cette cession la ait dans un équivalent. La France s'offre donc pour vivre en paix avec l'Angleterre de la cedar tout ses droits sur toute la coste que est entre la rivière de Quinnipiac dans la Nouvelle-France jusqu'à la rivière Jourdain, dans la Caroline, de sorte que ces deux rivières servent de limites aux François et aux Saint-Louis. La France demande pour équivalent de la cession de tant de pays, si grands, si beaux, ETSIA bienséance que l'Angleterre la rend et restitue tout si qu'elle la accède par le trait d'Utrecht. Si la France ne peut pas engager l'Angleterre à convenir de cet équivalent, elle pourrait, mais si ne doit être tuée à l'extrémité céder encore à l'Angleterre la Caroline françoise, c'est-à-dire, si que est au sud de la rivière Jourdain, ou bien si que est entre la rivière Quinnipiac et celle de Pentagouet. Ou bien leur offre une somme d'argent. Il semble que l'Angleterre doive estimer comme un grand avantage pour elle, que la France veut bien convenir de cet équivalent, que sur aux Saint-Louis et leur rend légitime la possession de cette grande étendue de coste qu'elles ont usurpée sur la France, que any laisse jamais cédes, que any laisse cédera jamais, et sur lesquels elle conservera toujours ses légitimes droits et prétentions. Jusqu'à ce qu'elle laisse ait cédé à l'Angleterre moyennant un équivalent raisonnable tel qu'est la restitution de tout ce que la France la accède par force à Utrecht. Limites. Supposez l'acceptation de cet équivalent par l'un et l'autre nation. La France toujours généreuse consentira pour vivre en paix avec les Saint-Louis, qu'une ligne tirée depuis l'embouchure de la rivière de Quinnipiac, ou bien, depuis l'embouchure de la rivière de Pentagouet, que aurait tout droit passer à égale distance entre Corlard, Schenectady, et les lacs de Champlain et du Saint-Sacrement. Et joindre la ligne par laquelle le sieur de l'île géographe termine les terres anglaises, jusqu'à la rivière Jourdain, ou bien jusqu'à la Caroline inclusivement. La France disait consentira que cette ligne serve de borne et limites aux terres de deux nations, de sorte que tous les pays et terres que sont entre cette ligne et la mer appartiendront à l'Angleterre, et que tout ce que sera au-delà de cette ligne appartiendra à la France. Dans le fond, il est avantageux à la France de faire incessamment régler les limites, tant pour empêcher les enlois d'empêcher toujours de plus en plus sous prétexte de limites non régles, que parce qu'il est sûr que si le droit de la France est bien soutenu le règlement lui sera avantageux, aussi bien que l'équivalent que j'ai propose. Mais il pourrait arriver que les enlois que ont demandent le règlement de limites, voyant qu'elle ne doit pas leur être favorable s'il est fait selon la justice, pourraient bien eux-mêmes éloigner, afin de pouvoir toujours empêcher sur les François sous prétexte de limites non régles, et de se mettre toujours en possession de pays appartenant à la France. En ce cas et aussi au cas que les Anglais ne veulent pas restituer à la France leur Nouvelle-Angleterre et autres pays jusqu'à la Caroline inclusivement qu'elles la ont usurpées, ou bien leur rendre l'Acadie, ainsi pour l'équivalent dont j'ai parlé. 1. Il faut que la France mette incessamment quantité d'habitants dans le pays que est entre la rivière de Quinnipiac et celle de St. Croix, l'équal pays que selon les Anglais n'est point en litige, en partie de la prétendue Nouvelle-Écosse, même, selon l'étendue imaginaire que la ait donné le roi Jacques Warner que ne la fait commencer tuer la rivière St. Croix. Et celle de Quinnipiac n'ayant jamais été en par le trait d'Utrecht en par aucun autre que j'ai sketch, etc. pays ayant toujours appartenu à la France, et par el possédés et habite, Mr. de St. Castin Gentilhomme François ayant son habitation entre la rivière de Pentagouet et celle de Quinnipiac comme j'ai déjà dit. 2. On peut même faire entendre à l'Angleterre que le roi donnera ce pays à la compagnie de Inns que score bien le défendre et le faire valoir. Que le roi donnera aussi à la compagnie des Indes la Caroline Françoise, comme dépendance et province de la Louisiana, à condition qu'elle y mettera de habitants, et y fera battre de bonnes forts, et un bon citadelle pour soutenir et défendre si beau pays contre les enlois. Il est certain que si le roi fait entendre sérieusement qu'il est résolu de donner à la compagnie des Indes non seulement la Caroline Françoise, et le pays que est entre les rivières de Quinnipiac et de St. Croix, mais aussi de la cedar et abandonner tous ses droits sur tous les pays que les enlois ont usurpés sur la France. Il est certain disje que les enlois, craignent d'avoir affaire avec une compagnie si puissante, si restaurant au règlement de limites, tel que j'y propose, et à rendre à la France toute la nouvelle Écosse ou Acadie selon ses anciens limites, enfin tout ce que la France leur a cédé à Utrecht, moyennant une somme d'argent, ou bien l'équivalent que j'y aussi propose. J'ai fini mémoire en priant de faire une très sérieuse attention aux exorbitantes prétentions de enlois et à tout ce qu'ils ont fait et font encore pour s'y rendre maîtres de la pêche la Malue, et de l'Amérique Françoise. En effet, il est très important que quand on traitera du règlement de limites, la France attaque les enlois au lieu d'être sur la défensive, c'est-à-dire, qu'elle doit demander aux enlois tout ce qu'ils ont usurpés sur elle, et le demander vigoureusement. C'est peut-être le meilleur moyen de les mettre à la raison. Illinois est même à propos qu'elle les presse de finir cette affaire, dont sans de la conclusion li sera avantageuse, si on li rend justice. 2. Demands de la France, 1723. Archives du Ministère d'Affaires étrangères. Literatum. Pour toutes les raisons de droit ci devant la France demande à l'Angleterre. 1. Qu'elle les jure tranquillement la France de tous les pays que sont à l'est de la rivière Quinnipiac au lieu de celle de St. Georges excepte la seule ville de Port-Royal avec ses banlieues et de l'Acadie selon ses anciens limites, c'est-à-dire la partie méridionale de la péninsule depuis le Cap Fortu jusqu'à Camso exclusivement, que la France a cédé par la traite d'Utrecht. Tout le reste que est à l'est de Québec, appartenant à la France en toute souveraineté depuis. Ellen 1524. Lequel en il a jamais cédé New York par la traite d'Utrecht New York par aucun autre traite. 2. Que les enlois laissent vivre tranquillement sous la domination du roi les nations sauvages que sont dans les pays à l'est de Quinnipiac et qu'ils n'inquiètent point les missionnaires que demeurent chez les nations New York les François que ayant chez elles. 3. Que les enlois restituent à la France qu'ils ont occupé l'est de Quinnipiac et qu'ils n'y trouvent pas mauvais que les François prennent de troisième au garde les forts postes et habitations, que les enlois ont établis, au étableront dans tous les pays à l'est de Quinnipiac, au de là. End of Project Gutenberg's A Half Century of Conflict, by Francis Parkman.